Part 26. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 251. Ji Changs looked around and found that this was obviously going to court. In addition to the ministers who were pointing at him and scolding him, there were also a bunch of onlookers, and an angry emperor. Presumptuous. The emperor was indeed very angry, which was normal. No emperor would be angry if someone said he was a coward. He threw the inkstone on the table to the ground, and his face was livid with anger. I believe whoever I believe, and it's not your turn to comment. The emperor was angry, and his ministers could not help but kneel down. There was a roar, and the courtiers below knelt down in a row. Ji Changs knelt down obediently, taking the time to look at his memories while observing the faces of the people around him. Almost half of the courtiers would give him an angry look when they found him looking over, while the remaining half lowered their heads in fear and did not look at him. It seems that the original owner is quite vindictive. Ji Changs looked at the memory and found that the original owner not only remembered grudges, but also didn't know how to remember gratitude. The original owner was a scholar born in a poor mountain village. He was the only son in the family, so his parents regarded him as everything. His father worked almost desperately to earn money for his education. In the end, he died of illness due to overwork, and he relied entirely on his mother's textile work to support his education. Originally, the mother's support could not last long, but when the original owner was laughed at by his classmates because of his poverty during a poetry meeting, he was bumped into by a great scholar. When the scholar was young, he was almost unable to continue studying because of poverty. When he met the original owner, he felt compassion for him. After further inspection, he found that the original owner was very smart, so he cherished his talent even more. He took the original owner as his apprentice, brought him to his house, taught him to read, took him to martial arts, and paid him monthly silver coins every month, raising him as if he were his own son. With such a great Confucian master, the original owner's predicament was naturally solved. The old mother at home no longer had to work hard day and night spinning, and she no longer had to worry about money. The original owner thrived under Daru's training smoothly. Daru and his wife regarded him as their own son and betrothed their only daughter to him. This is what makes a winner in life. The original owner was an elegant scholar to the outside world. Although his official position was not high, because he had a great Confucian behind him, his colleagues in the officialdom were also very friendly to him. Internally, he was a caring and gentle husband to his wife and a good disciple who respected the great Confucian. It wouldn't be bad if he lived his life like this, but unfortunately, something happened later. The great Confucian scholar had a sister who was a concubine in the palace. The son of the concubine was always highly praised. Although he was young, he was very brave and resourceful. When an enemy country invaded, the emperor sent the concubine's son to quell the chaos. In the end, no one knew what happened. The enemy country was defeated, but the son of the imperial concubine did not come back as a hero, but was escorted to Beijing. The most favored prince rebelled. Everyone's first reaction was disbelief. Between emotion and reason, the prince had no reason to rebel. He has a good family background and is good enough himself. There is no prince in the palace who can compare with him, and he is also young. Anyone with a discerning eye will know that the throne will definitely be his in the future. He didn't have to do this. As soon as this incident came out, many old ministers begged the emperor to investigate thoroughly. Even the prince's rivals, the other half-princes, did not believe that he would rebel. But the emperor firmly believed in this. Moreover, it was discovered that the prince's uncle, the great scholar, was also cooperating with the prince in the rebellion. The great scholar was imprisoned. This time it exploded. Perhaps the prince is just a noun to the common people, but as a great scholar, he has an extraordinary status in the minds of many scholars. They believed that such a great scholar would not be able to do such a thing. Just when everyone was interceding for the great scholar and the prince, hoping that the emperor could conduct a thorough investigation, the great scholar was brought to the court. He was also a fierce man. In the court, when he was accused by the emperor of being a rebellious minister, he was killed by a headbutt on the pillar. After his death, the original owner took the treason correspondence between the great Confucian scholar and the emperor and the righteous extermination of relatives. Daru's only direct disciple / husband of his only daughter / the same father-son existence stepped forward to confirm Daru's guilt. No matter how many people don't believe it, at least in terms of public opinion, when the original owner came forward, the death of the great scholar was confirmed. His wife, who was about to give birth, was anxiously rushing here from her hometown when she heard the bad news that her husband had falsely accused her father. The child was born prematurely. Because it was premature, it was a stillbirth. When he buried it on the spot and rushed back, everything was a foregone conclusion. The great Confucian scholar died and the prince was imprisoned. The emperor was very merciful and said that the crime was not as bad as his family. Since the great scholar had already died to apologize, he would not care about the great scholar's family. So, under the care of the merciful emperor, the great scholar the Confucian family was not confiscated, nor were their wives and daughters implicated. Naturally, both Ji Chang's and the original owner understood that letting the mother and daughter go was not a kindness at all. It was just a self-righteous decision made after the death of the scholar in order to calm the resentment and anger of the scholars. He knew that he was wrong, but the emperor would not admit that he was wrong, so he needed someone like the original owner around him who could always remind everyone that he was right. The original owner rose to prominence step by step and reached the peak of power. It was easy for him to please the mediocre emperor. As long as he scolded his dead master from time to time and stomped on his master's wolfish ambitions, the emperor would naturally be delighted. Relying on this, the original owner successfully rose to a high position, and now he is already a second-rank minister at a young age. Although he was a civil servant, he still held real power, because in most cases, the emperor would listen to what he said. Compared with the joyful life in the court, the original owner's life in the house was not so good. Although he sold his master to seek glory, the original owner did not really have any shame. What's more, he sold his master to seek an official career. Both he and the emperor knew that those correspondences were unwarranted. It was just because of him. He is the closest person to master, so let him open the door that can block some people's mouths. If the original owner turned against his junior sister and junior wife after betraying him for glory, then everyone would know that he was such a treacherous villain, and the authenticity of the letters he produced would naturally be doubted. He was the only one who was very kind to his junior sister and junior wife, and put on a show of "I didn't kill the master for the sake of glory and wealth, but the master really did something to rebel. I was just loyal to the emperor and patriotic, so I killed my relatives. I will take good care of my junior sister and junior wife." You can make people unable to grasp the situation. So no matter how much the original owner wanted to send the two troublesome people away, far away, he still had to pretend to be a lowly person and take care of them carefully. In order to maintain her affectionate persona, she even dared not take a concubine. Naturally, his wife and junior sister, who knew her husband/father well, would not forgive him. In his original life, the original owner did almost everything a traitor could do, including excluding dissenters, harming the loyal and good, harming the common people, and helping the emperor do things he wanted to do but would be scolded for. After a series of tricks, the monarch and his ministers succeeded in killing the country. When the country was destroyed and on the run, the original owner thought of his wife in the backyard. He had endured her for so long, and now he no longer had to pretend, so he went into the backyard with a knife and killed his wife. The wife's dowry witnessed the scene and escaped overnight, but was discovered by the original owner. The original owner discovered that the direction of her escape was not outside the city but inside the city. He became suspicious and followed her behind, but learned a secret. The child between them was not stillborn, but after the wife learned that he had framed the great scholar, she was afraid that the original owner, who could even attack his father, who was like a teacher and a father, would not even spare his own daughter. Especially, her biological daughter who is half of her blood. This child must not be allowed to live with such a father. This was the wife's first thought after giving birth to the child. At that time, my close friend, who happened to be a handkerchief to my wife, was also going to the capital. She came to borrow the help from a female doctor when she had a fetal movement. When the female doctor came back, she regretfully told her that the woman had given birth to a stillborn fetus. The wife immediately thought of a way to exchange the civet cat for the prince, and she sent her cronies. The handkerchief bearer was already on good terms with her and knew her current predicament, so he gritted his teeth and agreed to her. As a result, the two children were exchanged, and the stillborn child was buried properly, but their biological son was handed over to be raised in a handkerchief. The reason why the wife's dowry ran into the city was because she heard that the rebels had surrounded the mansion and wanted to rescue them. She had no other choice but to ask the original owner to save her. After all, she is her biological daughter. Unfortunately, she underestimated the cruelty of the original owner. After knowing that it was just such a secret that he was not interested in at all, the original owner was very disdainful of the girl who kept crying for her dowry. If it was a son, maybe he would save him because of his own blood. But a daughter? When he escapes, he can have as many children as he wants. After saying such words, he was killed by the angry dowry. The original owner was skilled in martial arts, but died at the hands of a dowry. It wasn't that the other party was very skilled in martial arts, it was just that he never thought that such a humble servant who begged for him would have the courage to kill him. This is the ending of the original owner. It can be said that after he has played an entire country and destroyed countless people's families, he was killed with a knife. In the current timeline, the original owner is doing what a traitor should do, frame Zhongliang. There was a severe drought in Guizhou. The local magistrate wrote to the court asking for help. However, there was no response from the court. The people had no food and drink and became refugees. A large number of people walked to the capital. His birthday was coming in 2 months. The emperor had been looking forward to this day for a long time. He was happily preparing to celebrate his birthday when suddenly so many refugees flooded into the capital. Long Yan was furious. The key is, it's not easy to get angry when he's angry. Because the prefect of Guizhou gave him a note and said that he hoped the court could provide rescue. However, the emperor was planning to build a palace for himself at the time. The treasury was empty and he did not have that much money. Building a palace would have been difficult enough. If support was provided, then the palace is absolutely useless. It's just a severe drought. It won't be over after a while. It won't be better until it rains. If you have to ask the court for help for such a trivial matter, then what should the prefect do? After feeling very disgusted with the prefect, the emperor put the book aside as if he had not seen it. As a result, things have turned out like this. So many people have come to the capital. Even if he is angry, he can't say, yes, it's my fault. I shouldn't ignore you. The emperor of this dynasty is indeed a coward, but just because he is a coward does not mean that he does not know what a wise king is like. He does stupid things, but he really wants to be a wise emperor. Isn't it because of this that he keeps doing stupid things and then blames them on others, and then pretends that he is innocent? When the victims of the disaster came to the capital this time and needed someone to take the blame, the emperor who caused the trouble naturally didn't want to take the blame himself. Therefore, as the most powerful henchman around the emperor, the original owner immediately said that the Guizhou magistrate could not handle this matter, and that he should ask the court for help due to the severe drought. He did not make any move, and could not control this group of refugees, causing the people to live in dire straits. The magistrate should be removed condemned. The emperor immediately expressed his affirmation. But the monarch and his ministers wanted to confuse the truth with the false, and many ministers in the court were not blind. Counting the days, during the severe drought, the prefect did indeed submit a letter to the court, and he did so urgently, sending 3 letters in a row. They didn't believe it when they said they weren't here to ask for help. In this case, do you insist on questioning the prefect? What's more, the magistrate of Gazhu has achieved many great achievements and is famous for loving the people like a son. Do you think that such a person would waste the lives of the people? They don't believe it anyway. Various arguments began in the court, and the minister who just pointed at Ji Chang's and scolded him believed in the Gazhu magistrate. Everyone knows that the emperor is blaming the emperor, but they cannot scold the emperor. So, can't we just scold the treacherous officials who colluded with the emperor? The emperor standing above him knelt down on the ground. After all, he still wanted to be known as a wise king. It was not appropriate to directly kill the person who was the prefect of Gazhu. So he took a deep breath and suppressed his anger and said, "This matter is the fault of the magistrate of Gazhu. There is no need to argue any more." As soon as these words came out, the ministers who had been kneeling quietly became anxious again. His Majesty. Your Majesty, you can't. The magistrate of Gazhu has a good reputation outside the country. If your Majesty punishes his crimes indiscriminately, what will the world think? His Majesty. The emperor's face became more and more ugly. If he didn't want a good reputation, he would have wanted to kill each of the people below who were talking to other ministers. Just as everyone was speaking out, a disobedient mocking voice sounded. Due to the failure of the Gazhu magistrate, so many people have been displaced and left their homes. If you don't think about how to resettle these people, why don't you distinguish right from wrong for him first? The ministers who were trying to speak for the magistrate of Gazhu and try to persuade the emperor to change his mind turned green. If they were angry and impatient with the emperor sitting above them and only hated the monarch for being unreliable, then they looked down upon Ji Chang's and most of the upright ministers. Sellers seek glory. Traitor. Symptoms. Villain. Scumbag. These words are an understatement when it comes to Ji Chang's. The minister who pointed at Ji Chang's nose and scolded him stood up angrily and pointed at him again. Are you worthy of talking about resettling the people? The people are displaced and homeless, and now a lot of them starve to death every day. Man, whose fault is that? Mr. Ji, who was accused by him, was very calm and showed no signs of guilt. He only stroked his sleeves and smiled at the other party. Does it matter who is wrong and who is right? Mr. Liu, even if you drag 10 or 8 sinners to in front of the people, that's not what they want. What the victims want is food, shelter, and doctors. Mr. Liu, you keep saying that I am a traitor and a sycophant, but you don't know that you, a loyal minister who loves the people like a son, have done everything for the victims. What did you do? Mr. Liu looked startled. If we had been able to provide relief after receiving the discount, the victims would not be like this now. The expression of the emperor sitting above changed. He was the one who accepted the offer and ignored it in the first place. Isn't this just an accusation against him? Some shrewd courtiers also heard the implication of these words, and their expressions changed. Oops. Mr. Liu is afraid that he will not be able to escape today. Just when the emperor was about to speak with a livid face, he was interrupted by a burst of laughter. It's so funny. Ji Chang's made no secret of his ridicule and disdain for Master Liu and raised his chin. Let me tell you, Master Liu, are you really confused or are you pretending to be confused? You keep saying that I am a villain, and it seems like you love the people so much, but the things you do are not painful. You do nothing for the people, you neither feed them nor give them something to drink. You didn't give them any of the land or houses they wanted. Oh, you did something else. You're scolding me. Ah, everyone says that I am a villain, but what about those who call villains? Loyal ministers. Good people who are not afraid of the threats of traitorous ministers. Mr. Lu, if you want a good reputation, you should do some good things and do good things. Help the victims, appease the people. Instead of doing these things, you come here to scold me. Isn't it just to gain a reputation for loyalty by scolding me? Mr. Lu was stunned when he heard this. The more he listened, the more anxious he became. You are talking nonsense. Never have I ever thought of this. I am doing it for the world. For the people. Oh. For the people. The unparalleledly handsome Lord Ji, who was wearing a red official uniform, smiled even harder. Okay, Lord Lu, why don't you come and talk to me, my colleagues, and your majesty? If you scold me, the people will get it what? A grain of rice? A pot of water? Or a comfortable bed, or a shelter from the wind and rain? Master Lu trembled with his lips and pointed at Ji Chang's, unable to say a word for a long time. Seeing this, Ji Chang smiled with satisfaction, turned around and bowed to the emperor sitting on the dragon throne. When he straightened up, his face was full of affirmation. Your Majesty, it seems that Mr. Lu did not come to scold the minister for the sake of the victims, but just for the sake of the victims. It's a personal grudge. Ha 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 ha. The emperor was so angry that he wanted to kill someone, but Mr. Lu was on his death list. Now seeing Ji Chang's beating people up, it was as if he was picking off the other person's face and throwing it to the ground to trample on him. Long Xian was very happy. Laughing out loud. Lu Qing, you are not young anymore. Don't be so persistent in the fight of will. Me. Weiken. Your Majesty. His Majesty. Ji Chang saw that Mr. Lu still wanted to explain, so he directly intervened. In the opinion of the humble minister, since Mr. Lu cares about the people so much and is worried about the victims, it is better to assign the disaster relief work to Mr. Lu. I believe Mr. Lu loves the people as much as his son, so he will definitely carry out disaster relief work and comfort the victims outside the capital. As soon as these words came out, the other ministers who were originally thinking of speaking for Mr. Lu paused. Although disaster relief is a hard job, hard and thankless, if Mr. Lu had done it, such things as sucking the blood of the victims would definitely not have happened. Ji Chang's suggestion was definitely to make Mr. Lu suffer, but perhaps for Mr. Lu who wanted to do practical things for the people, going to disaster relief might be what he wanted. They hesitated, wondering whether they should speak out. After all, judging from the previous situation, if Mr. Lu hadn't gone, His Majesty would definitely have sent someone he trusted. But 99% of the people Your Majesty trusts are sycophants. If those people go, let alone disaster relief, it would be nice not to shed another layer of skin on those victims. Master Lu also understood this. He was originally full of anger, but after hearing these words, all his anger was gone. He clenched his fists nervously, for fear that the emperor would not agree. The emperor indeed planned to send someone he trusted. But disaster relief is a hard job, and this guy can't keep his mouth shut, so he might as well endure the hardships. In that case, let Lu Qing go. As soon as these words came out, Ji Chang's could even hear the sounds of relief from many people around him, which showed how badly they were tortured by the emperor on weekdays. The Guizhou magistrate concealed the truth and failed to report it, which caused the victims to flock to the capital. For such a serious crime, please think about it, dear sirs, how should I convict that guy? Why should we still be convicted? Some ministers were extremely tired. They no longer planned to care about the fact that the emperor withheld the discount and ignored it, but could the emperor continue to blame others? The magistrate of Guizhou is a man of justice and straightforwardness, an official who is honest and loves the people. The people under his rule have always been very peaceful. It would be too unfair for such a good official to be punished without any explanation. The emperor did not intend to kill the person directly. After all, he had a good reputation. If he killed him like this, he would be worried about his reputation. I thought that when he was an official in the past, he could be regarded as loyal and caring for the people. Even if he ransacked his house and executed him, he was still a good official after all. This time, before they could speak, Ji Chang spoke first. Your Majesty, you are too kind to the magistrate of Guizhou. His crime is so serious that if you just simply ask questions, you would be too sorry for the people who were harmed by him. Wei Chen suggested that it is better to tie the magistrate of Guizhou to Guizhou. On the execution ground of the state, the people who had been harmed by him were allowed to insult him and throw away debris. After 10 days, if he died, it would mean that the people did not want him to live. If he lived, Your Majesty would pardon him. This method. The emperor hesitated. He was not sure what his most trusted minister, who was most able to solve his problems, was thinking about, so he simply waved his hand and said, I'm a little tired. I'm going to have a rest and we'll discuss this later. After saying that, he went to the back hall. Ji Chang's didn't even need the eunuch to invite him, he went directly to the back hall by himself. Along the way, the other ministers looked at him with fear and hatred, and they all gave way. Ji Chang's held his head high and went straight in without even looking at them. As soon as he left, the remaining ministers immediately gathered together to discuss in twos and threes, just like the students whose class teacher had left with their classmate who liked to make small reports with the class teacher. Among them, Mr. Liu's classmates, not his colleagues, are the most numerous. Master Liu, are you okay? Hey, Mr. Liu, I'm going to have to work hard for you this time. Brother Liu, you were too impulsive just now. If His Majesty was angry just now, what would happen to your whole family? It doesn't matter. Mr. Liu himself was flushed. This can be considered a blessing in disguise. Now that I have been given the task of providing disaster relief, I can feel more at ease since I can personally do something for the victims and keep an eye on them personally. This is true, after all, Mr. Liu is known as a practical person. Letting him do this would make them feel more at ease than letting anyone else do it. That Ji Chang's has done a good thing. Oh, he just wants to challenge Mr. Liu. How could he, a person who is greedy for pleasure, know what Mr. Liu's ambition is? He is just trying to get it wrong. Master Liu just laughed when his colleagues around him said this. In my heart, I always felt that something was wrong. When he said those words just now, His Majesty was already angry. At that time, he had anticipated his own fate and had planned to die to prove his ambition. But Ji Chang stopped His Majesty with his words at that time. On the surface, those words were meant to tease him, but in fact they were equivalent to saving his life and fulfilling his wish. Ji Chang's was famous for his intelligence when he was young. He didn't believe that such a smart person would not know that those words actually helped him. Also, His Majesty was the one who wanted to question the Guizhou magistrate, but it was Ji Chang's who stopped him. Although such a punishment method is a bit embarrassing, if it can survive without losing its official position and life, it is indeed a good method for the magistrate of Guizhou. But, is Ji Chang's really helping them? Why? Isn't he a villain and a sycophant? In the back hall, the villain Ji Chang's was laughing evilly. Your Majesty, if you directly accuse Guizhou magistrate, he has some official titles before. I heard that many people boast that he loves the people like a son. Your Majesty, if you accuse him, even though I made a mistake, but there is no guarantee that there will be some malicious people spreading rumors behind my back. As for what the rumors were, he didn't need to ask the emperor to understand. The emperor had a stern look on his face. Isn't it because he was worried about this that he was unsure of what to do? According to your wishes, the punishment just now will allow me to sit back and relax. Nature. Ji Chang's explained warmly, Your Majesty is not punishing him. This is clearly asking the people to accuse him. If he dies, it means that the people hate the evil officials so much. Your Majesty, you are a wise king who sends the evil officials to the people for disposal. If he is alive, it is because of your mercy. You should have executed him, but you spared his life. If he dares to say anything wrong about you in the future, such as shirk responsibility for the disaster that happened out of control this time, your Majesty will not be angry. He will be the spit of all the people in the world. Xingzi can drown him. He took a sip of the tea handed over by the eunuch and said with a smile, by then, your Majesty has already forgiven him once, and the second time he couldn't bear it, it can be considered excusable. The emperor's eyes lit up. No. Isn't what he is worried about because he wants the prefect of Guizhou to take the blame, and he doesn't want others to think that he is a fool and just picks someone to take the blame. In this way, people are handed over to the people. If a person died, it was the people who killed him. If he is alive, it is also his mercy. This method is really wonderful. Ha 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 ha. Okay. Okay. Let's do it like this, King, you are still smart. Ji Chang's also laughed, and his words were full of treachery. No matter what your Majesty said, I am just thinking about your Majesty's thoughts, worrying about your Majesty's worries, and sharing your worries for your Majesty. Okay. Okay. I know that you are my loyal minister. Hey, if all the people in the court are as loving as you, then I can feel at ease. After the intermission, when His Majesty the Emperor returned to the throne, he directly announced that he would deal with the Guizhou prefect in that way. At the same time, Mr. Liu must also quickly set foot on Guizhou to provide disaster relief. This matter can be regarded as a perfect solution. Although many courtiers are a little dissatisfied with the attitude of Ji Chang's and the Emperor, they also know what kind of urine these two people have. Now it can be considered a good ending to have such an ending. If not satisfied, the quarrel continued, and we still don't know what the quarrel will become in the end. When going to court, the ministers walked down the steps and walked towards the palace gate. Master Liu. When a familiar voice sounded, the ministers who heard the voice almost immediately pricked up their ears and opened their eyes to pay attention to the movement over there. Ji Chang's walked over casually. He had a good appearance. When he wasn't doing things like flattery and framing Zhongliang, he really looked like that. Every step he took had a different kind of air. Mr. Liu, who was stopped, stood there and watched him walk up to him. Master Ji, how are you? Is there anything else you want to say? Oh, it's not that there's anything wrong. Ji Chang's chuckled lightly and said as if he was chatting, I heard that Mr. Liu is a concubine in the family. Before the family was separated, Mr. Liu's family squeezed into a small and pitiful courtyard to live. The colleagues who stayed on the side and were worried about what Ji Chang's would do to Mr. Liu were immediately angry after hearing this. Who in the entire capital didn't know that Mr. Liu was born as a concubine? Although he relied on his fame to enter the court, his father and biological mother passed away early, and his aunt refused to let him leave the family and live separately because of her filial piety. Therefore, Mr. Liu obviously he is a good minister, but he still has to live in a small courtyard, and every month he has to pay his filial piety to his aunt. There is nothing we can do about it. Filial piety is the first priority in this dynasty. Even if the aunt is not the biological mother, she is still the illegitimate mother. Legally speaking, she is even higher than Mr. Liu's biological mother. So a person who is almost 40 years old is still controlled by his aunt. Hey, I'm just concerned about Mr. Liu's family situation. Sir, why do you look at me like you want to eat me? The minister was angry. You. Zifang. Master Liu stopped his friend next to him, took a deep breath, and looked at Ji Chang's. So? What does Master Ji want to say? It's nothing. I just saw Mr. Liu pointing at my nose and scolding me today, which reminded me of some past events. Following the past, I thought that Mr. Liu lived in that small courtyard 20 years ago. I didn't expect that 20 years ago. Years later, they all married and had children, but they still lived there. I just don't know if there will be any trouble in your mansion when Mr. Lu goes to Guizhou. Mr. Lu immediately clenched his fists and glared at Ji Chang's. Ji Chang's. Ji Chang sneered, took a step forward, and looked at each other. So now we call him by his first name, right? Lu Shenjun. The two men were confronting each other, and the atmosphere was tense. They looked like they were about to start a fight. The ministers who were descending the steps wanted to watch, but they were worried that standing still would be disrespectful, so they all took small steps. It felt like they could not wait. One step is divided into 100 steps. Ji Chang's, don't go too far. I went too far? When did I go too far? You weren't the one who was pointed at and scolded in court, right? You are also a second-rank official of the imperial court, but you are directly threatening my family. How shameless. Blackmail? Which of your ears have heard that I threatened your family? It's just to show concern for my colleagues. You misinterpreted it like this, which shows how you are. Ah, by the way, you also know that I am a second-grade officer? You are a first and fifth-grade officer. When you see me, you are disrespectful to your superiors, but you still speak arrogantly, but I want you to be punished for disrespecting your superiors. You. Lu Shenjun couldn't defeat Ji Chang's. When he was anxious, he punched him directly, but his fist was firmly grasped by Ji Chang's. The surrounding officials exclaimed in surprise at first, and then a little bit as expected. Everyone knows that Ji Chang's is both civilized and martial. Not only is he a talker, he is also very capable with his skills. Lu Shenjun and Mr. Lu are just a weak scholar. If the two of them really fight, Ji Chang's will naturally have the upper hand. Master Lu. While Ji Chang's grabbed Lu Shenjian's fist and forced it to move downward, he showed a typical traitorous smile. Don't worry, I will take good care of your family for you while you are away from Beijing. How about coming to your door every 2 days? Is it caring enough? Speaking of which, I heard that the old lady of the Lu family is kind, and she must also like me as a junior, right? However, it is better to be cautious when persuading Mr. Lu, otherwise if there is any dispute with me, the old lady will help me, and there is nothing you can do about it, Mr. Lu. This is a threat. This must be a threat. What about coming to your door every 2 days and taking good care of your family? Doesn't the translation mean, if you leave, I will scare your family members and do whatever they want? It seems like something Ji Chang's can do. After all, just because a petty official accidentally stepped on him on the way to court, he just casually accused the petty officer and sent him away from afar. Lu Shenjun pointed at his nose in the court and cursed such a person who was determined to retaliate. It was strange that he could endure it. There was silence all around. Some people wanted to speak uprightly, but they were pulled back by their fellow travelers and whispered. He is very powerful now, so don't try to push yourself. If someone is careful and fails to save him, he will help him get in. In the silence, everyone watched Lu Shenjun tremble all over, with anger on his face, and slowly put his fist back into his sleeve. Yes. That's how it should be. That's all if it's just him. Lu Shenjun still had a wife and children. Faced with such a threat, he could only endure it. When the fawning minister Ji Chang saw Lu Shenjun surrendering, he showed a satisfied look on his face, smiled and clapped his hands. Don't worry, Mr. Lu, I will keep my promise, come to your door every 2 days, and take good care of your family. Lu Shenjun seemed to be angry but dared not speak, and turned away with a livid face. His friend immediately followed. Brother Lu, wait for me. After bullying other courtiers, the traitorous minister Ji was in a good mood. He did not leave, but just stood on the steps and looked at the sun in the sky. After a while, a little eunuch trotted over. Master Ji, your majesty knows that you have a conflict with Master Lu, so he sent me to ask the servant, but what's the matter? Ji Chang's looked at the sun on the horizon. Excuse me, my father-in-law, please inform your majesty that Wei Chen is fine. It's just that Mr. Lu scolded Wei Chen before, and Wei Chen felt angry, so he asked him to argue with him for a few words. The little eunuch quickly agreed, turned around and trotted back. As a result, the surrounding ministers all knew that His Majesty already knew what happened today. He was still on Ji Chang's side as always. Yes, after all, Mr. Lu cursed so much in the court before, not only Ji Chang's, but also your majesty. Ji Chang's vented his anger on Mr. Lu, and he was afraid that His Majesty also took part in it. They sighed and turned away with deep worries about the country. On the other side, Lu Shenjun remained silent all the way. Seeing that he was in a bad mood, his friends beside him didn't know how to comfort him, so they could only send him to the door of the house, and then said a few words. That Ji Chang's is so arrogant and domineering. He threatened him in front of so many colleagues. Brother Lu, don't be angry. Such a villain will definitely be punished by God. He is too arrogant. Lu Shenjun stood there blankly and suddenly said, it wasn't like that before. Huh? Brother Lu? What did you say? Lu Shenjun came to his senses and smiled quickly, it's nothing, Zifang. Thank you very much for today. You should go back home quickly. You and I are friends. We should help each other. What's there to thank you for? Brother Lu, if you don't worry about your family, just leave it to me. As long as I have my beard, Ji Chang's won't dare to do anything more. Beard Fang has the confidence to say this. After all, his biological grandfather is a great scholar that even His Majesty must respect. If Ji Chang's dares to touch him, His Majesty will never support him. Looking at the confident bearded Fang, Lu Shenjun smiled and said, okay Zifang, go back quickly. I am also tired today and need to rest early. Watching Hu Zifang leave, Lu Shenjun turned around and entered the house. He was relieved when he walked all the way to the small courtyard where their family lived. When his wife, who was making clothes in the yard under the sun, saw him coming back, she smiled and put down her clothes to greet him. Master is back, are you hungry? I'll ask someone to buy some food outside. After seeing his wife, Lu Shenjun regained some of his thoughts. He asked his wife, do you still remember Ji Chang's? Mrs. Lu smiled and looked at him in confusion, you're so good, why are you talking about him? Don't you always look down on him? But what did he do? Lu Shenjun opened his mouth, wanted to say something but then swallowed it, saying, that's not true. I just remembered that he and I were also good friends. This last sentence is a bit self-deprecating. Mrs. Lu was silent. After a while, he smiled and said, presumably, it was because of Mr. Li that he became friends with the master that day. Such a villain, if Mr. Li didn't value the master, he would not be pretending. Mr. Li is the great scholar and Ji Chang's master. At the beginning, Mr. Li valued Lu Shenjian's talent and often invited him to the mansion to teach him a lot. At that time, Ji Chang's lived in the mansion and was considered the son-in-law of Mr. Li. The two young men were similar in age and both were smart. They hit it off and became a couple. Friends. Mrs. Lu, who was Miss Li's handkerchief at the time, often went to the Li mansion to look for Miss Li by accident. She met Lu Shenjun, and a marriage began. As a result, the two became husband and wife. At that time, it was said that the two families were well connected, but who would have expected that a huge change would end up like this? Lu Shenjun asked Mrs. Lu, have you ever visited Miss Li? How was it? Did Ji Chang's treat her harshly? Miss Li has been staying at home since that incident. She has not seen anyone in the entire capital except Mrs. Lu who she can see. It's still the same, lifeless. Speaking of her friend, Mrs. Lu became even more angry, that damn Ji Chang's, He only pretends to take good care of Sissy all day long. When I went to his house, I heard some servants gossiping about Ji Chang's. They are so kind to Sissy, but Sissy still doesn't appreciate it. It makes me want to tear their mouths off. They don't know anything, they just see Ji Chang's pretending. Why do they say that? Lu Shenjun saw that she was so angry that she was rubbing her clothes to pieces, so he quickly comforted her. Okay, don't be angry. It's not like you don't know. Not everyone in the world is like this. Just look at the appearance. They think they know everything, whether there is a hidden secret, but they have never thought about it. As he was talking, he suddenly paused and murmured, "Hidden secret? Hidden secret?" Mrs. Lu was still angry, but when she saw him like this, she didn't care about being angry anymore. Husband. Oh, it's nothing. I thought of some things at court. Lu Shenjun was brought back to his senses by her shouting, and he gave her a comforting smile. I'm going back to the study first, and you'll call me after dinner. Okay, go ahead. Mrs. Lu watched her husband enter the study and looked at his hands that had been hidden in his sleeves with some confusion. Is it that cold today? It seems like I should prepare a hand stove for my husband tomorrow. After Lu Shenjun entered the study, he immediately closed the door. After checking the entire room to make sure no one was there, he sat down with confidence and opened his clenched fists. There was a piece of paper hidden inside, crumpled from being held tightly. He quickly unfolded the note slowly and saw a line of words written on it in a familiar handwriting. Tomorrow, at noon, the jade pendant will be there. Lu Shenjun stared at these words for a long time, then bent down and took out a wooden box from the cabinet. After opening it, there was a jade pendant that looked not very valuable quietly inside. This was a relic left by his mother to him. When he was a teenager, when he and Ji Chang's were still good friends, they sneaked out to play together, and he left this jade pendant behind. Ji Chang's accompanied him to search for a long time, and finally found it in a ruined temple that the two of them passed by on the outskirts of the city. Because that place was too remote, they made a joking agreement that the jade pendant was equivalent to a ruined temple. If one day they needed to use a secret code, they would just say jade pendant and they would know that they were talking about the ruined temple. Lu Shenjun always thought he didn't remember this joke. Ever since Mr. Li passed away, he hated Ji Chang's to the core. Looking back at their mutual friend, he almost wanted to throw it into the dirt. Even this jade pendant could no longer be worn properly around his neck. And now, Ji Chang's revealed the jade pendant. Should I go or not? Lu Shenjun touched the jade pendant and sat in the study for a long time in a daze. The second day. He got up early, packed himself up and went out. At noon, he walked to the entrance of the ruined temple. A handsome man came out. When he saw him, he smiled happily. I thought you wouldn't come. But you're late again. Why can't you change this problem? In an instant, this scene overlapped with that of more than 10 years ago. The energetic young man stood somewhere and complained to him, you are late again. When did you change this bad habit? You are late every time. At this time, he would say, sorry, I was wrong. Lu Shenjian's eyes were red and he gave the same answer as before. I was wrong, I'll do it again next time. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 252. Perhaps it was because his longtime enemy friend was standing in front of him, Lu Shenjun felt that he was a little more emotional today. He and Ji Chang stood outside the ruined temple together, looking at the dilapidated appearance full of spider webs, the corners of his lips curled up in nostalgia, and a smile appeared. This place is still the same as before. After saying that, Lu Shenjun turned to Ji Chang's who was standing next to him and said, I just don't know if you are still the same as before. Ji Chang's brushed his sleeves and smiled gently, after so many years, how can it be possible that it's still the same as before? Even you have changed, haven't you? How can someone remain the same for so many years? Why not? Lu Shenjun affirmed, I am like this temple, and its changes are my changes. This temple has remained intact for more than 10 years, and he himself has remained intact for more than 10 years. Oh! Ji Chang smiled half-heartedly and made an invitation, come in and talk. Lu Shenjun just couldn't stand the way he was smiling as if no one could see through it. His expression had softened because of the jade pendant and the memory of the past. He snorted coldly, Master Ji has powerful influence in both the government and the public. He is a highly respected minister. He suddenly invited me to such a remote place. I really didn't dare to go in for a while. I thought Ji Chang's was going to explain a few words, but unexpectedly this guy looked at him and said lightly, I don't dare to go in. Then, I really ignored him, opened the door and walked in. Lu Shenjun, ha, do you think I am a 3-year-old child? Do you want me to fall for such a crude provocation? After saying that, seeing that there was no movement inside, he gritted his teeth and followed quickly, I am a 5th-rank official of the Daon dynasty. I dare not enter anywhere. Once inside, he was stunned. Inside the dilapidated temple, it was as clean as new. The Buddha statue sitting upright above seemed to shine. Not only was the wooden floor paved in the house, but there were also many ornaments placed there. Under the Buddha statue is a table filled with wine and food. Ji Chang's is sitting on one side of the table. The seat on the other side is obviously reserved for Lu Shenjun. The powerful Lord Ji raised his eyes and laughed at him, our Lord Lu just seemed to say that your changes are like this ruined temple. It seems that Lord Lu has changed a lot in the past 10 years. Lu Shenjun. After he was stunned, he stepped forward with a face full of anger and sat down on the other side of the table. Ji Chang's, what are you trying to do? It's nothing fancy, but I am still in the 2nd rank now. If this place is dirty, it would be inappropriate for me. Lu Shenjun sneered, when you were not an official, you would sleep on the grass when you were sleeping. Although you are a 2nd-grade person, you are still the same person as before. If you could endure hardship back then, why can't you endure hardship now? You are really. Ji Chang said slowly, you are really a traitor, aren't you? You already know that I am a traitor, why do you still accuse me of not being able to endure hardship? Loyal ministers can endure hardship, but am I not a traitor and a sycophant? No matter how much he made fun of him, Ji Chang's was not affected. He even smiled in a good mood and started making fun of himself. He personally picked up the jug and poured the wine. Throughout the ages, have you seen any dynasty's traitorous ministers who were poor? Aren't they all extravagant and spending money like water? After pouring the wine, he pushed the glass to Lu Shenjun, have a try. The daughter's red wine has been buried for 18 years. It was originally intended to be a dowry for his daughter by the winemaker, but I spent 5,000 taels of silver to buy it back. Jar, it tastes very good, drink 2 cups and you can take this jar of wine back. Lu Shenjun, don't think that I can forgive you just because you said nice words and gave me a jar of wine. Look at what you have done over the years, and this temple. Yes, I am a treacherous minister, I am extravagant, I am unethical, a villain and shameless. Drink it quickly. I am a man with children and I am still nagging like that. Everything Lu Shenjun wanted to say was said by Ji Chang's himself. He was so angry that he opened his mouth to curse but ran out of words. He could only hold back his anger and swung the wine glass on the table and drank it all. While drinking the wine, I didn't feel that it tasted good. I immediately found a point of criticism and said mockingly, look at you, you are also a fool. You only have 5,000 taels to buy a jar of such a bland wine. You don't understand, these 5,000 taels per jar are not filled with wine, but the winemaker's love for his daughter. Besides, the money was not given to him in vain. I saw a talented person who was sent to Jiaozhou. I entrusted the wine seller to redeem that person. Poor 5th grade Lu Shenjun frowned upon hearing this. Jiaozhou. You, a wine seller, live quite far away, but even so, 5,000 taels is too expensive. Ji Chang's paused, took a deep breath, and shook the wine bottle. 5,000 taels is still cheap. Even if I look at the intentions of his beloved daughter, I am willing. Lu Shenjun sarcastically said, how can you, a cold-blooded and ruthless person like you, know how to love your daughter? Boom. Ji Chang's put down the wine bottle, which landed on the table with a sound. Lu Shenjun was startled by the voice. He swallowed nervously. His body shrank subconsciously and his voice was a little weak. What are you doing? I'm telling the truth. Let me tell you, I told others before I went out that I was coming to meet you here. If anything happens to me, you can't escape it. Ji Chang stood up. He was so frightened that he stood up and jumped back. This place was remote. If the other party tricked him into coming out and killing him here, he would definitely die. Lu Shenjun clenched his fists nervously and said with a fierce expression, don't do it, come on, even though I don't practice martial arts, I know how to do it. What are you thinking about every day? Ji Chang's gave up the encrypted conversation with Lu Shenjun and directly stretched out his hand to pull him to sit down. Seeing that he still looked like he was about to escape at any moment, Mr. Ji took a deep breath. He simply said directly, I just said, you can go to Guizhou, your family will be taken care of by me. There are 5,000 taels of silver notes sealed in this jar of wine. You take this money and pass by Jiaozhou on the way to Guizhou, help me redeem someone. Lu Shenjun was stunned for more than 10 seconds before he reacted. Seeing Ji Chang's looking at him with an expression of why are you so stupid, he said, then, just tell me directly, you are talking about selling wine, and you are talking about what a wine seller does. Mr. Ji, who was right in the middle of the court, took a deep breath again, put away his half-smiling expression, and showed a typical smile, gritting his teeth. I didn't expect that you have been in the court for so many years. Even though he is in the 5th rank, he still doesn't understand the official language. Although he didn't say any derogatory words, Lu Shenjun inexplicably felt that he was being scolded. My official position was obtained by doing real things step by step, not by talking round and round words. Besides, I have been an official in the court for so many years, and I have never seen anyone like you. Such a hassle. Speaking of this, he suddenly paused. Oh, I can't blame you for always talking about things that have nothing to do with the court when we meet at court. It turns out those words have other meanings. Ji Chang smiled and said, Shen Yan, you are really not suitable for the court. Lu Shenjun retorted, don't think that you are an old fox. Others are the same. Haven't I stayed in the court well these many years? So many people have been demoted and removed from office over the years, but I have been steadily rising. This is it shows that I am suitable for court. Don't think about it, how can it be suitable? My steady rise over the years is what suits me. Is it appropriate to rise steadily? Thinking too much. If I wasn't suitable for the court, how could I have escaped the reshuffle in the court several times? Did you escape on your own? Lu Shenjun raised his head proudly, of course I escaped on my own. Otherwise, I have no background, no wealth, no one to protect me, how could I have been safe? Ji Chang's, who said you have no one to protect you? If you weren't protected, you would have died a long time ago. Fart. Where do I get the people to protect me? Tell me. If you tell me, I will kowtow to you 8 times. I will not say. Afraid, you are just afraid. Who is afraid? You are so stupid that I will be afraid of you. Lu Shenjun was so excited that he started pounding the table. Then tell me. Who is protecting me? Who? Who? Where is anyone? Tell me, tell me. Seeing you like that, I tell you that I am walking on my own merit. Mr. G, who was sitting across from him, was also anxious. He slapped the table and almost roared. You are an idiot based on your ability. Look at what you have done over the years, whether you are trying to please your boss or win over your subordinates. If I hadn't protected you, you would have died a long time ago. Who did you say lost the ball? Come on. Let's have a fight. I'll tolerate you for a long time. Lu Shenjun rolled up his sleeves halfway and suddenly froze. What did you say? You protected me. Ji Zaichen, who was slamming the table across from him, looked stunned and began to pretend to be stupid. What? Did I say that? You heard wrong. The more he denied it, the more certain Lu Shenjun became. I heard you right, that's what you just said. He frowned and looked deeply at his former friend across from him. Thinking about it carefully, he had never given up targeting Ji Chang's over the years. His reputation as someone who would retaliate against him had spread so widely, and he was a close confidant of His Majesty. If he was really a treacherous villain, he would have been dealt with long ago. But unfortunately, in all these years, he has never felt any other obstacles other than being criticized in person. He clenched his fists and asked, have you really been protecting me all these years? Ji Chang's turned his face away and said nothing. No, it's just that Lu Shenjun was luckier, and he was so stupid that he never got killed. I targeted you, but you never really cared about me, right? Ji Chang silently looked out the window at the scenery. No, the original owner made a lot of stumbling blocks, but Lu Shenjun was so lucky that he managed to escape by mistake every time. Lu Shenjun saw that he didn't answer, but he already had an accurate answer in his heart. After so many years of peace and quiet, the leak just now pointed in the same direction. He let out a long sigh and looked at his former friend. What happened back then? Was there a hidden secret? Ji Chang's turned around expressionlessly. No, don't ask, just do what I tell you. However, in this case, Lu Shenjun automatically translated it as yes, there is, but I don't want to say it, I just want to bear the charges of being a traitor and bear all kinds of setbacks and hardships alone. As for why he did this, what kind of setbacks and hardships, his IQ haven't thought of it yet. Ji Chang's took out a letter from his arms and put it on the table. Okay, the name of the person is here, and the wine is also given. I just hope that you can help me out of love and save the person. Give him the letter. After saying that, he didn't look at the expression on Lu Shenjian's face, and stood up and walked out. Ji Chang's, wait. You haven't made it clear yet, please make it clear before leaving. Nagasawa. The person in front of him who kept walking in the sunshine finally stopped under such a close call, but only for a moment. The next second, he slowly walked away under Lu Shenjian's sight. Lu Shenjun stared blankly at his back in the distance. Such loneliness, indifference, and exhaustion. He shouted loudly to the other side, I believe you. I will help you. I will help you. Ji Chang shook his clothes in the distance. It was so deceitful that he couldn't bear it. He had to arrange this trip well, otherwise Lu Shenjun would have to suffer a lot with such a silly look. In the temple, Lu Shenjun sat at the table again, holding a drink. He thought that there must be something hidden about what happened back then. Even if the other party denies it, refuses to answer, and tries to hide it in front of him, he can't hide it from him. Ji Chang's endured it silently for so many years without anyone noticing. It was indeed powerful, but the only thing he miscalculated was. Thinking of this, he patted the wine jar with a little pride. That is, he, Lu Shenjun, is still very smart. No one can fool him. You are listening to novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhonmao. Chapter 253. After parting ways with Lu Shenjun, Ji Chang's went straight back to his residence. The original owner had been practicing in the court for many years, and he had not only developed the ability to be a smiling tiger. He was also famous for his intelligence when he was young. Although he later went astray, his scheming and ruthless methods were no less ruthless than others. Although the mistress of the house stayed behind closed doors and didn't care about the affairs of the house, she was still well organized after all this time. Anyway, no matter what they do in private, they don't dare to relax at all in front of the master of the house. When the servant who was working saw Ji Chang's, he immediately put down what he was doing and saluted respectfully, "Master." Ji Chang's responded briefly and walked straight to the most remote small courtyard in the mansion. It was originally an abandoned woodshed. Back then, Miss Li Lizikian knew that her husband had killed her father out of righteousness. After returning from her hometown, she locked herself up in here. She refused to come out. She just wanted to pray for her father. This situation of self-imprisonment was exactly what the original owner wanted. She put on an affectionate look on her face and sent all the food, drinks, and clothes to the yard. She only regarded her as her wife. A tool person with affectionate personality. As long as you have to do superficial work, you will naturally do it well. Although the courtyard is remote and small, there are many maids and servants. Everywhere is cleaned in an orderly manner, but the door is closed tightly. Lizikian does not come out by herself, and her husband is not allowed in. So Ji Chang's just stood outside the door and asked the doorkeeper girl, who immediately bowed cautiously when she saw him, "Madam, can we eat today?" "As far as I'm concerned, master, madam has finished her meal." Ji Chang's asked again, "What are you using?" The janitor girl was stunned. She didn't know how to answer this question. She quickly lowered her head and said, "Sister Dehua is going to the kitchen today. I didn't look at the dishes." Dehua, the eldest girl next to Lizikian, happened to hear a sound outside and came out to see what was going on. She happened to hear this and hurriedly replied, "To tell you what to do, my wife is using quail soup, 5 delicacies and 3 delicacy soup today." "Well, you only ate these few things, nothing else." Dehua hesitated for a moment, then answered, "My wife said she wanted to eat venison stew this morning, but the kitchen didn't buy any venison today." Ji Chang's, who was wearing a red uniform, raised his eyebrows and said coldly, "This is how you serve the madam. When the kitchen is gone, you just send them to buy it. Didn't I say, give the madam whatever she wants?" Dehua felt scared when she heard his stern voice. Knowing that the powerful man in the court took action, he hurriedly explained, "I sent someone to buy it, but many shops selling venison in the kitchen road today do not have venison. Perhaps it is because of the refugees around the capital. The deer was very difficult to catch, and many hunters had not caught it." After hearing this, the lady decided to forget it. Ji Chang's listened and said a few more words before leaving. Dehua looked at her master's retreating back, breathed a sigh of relief, and turned back to the courtyard. In the yard, Madame Sue's dowry was standing in the yard drying sweet-scented osmanthus flowers under the sun. When she saw her coming in, she asked, "Who came just now?" "It's the master. I asked my wife what she had eaten." Dehua stepped forward to help. "Aunt Sue saw the sweet-scented osmanthus blossoming yesterday, so she said her favorite sweet-scented osmanthus cake before leaving the palace. Today she got up and picked the sweet-scented osmanthus flowers herself, picked them one by one, washed them, and arranged them neatly to dry in the sundown. While helping to select the sweet-scented osmanthus, Dehua told Aunt Sue what had just happened. "Auntie, you didn't see that the master looked very ugly when he heard that my wife wanted to eat venison but didn't eat it. I was so frightened that I didn't dare to move. Later, I told him that I couldn't buy venison, and the expression on the master's face softened. He also told my wife that she had been sick several times during this time of year, and told me to close the windows and take good care of her. She was a little happy for her wife and said, I heard that the master is very majestic outside and is a first-class figure in the court, but when he comes to our wife, he is so attentive and considerate. After a while, I will go in and tell the wife. If the wife knows, she will be happy if the master cares about her so much. After hearing this, Nanny Sue's expression changed slightly. Okay, Madam loves purity and doesn't like to hear these things. Just tell me these words. Don't say them in front of Madam. When Dehua entered the mansion, 6 years had passed since the incident. People outside may still talk about it, but in Ji's mansion, all the servants who knew about it kept silent. After all the servants who talked about this matter were beaten and sold out. In the long run, some servants like Dehua, who later entered the house and basically never left the house, would naturally not know about it. They only saw the master's flattery and consideration for his wife, and the fact that she had been praying to Buddha in the house all year round because of her frail health. Therefore, many people did not understand why she was so cold to such a good-looking, powerful, and loving person. Her husband. After drying the sweet-scented Osman thus, Nanny Sue ordered people to take out the books in the study to dry, and then did some needlework. When she was about to go back to the house, the sound of a little girl chattering suddenly came from outside. She frowned. Go out and scold me. Why are you shouting so loudly? You are making trouble all day long. I don't care about you, and you are becoming more and more unruly. Mommy. Hello, Mama. Although Aunt Sue is usually strict, she loves these little girls very much, so the little girls are not afraid of her. After bowing one after another, they gathered around her with a smile and said to her, Mommy, Huaner just went to the kitchen to get hot water. He saw the master in the kitchen chopping venison, so he asked him where the venison came from. Guess where the master said the venison came from? Aunt Sue said with a sullen face, How do I know that? Maybe some hunters have hunted the clothes and sold them to the house. Wrong, Mama, you must not have thought that the master said that this venison was hunted by the master. Nanny Sue was surprised. Master. Her first reaction was disbelief. Damn girl, are you trying to trick me? I haven't hunted for many years, how can I hunt a deer myself? How dare I lie to grandma? If you don't believe me, ask Fuquan next to the master. I just met him and he told me personally that the master took him out on horseback and went directly to Xiahua mountain. After seeing the deer, from such a distance, he could be killed with one arrow. Fuquan also said that the master went for the deer and came back after shooting the deer. The master told me that the master personally sent the deer to the kitchen and asked the kitchen to prepare the stewed venison for Madam. Well, I must have heard about the fact that my wife wanted to eat venison in the morning but there was none. The master is very kind to her. The little girls also chirped with envy. Most of them were younger than 13 or 14 years old. They were all energetic and could talk for 10 days or 8 months. Aunt Sue originally wanted to scold them, but looking at their young and happy faces, she remembered the time when Madam was a teenager. At that time, Madam was also so cheerful every day, but she was not as happy as she is now. Nothing but lifelessness remained. She sighed, ignored the little girls, turned around and entered the house. In the room, Li Ziqian was quietly copying Buddhist scriptures with her eyes lowered. She was beautiful and fair-skinned. Although she was now in her 30s, her face did not look old. It was just that she had not been able to see the sun all year round, so her complexion was a bit too white. Ma'am, take a rest. Aunt Sue handed her the tea. When Li Ziqian took the tea, she tentatively told Ji Changs about hunting deer for her. The master has been consistent with his wife over the years. Just because the wife wanted to eat venison, the master would immediately go out to hunt deer and come back. My servant looked at it, and it didn't seem like he was pretending. Why don't you, Madam, talk to the master calmly? Maybe back then? Is there a misunderstanding? When she saw that Li Ziqian was silent, she continued cautiously, Madam, you should also think about Miss Leping. Although Mrs. Lu and Mr. Lu are very good to Miss Leping, don't they still have an old lady in their family? The master is the second rank in the court. How can it be better for Miss Leping to live under the hands of the old lady of the Lu family than to live with the master and his wife? Okay, don't say any more. Li Ziqian finally spoke and said calmly, Mom has a bad memory. I'm afraid she may have forgotten that Leping is a child of the Lu family. How could she come to live in my house? Aunt Su sighed, Madam, I see how the master behaves. I really love my wife like a treasure. My wife is only in her 30s. She shouldn't just spend time in this small yard like this. Please let yourself go. She had watched Li Ziqian grow up, and to say it against the rules, in her heart, Li Ziqian was like her own daughter. She felt uncomfortable seeing the once innocent and happy young lady now torturing herself. Aunt Su also hated Ji Chang's and hated him for betraying their master like that. But no matter how much she hated him, life would still have to pass. Li Ziqian's best years had been spent here. She didn't want the eccentric young lady who was once there to live like this for the rest of her life. Trapped in a small courtyard. Li Ziqian knew that she meant these words for her own good, but she didn't want to hear them. I'm tired, Grandma, please go down. After saying that, she lay down directly on the couch and listened to the sound of the door closing softly after Nanny Su sighed. She was alone in the room again. Li Ziqian opened her eyes and looked at the carved patterns above the bed. She started making this bed not long after she was born. On the day she got married, the bed came to the Ji family along with the dowry. Maybe when her father was alive, this bed was just a bed, but after he died with injustice and anger, he saw this bed reminded Li Ziqian of her father. How can we let it go? Ji Chang's, her husband-in-law, whom she regarded as the person she wanted to walk with in this life, stood in the court and joined the ranks of those who wronged her father. Her father's lifelong reputation turned into infamy. How could she let it go? As for bringing Leping to her side, Li Ziqian had never even thought about it. She was really scared because she couldn't see through Ji Chang's. Why can he show his deep love for her, respect and trust for his father, and also say that his father is like his own father, every word of it is sincere? How deep is his scheming to be able to pretend like this for 10 or 20 years to deceive her, his father, and everyone in the world? Only a month ago, she received a letter from Ji Chang's, saying that she missed her and worried that she would be alone in her hometown with such a big belly. Such affectionate words and caring. How sweet and happy she was then. A month later, she learned that the other party was slandering her father and intending to rebel. Just 1 month. Back in Beijing, facing her husband who was trying to persuade her with gentle words and trying to tell her that her father was really rebelling, Li Ziqian yelled heartbreakingly. Ji Chang's knew clearly that his father could not rebel. She knew he knew. At that time, looking at the man who always looked gentle and tolerant of her, Li Ziqian suddenly had a terrible thought. Maybe it wasn't Ji Chang's who had changed, but that he had never changed. Even now, he has not taken off his disguise. Come down. Such people are so terrible. If their daughter was with them, who knows if Ji Chang's would still love the child in front of him, but abandon the child without hesitation in the back. Thinking of her daughter, who was living in Liu's house, Li Ziqian calmed down and closed her eyes. Think about it, my mother doesn't want you to live a life full of favors from all the people, as long as you are happy and safe. Over there, as soon as Ji Chang's entered the study, he saw Lu Shenjian's investigation materials on the table. The original owner was so powerful, and so scheming and keen to eliminate dissenters, he naturally had many people under his command. The investigation ordered yesterday has been found out today. He picked up the investigation report and read it while eating fruit. Although Lu Shenjun had been wronged a lot because he was a concubine since he was a child, Even though filial piety was the first priority in the Wen dynasty, his aunt could not openly teach the concubine. The means in the inner house cannot be limited to lack of food and clothing. The rules should be as they should be. Otherwise, if word spreads, the reputation of the aunt will be ruined. Don't look at the fact that Lu Shenjian's family is now detained in the mansion and not allowed to leave the branch. All his salary have gone to his aunt's mother in the name of filial piety. But on weekdays, when his aunt's mother sees him, she must smile. Don't dare to lose a little of your motherly heart. Therefore, when the other party also valued reputation, Lu Shenjun was a big-hearted person. The punishment he suffered from his aunt was not very serious, he thought, but the standard of living was a bit more difficult, but other things were fine. It's just that he is big-hearted, and he is a man who doesn't care much about other people's eyes. For his wife and children, the nominal mother-in-law is particularly difficult to deal with. Lu Shenjun did not take any concubines, and both his sons and daughters were born to Mrs. Lu. The eldest daughter Lu Leping is 16 years old this year, and the youngest son Lu Lian is 11 years old. Lu Lian is okay, he has to go to school, and rarely interacts with the old lady of the Lu family on weekdays. Get along. The same cannot be said for Mrs. Lu and Lu Leping. As juniors and women, they have to go there once a day just to say hello. Generally, when going out to be a guest, you have to ask the old lady first. If it is okay to go to an ordinary house, what if you are going to an ordinary house? If you are from a noble family, they must be the granddaughters of several old ladies in the fortress. It's like this when you go out, so you can see how it is in the back house on weekdays. The mother and daughter are now in a state of I may have suffered a lot, but I haven't, but I think I haven't been wronged, but that's not the case. It's okay to get angry. It's all trivial things. It's hard to get angry. If you don't get angry, you feel aggrieved. The old lady relied on her filial piety and could barely make sense in her behavior. There was new cloth in the house, good-looking ones, suitable for young girls, and she gave them to her favorite granddaughter. Finally, the good-looking cloths were distributed, and only the gray ones, which were not suitable for young girls, were left for Lu Leping. That is quite normal, isn't it? When I go out as a guest, I keep praising my favorite granddaughter, and then say a few words gently in the tone of loving a child. Our child, Leping, is fine in everything else, but her temperament is a little too boring. On weekdays, she doesn't say a word for a long time. Look, she thinks her sisters can't talk and doesn't play with them. It's really a little kid. She doesn't communicate with others, doesn't get along well with her sisters, and has a childish temperament. This may not be a problem for a man, but when it comes to a woman who has not left the court, it is simply smearing her reputation. However, the old lady always spoke in a loving manner as an elder, and Lu Leping could not refute, so he could only tolerate her. Mrs. Lu was not someone who could suffer losses. After learning about this, she immediately imitated the old lady's behavior, acted lovingly, and accidentally mentioned the old lady's direct granddaughter's shortcomings when talking to others. After she came for a while, the old lady finally calmed down. Someone was asked to investigate Lu Shenjun, and it turned out that Lu Shenjun only occupied one page of the information, and the rest were all the troublemakers in his house. Ji Chang's read it patiently, and felt that it was a good thing that Lu Shenjun was short-sighted. Otherwise, if it had been someone else who had grown up under the hands of such a legitimate mother, he would not have been depressed by such secret suppression. That is Lu Shenjun. Silly, when he was still young, if the old lady said something to him, if any of her words were untrue, he would ask straight out, which made his aunt unable to come to the stage, so he had to give up this trick in the end. But he is a man, so he is different from a woman who pays more attention to reputation. Ji Chang's tapped his hand on the table. Lu Leping is his biological daughter. However, Lu Shenjun definitely didn't know that the child was Ji Chang's. You should know that she is not your biological daughter, otherwise you would not be able to do the thing of strictly not entering the boudoir when your daughter is less than half a year old and still a baby. After thinking about it, he still felt that he needed to find out whether Lu Shenjun knew anything or not. In the Lu family courtyard, Lu Shenjun looked left and right at the name written on the letter. That's right, because he stepped on Ji Chang's shoe, this guy found a petty official to take revenge on him. Ji Chang's took the person away and then asked him to rescue the person. What was the trouble? And he did it so mysteriously. According to his current status, it is not easy to save someone. It is no problem to just transfer him back to the capital. Lu Shenjun was good at doing practical things, but not so good at thinking about these things. He thought for a long time but couldn't figure it out. He had no idea. He left the study and went to the door of his daughter's room. The door was open. He stood in the yard and shouted inside, "Leping, come out." Although the protection of men and women is not as strict as in the past, and it is normal for parents and brothers to enter a woman's boudoir, Lu Shenjun has never gone in. Even if he wants to find his daughter, he would rather stand in the yard and shout. Especially at night after changing into night clothes, even if he had something to do, he would always send the girl away. He would never see his daughter at this time. The girl waiting inside heard it and hurriedly said to Lu Leping, who was practicing calligraphy, "Miss, the master is calling you outside." Lu Leping put down his pen and walked out. "Dad, what's the matter?" "Dad, let me ask you, if there is a person, he..." Lu Shenjun Barabala said, "So why do you think he would do this?" Lu Leping listened carefully, thought for a moment, and said uncertainly, "If it's like Dad, that person deliberately drove people away and then secretly rescued them, since that person is very powerful. If the family members of the person who was driven away are beautiful, money buys peace, so he definitely wouldn't act in such a secret. Maybe there was a hidden reason for driving people away in the first place. If it is true as what Dad said, that person has a good reputation and will retaliate. Since he hates the other person, why not do some other means and just rush away?" So my daughter thought, maybe, it was the person who drove him away when trouble came. Knowing this, I just found an excuse to send him away. If he is someone from the court, Dad should think about whether there was any major incident in the court that would implicate him during the time when that person was driven away. Event. Lu Shenjun thought about it for a while, and he really asked him to come up with one. During that time, an official in Zhangzi was greedy for money and preyed on the people, causing public resentment. During the commotion, someone mentioned that the official who served before him was very good, and that official once served as a subordinate to the eldest prince. So the topic turned to how the eldest prince was doing well back then. Someone actually tried to persuade His Majesty to release the eldest prince in the court, but His Majesty immediately became angry. Not only that person was dismissed from office, but also the officials who were close to the eldest prince were in bad luck again. That junior official seemed to be working under the eldest prince. It turns out that, my father has thought of it a long time ago. It's just a test for you. He suddenly realized it, but he still had to act like he had expected it. "Okay, it's okay, you can go back to the house." When Lu Leping returned to the house, he could not hide his excitement, walked quickly back to the main house, and said to Mrs. Lu, who was cleaning her hands, "Tell me, why is our daughter so smart? Follow me, you must follow me." After saying this, he realized that something was wrong. Lu Leping was not his biological child. When their child died, his wife was so sad that she happened to pick up the baby girl and brought her back to raise her. Over the years, the couple had everyone kept the matter a secret, lest Lu Leping would be sad to know that he was not his biological child. He is not his biological son, so why would he follow him? So Lu Shenjun quickly changed his mind, "You should be influenced by me as a father." On the roof, Ji Chang straightened up after listening to the couple's conversation. Sure enough, Lu Shenjun knew that his daughter was not his biological child. After helping him raise his daughter for so many years, he treated her as if he were his own child and did not say anything, and even sacrificed himself to give his daughter great confidence in her IQ. What a good man! Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhongmao. Chapter 254. As a treacherous minister, Ji Chang's was still very busy. In addition to climbing on people's roofs in broad daylight to eavesdrop, he also had to read a lot of information. As soon as he came down from court, he entered the time to supplement information. Although the original owner was smart and had many people, he did not have a photographic memory. With such a pile of information, he would only find someone's information and take a look at it when he wanted to deal with someone. If it were Ji Chang's, it would be much easier. He would directly open a file, read it quickly, and then go to the next one, just like a tool man who has no feelings. Most of these files contain various information about officials from the DPRK and the central government, occasionally mixed with some black information. In the original owner's study, there was a special secret room to store these information, so that he could go further and further on the road of falsely accusing black people. Facts have proved that the investigators were not at all responsible for the fact that they were sent to investigate Lu Shenjun, but almost no substantive information was obtained. It was simply because Lu Shenjun himself had no dirty information. When other investigators were investigating other people, they could find out a lot of melons came out. Ji Chang's quickly found a lot of information that he needed from piles of files, and the most critical person among them was full of dirty information. Master Zhou, 43 years old, as a military general with a high official position and very much attracted the attention of the emperor, he miraculously is incompetent in fighting and reading military books. In short, he is incompetent in 10 aspects. But he can have military power and control the 70,000 soldiers in the capital. Maybe others would think that this emperor was fatuous for actually handing over the most important military power in the capital to an incompetent person like Mr. Zhou, but Ji Chang's could see the emperor's thoughts from it. Yes, Mr. Zhou is incompetent and has no use at all except flattering the emperor. But his greatest benefit to the superior is that he is nothing without the emperor. Not only because he was incompetent, but also because he was a subordinate of the eldest prince. As soon as something happened to the eldest prince, he immediately began to distance himself from the other party at the speed of light, and quickly joined the ranks of those who scolded the prince. Does it sound familiar? Yes, Mr. Zhou and the original owner took the same route. They all speculate on the old master and praise the new master. The new owner of the two is the same, and they are taking the same route. Naturally, their relationship is not very good. When they meet, they are all smiley, and each wants to bring the other down. The original owner has always wanted to get the other party down, but unfortunately he has never found the opportunity. Fuquan. Ji Chang's thought about Mr. Zhou's file for a while, then called out to the boy waiting outside. Hey, sir. Fuquan immediately trotted in. What are your orders, sir? Go and compare the gifts given to Prince Rong when he went to the fiefdom, and prepare a copy for Mr. Lu. Isn't he going to Guizhou? Just say that this gift is to see him off. Fuquan was stunned. Although he had always been by the master's side, he was not very familiar with Master Lu, but Mrs. Lu often came to the mansion. Presumably the master is acting this way because of his good relationship with Mrs. Lu, right? Yes, sir, I'll do it right now. He saluted and was about to go out, but was stopped by Ji Chang's. Wait a minute. Fuquan quickly stopped and said, do you have any other instructions? Ji Chang's paused for a few seconds and said, Lu Shenjian's daughter is probably the same age as my child who died in infancy. Fuquan had never heard him mention the child who died in infancy, but as his master's first-class right-hand man, he naturally would not miss such old memories, and he suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. That is the only bloodline that the master has had for many years. Does he feel good when he suddenly mentions it? Master, you are still young and you will have children in the future. Ji Chang said calmly, even if there are 10 or 8, after all, he is not the first. Fuquan lowered his head and looked at the ground, not daring to say a word. Ji Chang's did not express his anger at him, but just said, you went to Liu's mansion and told Mr. Liu that Madam has been living in the mansion for a long time and likes young children. Ask him to let Mrs. Liu take his young lady to visit Madam, and also let him Madam is happy. Yes, yes, the little one will be done well. Fuquan has been with his master for so many years, so he can naturally tell that his master said this with a little kindness. Perhaps because he thought of his early child, he naturally felt more affection for Miss Liu, who was as old as his own child. Over there, the Liu family and Liu Shenjian's family were also busy preparing things for their husband/father to go out. This trip was a long journey, and food, drink, and clothing had to be prepared, but Mr. Liu had never been out of the capital before, and Mrs. Liu had no experience in this area, so she could only quickly ask the lady in the capital whose husband often traveled far away. But time is short, and no matter how anxiously you prepare, you won't be able to prepare everything at once. Liu Leping, the eldest daughter of the Liu family, took the girl into her mother's room. Seeing her quickly putting away the solace of her shoes, she stepped forward to persuade her. There are not enough shoes, and it is too late to make them now. Mother, please don't make them yourself. I sent someone to buy them. Did mother send someone to dry the food? It's a long journey, and father has to bring dry food. It's drying now, but it's been cloudy these past few days, so I'm afraid it won't be dry. Then send someone to buy it. Even if the one you buy is not as good as the one you dry at home, it will still do the trick. Liu Leping doesn't like to talk outside, but she is still able to take the lead at home. In addition to her own intelligence, it is also due to Mrs. Liu, who delegates power to her and always encourages and supports her. The mother and daughter were busy, and a girl came in from outside. Although she was a girl, she was very proud, her chin was slightly raised, and her attitude was also very arrogant. The old lady invites the third lady and the fifth lady to come over. Even the salute was vague. But Mrs. Liu and Liu Leping have long been accustomed to it. The girls around the old lady are all arrogant, and they have always been like this towards unpopular people like them. It was impossible to get angry with them. The two of them looked at each other, put down what they were busy with, and went directly to the longevity hall where the old lady was staying without any delay. In the longevity hall, the old lady of the Liu family was sitting in the upper position, with two pretty girls standing behind her, and one kneeling beside her legs, gently tapping her legs. There were 2 rows of people sitting underneath, including the ladies of the mansion, and others. Madam, the seats are full. Everyone gathered together, laughing and chatting, and the old lady in the center was naturally supported by the stars. Being held up by so many juniors made her feel extremely satisfied in her heart, and the smile on her face never stopped. So a girl opened the curtain and announced, "The third lady and the fifth lady are here." The sudden smile on the old lady's face seemed very abrupt. The person with the highest status stopped laughing, and the others naturally stopped laughing. They were laughing and joking before they came in, but everyone lost their smiles as soon as they came in. Even though they had been trained under the old lady for many years, this feeling of being excluded still made the mother and daughter feel dull for a moment. Greetings to the old lady. Well, get up. The old lady smiled again, but it was different from the previous laugh. This smile was faint and a bit perfunctory. From the third child's family, I heard that your yard is a mess and everyone is busy. How did you become a wife? Third child, it's almost time to leave, why haven't you packed his luggage yet? Mrs. Liu skillfully knelt down in the middle, it's my daughter-in-law's fault. Time is short. My daughter-in-law only has Leping to help her, and there are not enough manpower, so we can only be so busy. I didn't expect to surprise the old lady Ning. After my daughter-in-law returned, then I told the girls to be careful and not to make any noise to the old lady. The faint smile on the old lady's face disappeared. Look at what you said, it's as if I'm that evil lady who doesn't even bother to help her son when he's about to go on a long trip, and blames his daughter-in-law for packing things and disturbing her. Mrs. Lu showed a look of surprise on her face at the right time. How could the old lady think like this? My daughter-in-law has absolutely no such intention. At this time, it was natural for the old lady's helper to come on stage. It was her direct eldest daughter-in-law, the eldest lady of the family, who smiled and said jokingly, "Look at how anxious the third brother and sister are. Who in the family doesn't know that the third brother and sister are the stingy ones, and you don't give much to the servants? Those servants will naturally not do things well for the third younger brother and sister. Otherwise, the old lady will love the third younger brother and sister and reward the third younger brother and sister with a few ingots of gold and let her use it to reward the servants." She said it with a smile, and at first it sounded like it was just a joke. But the most important thing for the female relatives in the capital is reputation. Mrs. Lu has a reputation in the capital for being stingy and unlucky, which is largely due to her direct mother-in-law and sister-in-law. But you can't get angry and fall out. If you do, people will tell you that you are really stingy and can't even make a joke. Madame Lu was angry in her heart, but she could only endure it. Madame Lu felt a little regretful when she saw that she did not continue to be angry. But the old lady spoke again, "You two have the same temperament. My wife is stingy, and my son is just as stingy. It's okay to be stingy to others, but it's the same to me. The salary you received this time is actually I only gave some and kept a lot for myself. Alas, my son has grown older and he is no longer filial." Mrs. Lu gritted her teeth, "Old madam, I know it's a long way for me to go. The journey is difficult and the expenses are high. If I give all my salary to the old lady as a filial piety, I'm afraid I won't be able to make it halfway without having enough money. Ha ha ha, I just said a few words casually, why should I be so serious? Okay, don't I know Shen Yan? He has always been a spendthrift. On the way to Guizhou, many refugees don't have a penny. He can come over, but he spends a lot of money, that's all. Your master is delicate, and I, as a mother, can't help him much. Lu Yan, go to my warehouse and take some money and send it to the third master's yard." After giving the instructions to the young and pretty girl, she turned her head again and smiled at Mrs. Lu, "This is Lu Yan, by my side. A first-class girl is used to serving others, so let her accompany your master and serve him on the road." Mrs. Lu clenched her fists hanging in her sleeves. What she hated the most was the old lady. She was always thinking about inserting people into Lu Shenjian's side. It was as if she felt unhappy when she saw that their husband and wife were harmonious and their family was enjoying themselves. She insisted on inserting someone to disgust them. Just when Mrs. Lu was thinking of some way to evade, the girl came in again and reported, "The third master is here to pay his respects to the old lady." By chance, Lu Shenjun came back from the next court. He is not comparable to Ji Chang's. Ji Chang's residence is almost adjacent to the imperial city. He has a high official position. When he rides in a sedan on the street, everyone will let him go, and he will be home soon. Lu Shenjun was different. His family lived far away and his official position was average. Walking on the street where there would be traffic jams every time he went to court, he had to give in to everyone he met, and he had to give in to everyone he met. So he simply walked back, and in the end it was much faster than taking a sedan. After the next court session, it was time to go pay my respects to the old lady. After he entered, he was not surprised to face a room full of female relatives. Anyway, the old lady's house looked like this all the time. Those sisters-in-law and nieces were just that. The girls competed with each other for their beauty. When they laughed together, they looked like goblins. Like a whole. Lu Shenjun secretly criticized the old lady for not being too noisy despite her age, and he bowed politely, "My son, please pay my respects to the old lady." "Well, get up. You came just in time. I just told your wife that I heard that you didn't pay enough and I wanted to give you some travel expenses." Lu Shenjun was overjoyed when he heard this. "The old lady is kind, my son would like to thank the old lady. It just so happened that yesterday my son calculated that he didn't have enough money to go to Guizhou. It happened to be 30 taels short. I was worried. Thank you to the old lady." The loving smile on the old lady's face froze. She just said she wanted to give money, but she didn't say how much she wanted to give. Originally she just wanted to wrap up a package of 5 taels and send it over. Anyway, she only said she wanted to give money, but she didn't say how much she wanted to give. When the time comes, the money will be less, but the reputation of a loving son will be spread. The abacus was good, but I didn't expect Lu Shenjun to come out like this. Lu Shenjun didn't notice the look on his aunt's mother's face at all, and was still talking to himself. Also, time is short, and my son has no time to prepare many things. In addition to travel expenses, I am afraid that many things will have to be bought on the road. If the old lady, I feel sorry for my son, so. Shenjun. Afraid that 30 taels would turn into 50 taels if he kept talking like that. The old lady interrupted Lu Shenjun with a stiff smile and changed the subject. "Quiet, this is Liuyan, what do you think?" Lu Shenjun looked this good-looking girl up and down, and gave a few perfunctory compliments. "Not bad, not bad. The people around the old lady are all the best." Seeing that he had been fooled, the old lady's smile suddenly became more sincere. "Since you like her, I will part with her and give her to you. You will also have someone to take care of her along the way. If there is anything missing, then, let her do it for you. This is a mother's wish. Don't refuse." By then, Lu Shenjun must have been sent out to do some work by His Majesty, but he had to bring a beautiful girl with him. He would definitely be in trouble. And if she refuses, the elders offer it, but he actually refuses it. If she pretends to cry a few times, Lu Shenjun will still have a reputation of disrespecting his aunt. The old lady was thinking about it, when she suddenly heard Lu Shenjun say, "This girl? No, 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 no girl, should she take care of me or should I take care of her? Old lady, if you really care about your son, send a few strong boys to block me if there are any robbers or gangsters on the road. By the way, son, look at your yard. The boys from the Wu family are good, they are all fat and strong, even if they cannot fight, they can still carry a sedan chair. Old lady. Those from Wu's family were her dowry, and the boys from her family had always been her right-hand men. Such a person was sent to carry Lu Shenjian's sedan chair? Why is his face so big? But Lu Shenjun, a big-hearted person, didn't notice anything wrong with her smile at all, and was still looking at her expectantly, as if he was just waiting for her to agree. "Okay, okay. If you don't want anyone, that's it? Now that you've said hello, go down and do your business." Lu Shenjun didn't understand at all that this was an eviction order, so he still asked innocently, "Will the old lady give her son a wife?" Old lady. This guy can't understand human language, right? If you want this girl. If my son doesn't want a girl, he just wants those boys from the Zhou family. Those boys have other errands, so I'm afraid they won't be able to spare their time. Lu Shenjun was quite disappointed after hearing this. Hey, that's it, my son has resigned. When he left, the old lady only felt that her heart was hurting from being angry. She finally recovered and no longer wanted to try to tease Mrs. Lu anymore. She waved her hand. Okay, I'm tired, you all go back bar. She was so deflated that Mrs. Lu was so happy that she almost laughed out loud. She bowed and walked out with her daughter. 3 younger siblings. As soon as she went out, the eldest lady stopped her. Madame Lu rolled her eyes in her heart and whispered to her daughter, "You go first." He turned around and said with a smile on his face, "Sister-in-law." Lu Leping couldn't escape either. Soon, her cousin stopped her and said, "Fifth sister. Fifth sister, I heard that because third uncle is going to Guizhou, you and third aunt are busy all day long. Why are you so busy? Shouldn't you have a good friend to send you a farewell gift?" Farewell gifts were also a custom in the Wen dynasty. When someone is about to go on a long journey, his friends will send him various items that are useful on the road. This is called a farewell gift. Among literati, farewell gifts are also a tool that can be compared. After all, if you are not talented in literature, if you are straightforward and have good character, you will not make friends all over the world and get many farewell gifts. On the contrary, those who go on a long trip and don't even receive a farewell gift can't hold their heads high. The second young lady of the Lu family said this, seemingly caring, but actually mocking her. My father went to Hezhu a while ago, but many people came to give farewell gifts. Logically speaking, my father is white, but my third uncle is a minister of the court. It is the third uncle who should have the most farewell gifts around him. It's really strange. Could it be that third uncle doesn't have many friends on weekdays? Lu Leping was expressionless. Don't these people have any idea why her father didn't have anyone to give him a farewell gift? Logically speaking, her mother received a generous dowry, and her father received a monthly salary, so he should be living a good life. However, the old lady took advantage of her filial piety and used the salary for her own use. The family relied entirely on her mother's dowry to support her family. I also have to deal with the old lady's requests from time to time. Farewell gifts, they come and go. If she didn't usually give them to others, how could others give them to her father? Why did her father never give people farewell gifts? Wasn't it because all the money was taken away by the old lady? There is simply no money to buy it. When the uncle left, many people sent him farewell gifts, but where did the money come from for the gifts he used to send everywhere? Their family was not engaged in production, but they all wore gold and silver and spent a lot of money. Her grandfather had not left so much money, otherwise he would not have deducted her father's salary. When most of her mother's dowry was stolen and never recovered, she knew that after that incident, many people in the house looked like they had made a fortune and were generous in everything they did. It's just because her mother's family is gone and there is no one to help her get justice. Speaking of which, the fifth sister also followed the third uncle. No, fifth sister is out there too, and she doesn't have many friends. Fifth sister, you are too boring. You should talk more outside. After several people took turns saying that they were concerned but were actually attacking, Lu Leping just smiled as if he didn't understand. What the sisters are saying is that Yuexiu is the only handkerchief I have good friends with. No matter how many friends I make, if the relationship is not deep, it will not help. She is Yuexiu, the legitimate daughter of the family, and a good friend of Lu Leping. Speaking of Yuexiu, the expressions on several people's faces were not very good. Although Yuexiu's father did not have a high official position, their family was from a family of officials and had considerable wealth. Among the ladies in the capital, she was the most eye-catching one. But I don't know what's wrong with her, but she just likes to play with Lu Leping. Although they all have many little sisters, as Lu Leping said just now, those friends are not deeply affectionate and they are just commercial flattery. What fifth sister said is that making friends is more expensive than having many friends. It's just that Uncle 3 doesn't seem to have many friends or good friends. It seems that the third uncle and the fifth sister still don't look alike. Just as they were talking, several people saw Lu Shenjun standing in front of them. It seemed that he had heard what they said just now, and there was nothing wrong with the expression on his face. The third lady who said this was afraid for a moment, and then remembered that the third uncle had to listen to her grandmother, and her grandmother loved her the most, so she was no longer afraid. A gift to third uncle. Well, get up. Lu Shenjun heard those words, but he didn't feel angry. He is not similar to Leping. None of them are biological, it would be like hell if they looked like that. As for the fact that these nieces were laughing at him, he didn't feel it at all. He just thought they were chatting and continued, what Leping said is that making friends is more expensive than more. Sometimes a good friend is worth the price many people. For example, Ji Chang's friends are all small streams. Ji Chang's, that was a mudslide. Several young ladies from the Lu family looked at each other and saw that the third uncle didn't understand what they were saying at all, so they all laughed. The third uncle said that. Lu Leping, on the other hand, noticed that they were laughing at his father, but his father still laughed with them without knowing anything. Just now, she could be calm when she was laughed at, but now she could no longer hold herself steady, her eyes turned cold, and when she opened her mouth to speak, suddenly the boy beside Lu Shenjun trotted over, "Master, master. What are you doing in such a hurry?" The boy ran and gasped, "There is someone outside giving the master a farewell gift." Farewell gift? Lu Shenjun thought something was wrong. He was so stingy, who would give it to him? He had already agreed with Zifang and the others not to let them give it. Otherwise, if this guy gave it to him, he would return the gift next time. These guys are very idle, running around all over the world. If they really let him give it to him once, it would be over. He could give his wallet to Bien Bien in a year. He became nervous. Could it be that some guy didn't listen to him and just sent it away? It's over, I'm going to lose money. These heartless people, can friendship be measured by money? True friendship means giving nothing away. The more he thought about it, the more he languished, as if he had seen the tragic situation of his bankruptcy. He suddenly became discouraged and waved his hand without interest. "Since you sent it, just put it away. Youngster, I just came here to find out what the master said. There are so many gifts that I can't fit them all in the whole yard." Lu Shenjun. What do you mean? There are so many gifts that I can't even let them go. Lu Shenjun. Who is so generous? Then will he also want to return the same gift? Damn, isn't this an enemy who came here specifically to mess with him and make him lose money? The other lady's eyes were filled with surprise and shock. There are so many gifts that can't be accommodated in an entire courtyard. If there really were that many, they would be worth a lot, right? Who is this? Lu Shenjun also wanted to know which bastard it was, which family sent it to you. It was sent from the G mansion. People are still delivering gifts to our house. Do you want me to go take a look? Let's go and have a look. I'm afraid Ji Chang's deserves a beating. Has he forgotten that they have been separated for 16 years? You actually dare to give them a farewell gift that requires a gift in return, and it's so expensive to give it to them. It's really a shame. He left in a hurry. There were still several ladies standing there, all of them looking shocked and speechless. Lu Leping remained as calm as ever, and only saluted them. "I'll go check with Dad and leave first." She left, leaving only a few young ladies looking at her back. Ji Mansion, but that Lord Shangshuling. Ji Chang's reputation as a traitor was only spread among some officials who could not stand him and many students who respected Master Li. There are still most people who don't want to be against him. Even if they don't like him in their hearts, they still have to respect him on their faces. After all, no matter what Ji Chang's reputation is, he does have immense power in his hands. If someone like him could get along with him, his official life would be absolutely stable for the rest of his life. For the young ladies in the mansion whose fathers were all white and who only took the names of their grandfather and third uncle to get the title of official lady, figures like Ji Chang's were even more rare. Such a person, whom they usually dare not mention or even think about, actually came to give a farewell gift to their third uncle? Farewell gifts can only be given by people who are considered close friends. What's going on? I've never heard of any relationship between third uncle and Lord Ji. I've given you all the farewell gifts, how deep this friendship must be. The people around third uncle just now seem to say that it can't fit in a whole yard, then how many should there be? These young ladies looked at each other, and finally went to the door with curiosity in their hearts. Sure enough, they saw gifts in delicate boxes being carried into the mansion, like an invisible procession, heading towards the third uncle's courtyard. There is also a boy beside the third uncle standing by the door. Whenever a new gift is unloaded from the car, he will compare it with the gift list and read loudly his congratulations. They happened to hear it as they passed by. Xiuyu is safe and happy. 20 pieces of ermine skin, white rabbit velvet, cocoon silk, and fox skin. 10 boxes each of ginseng, Ganoderma lucidum, agar wood, snow lotus and Polygonum multiflorum. These 3 gifts alone are enough to cover the lifetime expenses of an ordinary family. Even those who were recited together would have been recited separately by other families, but Ji Chang's directly gave these as a gift, which shows how generous he was. Oh my God! Miss Lu was so shocked that she couldn't stand still, so she could only firmly hold the arm of the girl next to her. She often followed her third aunt out. She thought she had seen a lot of the world, but she had never heard of anyone else. The farewell gift was given like this. After talking about it for a long time, I didn't know what to say. After reading the gifts for many cars, new cars followed. The boy changed the gift list and then read, "A gift to my friends." As parting gifts, some people will also give some gifts to the family members of the person who is about to leave, as a courtesy to the whole family, and the ladies of the Lu family are all aware of these. Thinking of the magnificence of those gifts just now, and hearing these gifts for women, they couldn't help but hold their breath. The preciousness of the gift did not disappoint them either. 20 strands of east beads, 20 strands of south beads, 10 sapphires, 10 rubies, 15 emeralds, and 4 white jade and agate earrings. 2 pairs of ivory gold bracelets. If these ladies were just shocked when they read about those luxurious things before, then they became envious after hearing about these jewelry. If such a good thing was given to them, they would never be able to wear it all their lives. But the list is still very long, and the gifts are carried in one by one, as if they can't be finished. Several people gathered their courage and sent a girl to find the Ji family who was directing people to unload gifts from the car. The housekeeper turned his head, there was no big emotion on his face, he just smiled lightly, "Little Fuquan, I have met a few ladies." A few people didn't find it strange that he was so unfriendly. After all, he was the servant next to Shang Shuling, so it was normal to be a little arrogant. The girls who had good eyesight around their grandmother were also very reserved. "Are these all given to our third uncle by Master Ji?" "Yes, our master and Lord Lu are close friends. I heard that Lord Lu was going to Guizhou, so I gathered together these farewell gifts." Several young ladies opened their mouths, wanting to know if there were gifts for their relatives, which ones were for them. But I was really embarrassed to ask, and while I was struggling, Lu Leping came far away with the girl. She came to see the gift giver. According to the rules, when a friend gives a gift, the junior should come out to say thank you, but her brother is not here, so she has to come. As soon as she came out, Fuquan saw a servant of the Ji family following her. His eyes immediately lit up. He hurriedly ran over in a few steps, bowed and saluted, and said attentively, "Young one is waiting for us in the G family, Mr. Fuquan, Miss Fifth, I've met Miss Fifth." This was the first time Lu Leping met such a diligent servant. He was a little unresponsive. Fuquan didn't mind, with a smile on his face. "Why did the fifth lady come in person? It's so windy outside, why is it worth it for you to come out in person?" The young man just said, "After moving these, he will go in to give the lady a gift." The flattery on his face almost overflowed. If the timing hadn't been wrong, he would have wanted to grab the umbrella from the girl beside him and hold it for Lu Leping himself. This is the only junior whom the master talks about in a loving tone. He must hold this thigh well. Lu Leping took a step back uncomfortably. Before she could speak, she realized that the eyes of those cousins who had always looked down on her were filled with strange envy and jealousy. She stopped looking and just smiled at Fuquan. "Thank you." "Hey, I don't deserve to thank you. Miss, hurry in. The wind is too strong. I will go in with you and pay my respects to Mr. Lu." Fuquan handed over the commanding task to others and followed Lu Leping with a fawning smile, laughing all the way in without even looking at the other young ladies from the Lu family. The master doesn't have a good impression of those young ladies from the Lu family. He went crazy to get close to them. When they arrived at the courtyard, the small courtyard was already filled with gifts. Lu Shenjun was standing in the courtyard worrying. "It's not that I'm worried about not being able to put away the gift, but that I'm worried about how much he'll have to pay back in the future. This kind of thing is not just a loss of money, it is simply bankruptcy." Just when he was worried, he saw Lu Leping coming with Fuquan, and he hurriedly greeted him. "Hurry up, take all these back, tell Mr. G, I'll take it, but I really can't put it in my yard, so don't do this, you're welcome." Fuquan Dui smiled, "Don't worry, sir. Most of these gifts have to be taken with you on the road. They can be stored in the yard. I said if you can't put it down, you can't put it down. Look at such a small yard. It's so crowded here. Take it back quickly." Fuquan was not in a hurry, and respectfully handed over a letter. "Sir, our master expected that you would say this, and ordered me to show you this letter if you don't accept the gift. You will understand after reading it." Lu Shenjun looked at him suspiciously, took the letter, and opened it hesitantly. "Ouch!" he yelped in surprise. Mrs. Lu, who was directing people to put gifts aside. Lu Shenjun, tisk, tisk, tisk. Mrs. Lu. After Lu Shenjun finished reading, he changed his anxiety and said calmly, "In this case, I would like to thank you, sir." Mrs. Lu. What was written in the letter? How could Lu Shenjun change so quickly? She stepped forward out of curiosity and took the letter from Lu Shenjian's hand. I saw 2 lines of large characters written on it. "There is no need to repay this gift. When I travel, I will send the box back." Mrs. Lu. No wonder the master is willing to accept it. It turns out there is no need to return the gift. She looked at her husband again, and he already looked like he had received a windfall from heaven, and he was so happy that he just wanted to go to heaven. Seeing that Lu Shenjun was in a good mood, Fuquan took the opportunity to say, "Sir, I also want to say that my wife has been living in the house for a long time and is quite lonely on weekdays. I hope you can let Mrs. Lu and the young lady visit more often." Mrs. Lu stiffened and laughed dryly, "I'll just go. My Leping is too young and I'm afraid of bumping into Mrs. No way." Miss Leping clearly looks at Xian Yahui. "My family knows that Master Lu has children, and he often sighs with envy." Mrs. Lu was still unwilling. "Leping just pretends to be cool outside and is very naughty at home." Mr. Lu took over the words, "Nonsense, Leping is naughty, we Leping are the most well-behaved." Mrs. Lu took a breath, looked at her husband who was holding him back, and tried to hint to him that it wasn't because of this that she didn't let Leping go, she was just making excuses, but I heard that my husband and Mr. G have only gotten to know each other recently, so I'm afraid Leping will go there restrained. How could it be? Ji Changs and I have known each other for a long time. Besides, you have a good relationship with MRSG. Leping has a peaceful temper and will not be restrained. MRS Lu. She tried her best again. Sir, Master G doesn't have anyone of Leping's age in his house, so I'm afraid it wouldn't be good to take her there. You don't understand. It was precisely because MRSG had no children that she took Leping to relieve her boredom. After Lu Shenjun finished speaking, he glanced at his wife happily. Madam, don't worry, Leping is well behaved and sharp, and MRSG will definitely like it. After finishing speaking, he didn't wait for what MRS Lu was talking about, and directly finalized. Okay, Fuquan, go and tell your master that I agreed and will let my wife take my daughter to visit MRSG to reassure him. After saying that, seeing Fuquan happily agreeing, he was quite proud, and turned to whisper to MRS Lu, Ji Changs, this guy is dominating me everywhere. I should show him how smart and sensible my daughter is. Let me show you how smart and sensible my daughter is. He is also envious of me for having such a good daughter. MRS Lu looked at this stumbling block with dazzled eyes. It is true to be smart and sensible, and it is also true to be a good girl. It's just that if this girl enters the G family, there's no telling whether she will be his good girl or not. By then, she might become Ji Chang's good daughter. In the longevity hall, the old lady lost her hand and dropped the teacup on the ground. What did you say? Shangshu ordered Master Ji to give the third son a farewell gift. The people standing below nodded quickly. No, I gave a lot of gifts, at least a dozen cars, and they were all expensive gifts. I heard that the third lady was asked to take the fifth lady to visit MRSG more. That Mr. G is the old lady who loves MRS Kong G very much. Will the third master be attracted to Lord Shangshuling? The old lady's face was ashen. She had been suppressing Lu Shenjun because she didn't want him to get ahead. If he did, she would not agree to let her, the aunt, look down on her bastard and live her life. But if Lu Shenjun clings to powerful people like Ji Changs. No, don't worry. Something suddenly occurred to her and she breathed a sigh of relief. Although Mr. G has great power, his reputation is not very good. If the third child associates with him, he is asking for death. She thought it through and relaxed again. Others can't help Ji Changs, but they may not be able to help Lu Shenjun. For Lu Shenjun to please and get close to Ji Changs like this, there will definitely be people looking for bad luck for him, and maybe even a group of people will attack him. She became happy again. Okay, what does it look like to be so impatient about such a small thing? However, Lu Shenjian's luck was as good as ever. The next day, the news of Ji Chang's farewell gift to Lu Shenjun spread throughout the capital, but no one made a fuss about it, and everyone's reaction was mediocre. Even, I feel a little pity for Lu Shenjun. He targeted Mr. G like that before. I'm afraid Mr. G is holding back some bad water. This matter is obviously a fraud. Poor Mr. Lu, I don't know how he will be punished. Aren't MRS Lu and Miss Lu sending a sheep into the tiger's mouth? Hey, Mr. Lu is so pitiful for provoking such an evil spirit. Everyone sympathized with Lu Shenjun, and many people even. I feel that Ji Changs must have planned to kill Lu Shenjun in Gazhu when Weasel paid New Year greetings to the chicken. We couldn't organize it, so we could only sympathize with Mr. Lu, so the day before he left for Gazhu, many people came to see him off. Lu Shenjun was very happy that his popularity was so good. And it cost nothing to see him off, and he didn't even need a return gift. I just don't know why, but these people who came to see him off looked at him strangely. Master Lu, I'll see you later. I'll miss you. You, hey, take care. Shen Yan, you can go in peace, I will take good care of your family. Lu Shenjun was silly and happy. Thank you, Thank you all, I'll go now. So many cars of goodies came with him, and he didn't have to return gifts, and there were so many people giving them to him. He just felt that this was the pinnacle moment of his life. Someone shouted to him, "Master Lu, we will miss you. During the holidays, I will also burn paper money for you. I just hope that you will have a good journey. I wish that Ji Chang's will be defeated soon." Lu Shenjun looked back and saw a bunch of people waving to him, and immediately waved back quickly. He was so proud that he almost went to heaven. Hey, my popularity is very good. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tan Zhongmao. Chapter 255. Lu Shenjun left, and in the eyes of many people in the capital, he would never come back again. Ji Chang's arranged for a few people to protect him secretly, so as to prevent this silly friend's lucky aura from wearing out. He himself began to study the emperor's confidant, Mr. Zhou, who was in charge of the 70,000 soldiers in the capital. Mr. Zhou, as found out in the previous information, really has no ability at all, and his ability to flatter is stronger. This kind of skill may not be useful in other dynasties, but it has fallen to the present. Same. He asked Fuquan to pick the items in the warehouse, and then gave Mr. Zhou 3 large carts of gifts in an upright manner. The two of them had always been at odds with each other, and when he suddenly sent a gift, Mr. Zhou naturally felt that there was something fishy in it. Fuquan showed a respectful smile and said, "Our master said that he had a few quarrels with you in the court. It was not his intention, it was just a dispute of temper. In the past few days, the master has been impeached very much. I would like to ask you, sir, to speak kindly to my master in court." Oh haha. Lord Zhou suddenly realized this. As for why Ji Chang suddenly gave him a gift, it turned out that he had something to ask for. He didn't want to care about this matter. Ji Chang's never dealt with him. It would be good if he didn't add insult to injury. Do you still want him to help? Seeing this, Fuquan advised, "Sir, my master asked me to tell you that if the people in the court can impeach my master today, they can impeach you tomorrow. If one of you two is pulled down, the remaining one will be deposed. It won't last long, my lips will be dead and my teeth will be cold, please think twice." This seems a bit far-fetched, but I have to say that it does make sense. Mr. Zhou started out on the same route as Ji Chang's, but he is even less capable than Ji Chang's. Ji Chang still has a few tricks up his sleeve, he just relies on his rainbow farts. If Ji Chang's, the treacherous official, really becomes cold, the group of courtiers might target him next. Mr. Zhou hesitated again and again, looking at the gifts from the 3 carts, and thinking about how the courtiers were biting like crazy. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to say a few words. Otherwise, if Ji Chang's didn't fall down this time, he wouldn't be able to settle the score with him in the future. The next day, when everyone was talking about the old talk again, he helped Ji Chang's by saying a few words. "Your Majesty, you have always been impeached by others. Today, I will also impeach someone else." After Ji Chang's finished speaking, he immediately stood up with a serious look on his face. The courtiers who besieged him before. It's over. No wonder Ji Chang's went out of his way and tolerated them for so many days without fighting back. It turned out that he wanted to fight back with impeachment. I just don't know which colleague is going to be punished this time. Mr. Zhou was very pleasantly surprised and had to admit that although he wanted to kill Ji Chang's, a colleague who stole his personality, Ji Chang's was indeed reliable as a teammate. Of course, as an enemy, he was terrifying. He even had some expectations, waiting to see Ji Chang's kill everyone. It would be best to miss some by himself. But I saw the man in the red official robe standing up straight, and his voice was sonorous and powerful. "I want to impeach the military commander Zhou Quanxiao. Mr. Zhou, whose name is Zhou Quanxiao." He looked at Ji Chang's in disbelief, with "Are you kidding me, written all over his face. Ji Chang's gave him a look that said, "Yes, I'm just playing with you." Not only Mr. Zhou, but also the surrounding courtiers and the emperor sitting above were all stunned. No one thought that Ji Chang's would impeach Zhou Quanxiao, who had just spoken for him. No, what kind of method was this? Ji Chang's did not meet their eyes and said directly, "Zhou Quanxiao is a soldier and horse commander. He is not loyal to His Majesty. He fails to train soldiers. He accepts bribes, uses power for personal gain, bullies men and women, takes other people's money, and buys and sells official positions. His crimes are punishable by death. Your Majesty, please make a decision." His Majesty, who was sitting above, was still confused and could not make a decision. Zhou Quanxiao reacted and immediately knelt down, "Your Majesty, I was wronged." Ji Chang's, what evidence do you have? Of course, he did all the things Ji Chang's said, but he was not really stupid. How could he be caught after being so careful for so long? Since Ji Chang's was impeaching him, he must have come prepared. He said bluntly, "The 3 large cars gifted to you by me are evidence. Who in the court doesn't know that you and I are at odds with each other, yet you only accepted a mere gift of 3 cars, and then openly argued for me in the court, and claimed that you did not accept any bribes." Zhou Quanxiao. He never dreamed that Ji Chang's would actually use himself as an example. The surrounding courtiers were silent on their faces, but deep down they were full of shit. Ji Chang's must be crazy. He excludes dissidents and wants to catch up with him. Where is his previous cleverness? Ji Chang's didn't wait for their reaction, and turned around again to face the emperor sitting above him. "Your Majesty, I have noticed that Mr. Zhou has repeatedly targeted Wei Chen inexplicably several times, but I can't find a reason. This time I tried it with the 3-car gift. Sure enough, find out why." As he spoke, he lifted up his hem and knelt down, his eyes full of grief, anger, and integrity. He used to target Wei Chen so much. How could he have any personal grudge against Wei Chen? It's obvious that Wei Chen is an upright and honest man, and he never likes to bribe his colleagues. He only did practical things and was loyal to His Majesty, so he was holding a grudge and waiting for an opportunity to take revenge. Zhou Quanxiao. The courtiers listening around. Are you honest and honest? You don't do dirty things. Do you want to face it? Obviously, Ji Chang's is shameless. As he lowered his head and raised his head again, his phoenix eyes, which were usually sharp or sinister, turned red, as if Zhongliang had been forced into a helpless situation. Your Majesty, after an investigation, I found out that Mr. Zhou has enriched his own pockets and embezzled military salary. If he doesn't give him gifts, he will suppress him no matter how powerful he is. On the contrary, even if he is an idiot, as long as he gives him gifts, he will lift them up. He did this matter secretly. If his unhealthy habit of accepting bribes hadn't been used on the ministers, and all kinds of humiliation in the court were directed at the ministers would not have wanted to find out the reason, and would have asked Your Majesty to make a decision. Zhou Quanxiao. Other ministers. Did Zhou Quanxiao target Ji Chang's with bullying? In their minds, they subconsciously recalled the way Ji Chang's was as talkative as a needle in the past, and how he could not even utter a word to criticize Zhou Quanxiao on the steps, and finally walked away triumphantly. This. One of the ministers hesitated for a few moments, then tentatively called out, "Master Ji." Ji Chang's immediately turned to look at him. His phoenix eyes were still red, but the look in his eyes was sharp and scary. It said, "I will kill you if you dare to meddle in your own business." This minister just wants to understand the situation. In the blink of an eye, Ji Chang's was already crying with grief and heartbreak. "Your Majesty, please make the decision for me. If Your Majesty doesn't believe it, you can check it. Every sentence I say is true, and I will never dare to say anything false." He looked so pitiful that his loyalty was being persecuted. If someone who didn't know about it looked at it, they would think that Ji Chang's was such an upright and honest loyal minister. The emperor above was very hesitant. Zhou Quanxiao was his confidant, as was Ji Chang's. He valued both of them very much. Now that Ji Chang's wanted him to kill Zhou Quanxiao, he was hesitant. After all, he is a close confidant, and he still has feelings after all. So, naturally we have to wait and discuss it later. Immediately afterwards, His Majesty the Emperor, who entered the apse to rest, summoned Zhou Quanxiao and Ji Chang successively. No one knows what Zhou Quanxiao said. He probably cried that he was wronged or something. After coming out, he looked at Ji Chang's proudly, as if he thought Ji Chang's was going to overturn. This is not surprising. Zhou Quanxiao has a good relationship with the chief eunuch beside the emperor. If he had just told the emperor properly and the chief eunuch interceded, His Majesty would definitely forgive him. Ji Chang's remained unmoved, waved his sleeves, straightened his clothes, and walked briskly into the back hall. His Majesty. After he entered, he saluted directly to the emperor, who was rubbing his forehead with a troubled face. He glanced at the chief eunuch standing there, stopped crying or feeling miserable, and said directly, "Your Majesty, I have just impeached Zhou Quanxiao. I am sharing your worries." Zhou Quanxiao acted domineeringly, harmed the loyal, accepted bribes, and bought and sold official positions. His reputation has long been tainted. If your Majesty deals with this person, all people will surely praise him. These emperors also knew what kind of person Zhou Quanxiao was. He knew very well, but he felt that Zhou Quanxiao's existence meant that he was correct in dealing with the eldest prince, so he continued to indulge him. Now he wants him to kill Zhou Quanxiao. He sighed and said to Ji Chang's with a headache, "Iking, Zhou Iking is my confidant after all. I have been in love for many years. I am really cruel. He is so soft-hearted." When the chief eunuch heard this, he breathed a sigh of relief, and his men relaxed slightly. Suddenly, he heard Ji Chang say, "Your Majesty, I have found out that Zhou Quanxiao has been accepting bribes for many years and has enriched himself. The family has at least 2 million in wealth." The emperor's sigh ceased. The chief eunuch also felt bad emotions rising in his heart. Ji Chang's continued, "Does your Majesty really think that I can't bear Zhou Quan's filial piety, and that's why I suddenly revolted? I am loyal to your Majesty values Zhou Quan's filial piety, so I will tolerate it. For your Majesty's sake, I am willing to suffer no matter how many grievances I have. This time the reason why the court impeached Zhou Quanxiao was because of your Majesty. Your Majesty had wanted to build a palace before, but he didn't want to have a famine in Guizhou. Your Majesty, you love the people like a son and would rather not build a palace but go to relieve the victims. I see it in my eyes and it hurts in my heart. Look at Zhou Quanxiao again, your Majesty. You have to cut back on food and clothing, but he is so arrogant and extravagant that he can spend nearly 1,000 taels a day. I thought it was wrong to calculate his salary. After checking, it turns out that he has been cheating for so many years. That's a lot of money, your Majesty. Emperor this." The chief eunuch had served the emperor for so many years, and he could tell at a glance that His Majesty was moved. He was anxious and wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. He could only watch the emperor's eyes thinking. The emperor was indeed moved. But what he was thinking was, if he used the money stolen from Zhou Quanxiao to build the palace, would it appear that he killed Zhou Quanxiao just for money? So he sighed again, "But I really can't be cruel. Zhou Iking is my confidant after all." The head eunuch breathed a sigh of relief. Ji Chang's continued to advise, "It is precisely because he is a close confidant of His Majesty that you have dealt with him, so that the world will feel that your Majesty is a wise king who will not tolerate the guilty ministers just for his own selfishness." Gained your trust. The emperor still hesitated. The chief eunuch thought that the matter was probably settled, and if His Majesty didn't agree to it, Master Ji said it would be okay. Just as his heart dropped, he saw Ji Chang's take out a picture from his arms and put it on the table. "Your Majesty, look, this is the palace picture drawn by me. The palace in this picture is magnificent and attractive, and the flowing water rooms are full of comfort." The chief eunuch only took one look, and his heart dropped. "It's over. Mr. Zhou may be doomed." Sure enough, the emperor put away the picture and immediately slapped the table, bold, thoughtful and filial. "He relied on my trust to commit so many crimes. I really misjudged him. Come here. I have decreed that for the sake of the people of the world and the common people, I will punish this unfaithful villain and confiscate his property." The chief eunuch looked at the large amount of gold and silver given to him by Master Zhou, and finally said carefully, "Your Majesty, you and Master Zhou have had a relationship of monarch and minister for many years. Wouldn't it be inappropriate if this happened just because of Master Ji's words?" "Appropriate?" The emperor felt nothing. What is the relationship between a confidant and a confidant, the relationship between a monarch and his subjects, and the relationship between a monarch and his subjects? He has allowed Zhou Quanxiao to live freely for so many years, and now he only lets the other party die. That is already showing mercy. "Eunuch Hu, what does this mean?" Ji Chang's looked insulted. "Your Majesty, I know that I have never tolerated Zhou Quanxiao in the past. If it weren't for your Majesty, I would not have sacrificed my own reputation this time to let others think that I was showing Zhou Quanxiao I set a trap to harm him out of spite, and my Majesty also saw how others viewed me when I impeached Zhou Quanxiao. But I don't care. I will do my best for your Majesty. Your Majesty, you know." After saying that, he changed his topic and looked at the chief eunuch. "I just don't know if Eunuch Hu is like me. After all, I have never kept talking when His Majesty wants to deal with someone. Look at Eunuch Hu, it looks like His Majesty is not his master, but Mr. Zhou is just an ordinary person." "Chief eunuch." He broke out in a cold sweat and knelt down quickly. "Your Majesty, this old slave has never had such treasonous thoughts." Ji Chang's added softly next to him, "Your Majesty, I heard that Eunuch Hu's family fortune is very rich." Chief eunuch. His legs were already trembling. He was very aware of how cold-blooded and ruthless His Majesty, whom he had served for many years, was capable of plotting against even his own children, let alone an old servant like him. Just when he felt the emperor's cold gaze on him and thought that he was going to die today, Ji Chang suddenly said, "I suggest that Eunuch Hu donate all his family property to the palace and devote himself to His Majesty." "How?" The chief eunuch breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly kowtowed and climbed down. "Your Majesty, I am willing to offer all my savings to your Majesty. I beg your Majesty to agree." The emperor was actually not very interested in the property of an old servant, but it was better than nothing, so he retracted the idea of killing the person directly and nodded casually, "I agree. Okay, I'm tired. Ji Iking will go back to the main hall first." The head eunuch flexed his legs and sent Ji Chang's out. When he left the door, Ji Chang smiled with a smile on his face. He still looked loyal and upright just now, and the evil spirit in his eyes almost overflowed. As he walked, he chuckled and said, "I'm afraid that my father-in-law has been with Mr. Zhou for a long time and has forgotten what will happen if he blocks my way." The chief eunuch dared to compete with him again, so he quickly nodded and bowed to "Please, Master Ji, today this old slave is obsessed with money. Please show mercy and show your respect." When the two of them were saying this, Hu Zifang, who had gone out to solve his physical problem, happened to see this scene. He saw the father-in-law beside His Majesty all bowing to Ji Chang's and sneered. The villain succeeds. When Ji Chang's heard this, he was not angry when he saw bearded Fang with an unhappy face. He even said hello with a smile, "It's Mr. Hu. I heard Mr. Lu mention Mr. Hu earlier, and I was very pleased to hear that. Xiang Xiang, Why don't you wait for me for a while, and after I finish talking to my father-in-law, we will go to the front hall together. Hey, who wants to go with a villain like you? Bearded Fang sneered, turned around and left, wishing he could hold his head 8 feet high. His friend Akihiko is gone, but he will definitely fight to the end against evil forces like Ji Chang's. Before Shen Yan comes back, Ji Chang's will have to rely on him to support him. Ji Chang's didn't care. He just continued to talk to the eunuch chief and walked. When he came to a big pillar, he glanced at the pillar and suddenly stopped. Father-in-law, I heard that my father-in-law has been by your majesty's side for more than 40 years, so he should know a lot of secrets. I want to know something. Can you tell me? My lord, just ask, but if I know anything that I know, I will definitely tell your lord. Ji Chang stopped, leaned into the head eunuch's ear, and whispered something. The emperor, ugh. After hearing what the chief eunuch said, he first shouted in surprise, then quickly covered his mouth and looked at Ji Chang's with horror on his face. Ji, why do you want to inquire about this, Lord Ji? That's what you say. His body was trembling, and he hesitated and did not dare to say, this is a secret. If the old slave leaks it, your majesty will definitely punish the old slave with death. Ji Chang stared at him for a while, then suddenly smiled, just don't tell me, father-in-law, this is a long road and it's lonely to walk alone, why don't you take me all the way to the front hall? The chief eunuch was so frightened by him just now. He was afraid that he would talk too much, so he did not dare to agree. He only refused and said, Master Ji, I want to go back to serve your majesty. You can go on your own. Lord Ji slowly took out a silver ring and said softly. Eunuch who adopted his nephew as his adopted son many years ago, but the adopted son was weak and would die at some point. You took many concubines for him, but you never let him leave a son and a half. 5 years ago, you the adopted son fell in love with the daughter of a good family, but she didn't want to be a concubine, so you ordered someone to dress up as a robber and kidnap the girl for your adopted son. After that, your adopted son got tired of playing with her and threw her back. The head eunuch had a startled look on his face, and he explained with a guilty conscience, Mr. Ji, did you listen to what the villain said? That woman seduced my son by herself, and then my son didn't like her, so she left on her own. There was no kidnapping. Walk away. Ji Chang's ignored him and continued. 3 years ago, your adopted son died of illness. My poor father-in-law lost his blood. But if my father-in-law had not thrown the girl back so quickly, he should have known that the girl was pregnant and gave birth to a boy after returning home. It's already 5 years old. The head eunuch was shaken and looked at Ji Chang's in disbelief. Are you telling the truth? Don't be too quick to be happy. Listen to what I'm going on to say. A few days ago, for some unknown reason, the boy was suddenly kidnapped. The 5-year-old child, whose bloodline I don't know, was locked up in the woodshed like this. Here, he is waiting for his own grandfather to come to rescue him. After saying that, he turned the silver circle in his hand and said, look, the collar around this child's neck got into my hands for some reason. Hey, I don't know if this child will survive tonight. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. Don't touch my grandson. The head eunuch was completely panicked. Ji Chang's was famous for being ruthless and merciless. He didn't want their family's only bloodline to be cut off like this. Not caring much, he hurriedly approached and whispered to Ji Chang's where the eldest prince was being held. After Ji Chang's listened with a smile on his lips, the other party impatiently asked him about the whereabouts of his grandson. I told you, tell me quickly, where is my grandson? No matter how he asked, Master Ji just looked at him with a smile. Speak quickly. What did you do to my grandson? Ji Chang's smiling voice sounded. Father-in-law, father-in-law, do you really think that I will really give you a grandchild? Or, Do you really think that the woman who was forcibly taken away and humiliated will leave behind the evil seed in her belly? The chief eunuch was stunned. No. It's impossible, she doesn't dare to stay, she knows how powerful I am. If she dares to harm my family's bloodline, her parents will die, she doesn't dare. He stared blankly at Ji Chang's, only to see the unparalleled Master Ji slowly approaching him. His pleasant voice was full of malice, her parents would have died long ago. If you hadn't sent people to her home to cause trouble, her parents will not die, she was thrown out by you alone, without her parents to rely on, a weak woman can only live on the street, and later, she gave birth to a mature baby boy. No. It won't happen, it won't happen, it's not me, it's not me. It's not who you are. Your dear grandson, the only bloodline in your family was killed by your own hands, father-in-law. Father-in-law, if you think about your son who wanted a child before he died, and then think about your family's bloodline inheritance, it's just a little bit short. It's such a pity. Just a little bit short, your grandchildren can call you grandpa. Ji Chang's bent down slightly and smiled at the trembling head eunuch. His voice was full of malicious temptation. If I were you, I might as well just die. I'm useless. My son is dead. I finally have a good grandson, but you were killed by your own hands, what do you want to do with your life? The chief eunuch collapsed on the ground. Having no heirs has always been his biggest fear. Now that he had just gained hope and was destroyed again, he completely collapsed. He looked at Ji Chang's with hatred. You lied to me, you used this kind of thing to trick me into telling you where the eldest prince is. I want to tell your majesty, I want to. Ji Chang's cut off his words. Oh, by the way, the father-in-law just told others the secret that his majesty was not allowed to reveal. Tisk, 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 this is a capital crime. It's not as good as this. My father-in-law broke a leg, and I took advantage of my father-in-law's old age. How about I spare your life and not tell his majesty what you told me about? Naturally, the chief eunuch was unwilling. He was to serve others. If his leg was broken, how could he serve his majesty? His majesty was ruthless. He would definitely be squeezed out in the future. Without status, how could he survive in the palace? Ji Chang said, when the time comes, I will ask your majesty to let me deal with my father-in-law. First cut off his hands, then his feet, poke his blind eyes, poke his deaf ears, cut off his nose and tongue, and then put the father-in-law in the old man's body. Take ginseng every day to prolong his life, I think my father-in-law can live for a few months. The head eunuch's lips trembled and he couldn't say a word for a while. Why do you do this to me? With cold sweat on his head, his face was covered with tears and snot, just because I said a word for Mr. Zhou. Not. Ji Chang's leaned down and smiled softly, it's because my father-in-law doesn't want to accompany me to the front hall. I hate it when others refuse my request. He straightened up, after all, no matter what I say, he is also a treacherous minister. He must always look like a treacherous minister. The chief eunuch climbed up from the ground with difficulty. Under Ji Chang's gaze, he gritted his teeth, picked up a stone, and hit his leg hard. Ah! The scream sounded, and Ji Chang's raised his eyebrows in satisfaction. It seems that my father-in-law can't accompany me to the front hall. In that case, I'll take my leave. The chief eunuch dragged his legs and limped away. Ji Chang's looked at his back with calm eyes. He may not be able to kill this person directly, but just thinking about the other person ruining a woman's life so easily makes his teeth itch with hatred, and he wants the other person to suffer the same pain as the person he harmed. But, dying is too easy. This eunuch chief will lose his status and money from now on, dragging a broken leg, living in humiliation and without any self-respect in the palace. In a blink of an eye, his eyes drifted to a trembling hem of clothes. Ji Chang smiled. He walked over slowly and met the gaze of the bearded Fang, who was huddled behind the pillar, wishing he could shrink into a ball, trembling and looking at him with a look of horror on his face. "It's Zai Fang." Ji Chang's called out very familiarly, pretending that he didn't see husband Fang's body trembling suddenly after he called out. He stretched out his hand, as if he wanted to straighten his beard. "Didn't you go back? Why are you here?" Bearded Fang, who had witnessed everything just now, was trembling and did not dare to look at Ji Chang's face. He was completely frightened and did not dare to be arrogant anymore. He stuttered and explained in a low voice. The official found that the jade pendant he was wearing was missing, so he went back to look for it." "Oh, that's it. What about you?" Fang was shocked and waved his hands quickly. "I didn't see anything. I didn't hear anything either." Ji Chang smiled even more cordially. "Look at how scared you are. I just scared that old guy. I never thought that you would be scared too. Since we have met, why don't you and I go together to the front hall?" "Ah, I forgot. You just rejected me. It seems that I can only go alone." Fang immediately remembered what Ji Chang said to the chief eunuch just now. Ji Chang's, he hates it when others reject him. Thinking of this, bearded Fang trembled and showed a smile that was uglier than crying. "My lord, my official is just anxious to find the jade pendant, and has no intention of rejecting you. If your lord wants to, I will naturally be willing to go with you." Ever since, when the courtiers who had gone out for convenience came back, they were surprised to find that Ji Chang's came back with Hu Ziyufang. What's the situation? Doesn't Beard Fang hate Ji Chang's the most? But soon His Majesty arrived, and everyone couldn't think about it. And soon, the bombs dropped by His Majesty made them forget about it. The Emperor, who had just made it clear that he wanted to protect Zhou Quanxiao, actually changed his face after summoning Ji Chang's, and simply and rudely ordered Zhou Quanxiao to be prosecuted. If the situation was true, his house would be confiscated and executed. Although Zhou Quanxiao was not a good person, it was just right for him to die, but they still didn't react. Not even a chameleon is that fast. It seems that Ji Chang's has the upper hand this time. However, this incident also brings a reminder to everyone. Let's take a look at the whole story. Ji Chang's gave Zhou Quanxiao 3 cars as a gift. Then Zhou Quanxiao was killed by him. Pushing it back again, Lu Shenjun was given more than a dozen carloads of gifts by Ji Chang's before. He must want to kill Lu Shenjun. There is no need to say anything more about it being possible. Moreover, there is another point in giving gifts. When the news of Lu Shenjian's death comes back to the capital, if anyone involves him, he will definitely look innocent. Political opponents who have had many encounters with Ji Chang's can all guess what this guy will say. What? Mr. Lu passed away? That's really unfortunate. I even gave him a farewell gift before. I actually appreciated it his. What? Do you think Mr. Lu was killed by me? You can eat whatever you want but not talk nonsense. The whole capital knows that I want to be on good terms with Mr. Lu. How could I harm someone I admire? Shameless, shameless. Poor Mr. Lu, he has been an official in the court for many years and has contributed countless things to the court. Well, it seems that he has not contributed much. All in all, he is a conscientious, diligent, and loyal man. Now that I can't go back, it's really pitiful and deplorable. They did not dare to confront the evil force Ji Chang's head on, but they also wanted to show off the noble sentiments of themselves and others, so Lu Shenjian's family members left in the capital became the objects of their sympathy. Mrs. Lu has recently received many invitations from various houses, from flower viewing parties to banquets and ball games. She seemed to have suddenly become a favorite. Every family wanted to invite their mother and daughter to be guests, and she always seemed to be outside. The transparent Lu Leping was invited by many ladies to drink tea and visit the courtyard. On this day, the old lady of the Lu family was inviting old ladies from other houses to be guests. She fell in love with the young master of that house and wanted to marry her granddaughter. Because of this idea, when she accompanied the old lady of that house to visit, she gave her biological granddaughter. They all took it with them. The old lady in the house was not interested in these pretty ladies. After chatting for a while, she asked, "I heard that there is a fifth lady in the house, why don't you see her here?" The old lady's smile froze. "This girl is sleeping. Maybe she is still sleeping. I will ask someone to invite her." After saying this, she was afraid that the guest would really fall in love with Lu Leping, so she turned to him and said, "My third child has a dull temper and doesn't like to talk. Even his wife is not very good as for interacting with others." Wu Yetu also developed a temperament that she doesn't like interacting with others when she takes her with her. "I'm really worried and don't know what to do." When families in the capital seek marriage for their descendants, they not only look at the daughter-in-law's family background and quality, but also look at whether the daughter-in-law has the qualities of a clan wife. A qualified wife of a large family must be able to talk to others and be able to attend banquets to support her husband. When Mrs. Lu said these words, she gave Mrs. Lu and Lu Leping a jab that was not suitable for a clan wife. It's a pity that after she said this, she was smiling and talking to the old lady who was a guest about some things that happened in her daily life to prove that she was not lying. When she went to invite the snooze fifth miss, the maid came back, but she didn't is a person. Old lady, the third lady and the fifth lady were invited by the second prince's mansion to enjoy the flowers. Mrs. Lu couldn't control the smile on her face, and it fell. Did you hear that correctly? My servants asked several times, and they all said that the third lady left with the fifth lady early in the morning." The smiles on the faces of the ladies who were smiling peacefully below could no longer be maintained. The hands holding the handkerchief under the table wanted to twist the handkerchief into two pieces and take it out. The third aunt and the fifth sister had obtained so many rare jewelry that they were envious of, but today, they actually went to the second prince's mansion. That's royalty. The old lady who was a guest looked at the expressions on the faces of the young ladies below, and a smile appeared on her lips. "Old sister, I see that your third daughter-in-law doesn't seem to know how to interact with her. The second prince and concubine never like to invite more guests. Damn it, I invited your third daughter-in-law today. Do you know that being invited by the second imperial concubine in Beijing will make a lot of people envious?" Mrs. Lu. She had just said that the third prince's family would not interact with others, but then she turned around and invited them to the second prince's mansion, which disliked adding strangers to their contact list. Wasn't this a slap in her face? She felt extremely aggrieved, but she also had to worry about the image of her elders doting on her younger ones. She hurriedly forced herself to smile again in embarrassment and asked, "Have you never heard of the third prince having a good relationship with His Highness the second prince?" She seemed to be complaining lovingly to her juniors, and said, "The third daughter-in-law is really the same. If she is going to a banquet, why not bring her nieces to see the excitement? Her sisters-in-law are all here. When they go out, all the girls in the house are wearing it." The old lady who was the guest smiled slightly after hearing this. "Sister, you don't know something. The princes and concubines have to post a post when they are having a banquet. Whoever is written on the post can only bring whoever is there. I'm afraid your youngest, my wife, it's because the second prince and concubine didn't write anyone else down, so it's hard to bring anyone else there." She said it in a calm manner, but Mrs. Lu was extremely embarrassed when she heard it. When her husband was alive, she was also a relative of an official and attended many banquets. However, she never received any messages from the prince's palace. She didn't know this, so she just wanted to throw some dirty water on Mrs. Lu. But she didn't expect that the dirty water was not poured out, but she was slapped in the face. The old lady who was the guest was also a good person. After only sitting here for a while, she saw what the Lu family was like, and she simply got up. It's getting late today. It's time for me to go back. Sister, thank you for entertaining me. It's not yet noon, and it's getting dark somewhere. It was obvious that he was here for the third room, and he didn't wait until he left. The old lady of the Lu family stood up and wanted to persuade her to stay, but she didn't know how to persuade her to stay. She was so happy when she knew that this person was coming to the house as a guest. With his status, it was a high standard to interact with him in the house. She originally wanted to win over her granddaughters, but now it seems that they are not here for them at all. She was really confused. According to her previous estimates, most of the officials in the DPRK and the central government were dissatisfied with Ji Chang's. If the third child defected to Ji Chang's, he would have been surrounded and scolded. Otherwise, those who had been close to him should have distanced themselves from him. How come when something like this happens to Lu Shenjun, everyone becomes close when they are not far away? The Lu family's mother and daughter who came out of the second prince's mansion were about to get on the sedan to go home, but they found two sedans stopped at the door. One of the people coming down from the sedan was the bearded Fang, whom they were all familiar with. Husband Fang was Lu Shenjian's best friend, so Mrs. Lu immediately took Lu Leping to stand there and bowed slightly to him. Master Hu. Hello Uncle Hu. Hey, sister-in-law, Leping, have you just attended the banquet hosted by the second princess, right? Mrs. Lu was about to answer with a smile when she suddenly found that the curtain in the sedan next to Hu Fang was opened and Ji Chang's came out. Her expression changed instantly, and she subconsciously blocked her daughter. Ji Chang's pretended not to see her expression and stepped forward to salute her. Husband Fang's face froze when he saw him, but he didn't dare not introduce him. Sister-in-law, this is Mr. Ji Chang's. Mr. Ji, this is Mr. Liu's wife, and that is Mr. Liu's daughter. Mrs. Lu forced a stiff smile and said quickly, hello, Mr. Ji. Lu Leping also followed suit and said, I've met Mr. Lu. She was very curious about the appearance of Mr. Ji, who was very powerful and had a not-so-famous reputation but had sent so many farewell gifts to her father. However, she could not raise her head to look at him, so she just lowered her head and listened to the elders' conversation. Master Hu, how can he be with Master Ji? Hu Zifang opened his mouth to say that Ji Chang's asked him to come to the second prince's mansion with him, but Ji Chang's interrupted him and said, Zifang and I hit it off immediately. We are friends, so we came together today. Beard Fang. Ji Chang's turned to look at him with a smile, oh? Brother Zifang. Beard Fang. He twitched the corners of his mouth with difficulty, yes, the two of us are good friends. Mrs. Lu didn't really believe it, but she still chatted briefly before leaving. Waiting for the mother and daughter to sit in the sedan, Lu Leping curiously opened a little of the curtain and looked outside. Is that Mr. Ji? Look at the appearance. Tang Tang is a good friend of Dad and Uncle Hu, so how can he be what others say is a traitor? What do you know? Your uncle who hates Ji Chang's the most. He must have been threatened today. Yeah. Lu Leping looked at the expression on Beard Fang's face inquiringly. Ji Chang's turned his gaze away, his face remained calm, he only smiled slightly and whispered, Zifang, smile. Beard Fang. What a strange request this is, he won't do it? Ji Chang's sighed, hey, you don't even want to beg me. Please. Beg. Bearded Fang's mind immediately flashed back to the tragic scene of him sitting in a big man crying. He shuddered and laughed awkwardly. Lu Leping saw this smile, put down the curtain, and said to his mother, I see that Uncle Hu is smiling very happily. He is happy from the bottom of his heart. It seems that he likes to be friends with Mr. Ji, but his smile is so big, won't your face become stiff? Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. The already stiff-faced Huza didn't dare to stop laughing for half a second, but deep down his face was filled with tears. Shenjun, come back quickly, This traitorous official is too cruel. I can't stand it. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tang Zhonmao. Chapter 256. Ji Chang's not only pretended to outsiders, but also pretended to be real to Qiao Yuan Huan. He could be as weak as he wanted, but he could still maintain the illusion of being weak and unable to move around and asking his wife to support him, while at the same time keeping his feet steady. Qiao Yuan Huan was not overwhelmed. His acting skills were so lifelike that Qiao Yuan Huan was convinced. His face was full of worry. Brother Zi, are you feeling weak from kneeling for the past 2 days? How about I take you to the medical clinic in front to have a look? Don't. Ji Chang's face was pale, and his eyes wandered around the crowd watching the excitement. He showed a bit of strength on his face, pursed his lips, and his voice was obviously weak, but the volume was raised enough that the people around him could hear. Don't let anyone see the joke. Let's go back directly. Even if my father is ill now, there is still a man like me at home. No matter what happens, we have to stand up straight. That would be fine if it weren't for what he said next. With those words added to it, how could the people who had been watching the excitement in front of Mr. Chiao's door and followed him all the way to watch not know who the person Ji Chang's was talking about? He's not the uncle who disregards brotherhood and throws dirty water on his once son and now nephew in order to be fair and upright. Ji Chang's was born well and young, and his character as a scholar was still highly valued nowadays. He showed his arrogance on the street, and the people just watched it, but the scholars praised him from the bottom of their hearts. Although the eldest young master of the Ji family used to be unspectacular, and even heard to have a somewhat arrogant temperament, now that the family regards him as the eldest young master, his temper is naturally coquettish. But after all, he is still young, otherwise he would not have been splashed with dirty water for 2 days in vain. Ji Chang's coughed a few times weakly, and when he saw the well-dressed people around him, his eyes filled with sympathy and appreciation. He thought it was almost done, so he stopped without staying any longer, and met Qiao Yuan Huan who was supporting him. Went home together. But it was precisely because of his short stay that some people appreciated him even more. Being able to endure such humiliation without saying anything bad about Mr. Qiao shows that he is an upright person. But think about it, Mr. Qiao was very knowledgeable at first. It was only after the family split that he got involved in business. But even if his subordinates were doing business, even if the students he taught did not have any amazing future, he had already gotten ahead of himself, so how could Ji Chang's, who had grown up under his own tutelage, do any worse? After Ji Chang's made such a fuss, he was able to clean himself up for a short time. It was easier to deal with Ji's father and Ji's mother. Both of them could not go out at the moment. Only Qiao Yuan Huan was around to take care of her. Before, I feel that my husband went to his uncle's house because he wanted to go back. He was afraid that the elders would be sad and kept it secret from them, so they didn't know about it for the past 2 days. He didn't hide it directly. After returning, he went directly to Ji's father's bedside and knelt down. Then he said with red eyes that his son was unfilial. He had been counting on saving our family for the past 2 days, so he ran to find his uncle. Unexpectedly, after kneeling for 2 days, he didn't even see his face, let alone lend you money. Buying medicine has made people laugh enough. Although my son is 18 years old, before he only focused on studying and having fun with his classmates, and never got involved in business. Now he really doesn't know what to do. Qiao Yuan Huan didn't expect her husband to be so honest and tell the story of the past 2 days directly. She was worried that her father-in-law would be angry, so she quickly looked over. As a result, when she looked over, there was no anger on Ji's father's face in the hospital bed. Instead, He looked angry, somewhat distressed. In addition to feeling distressed, there is also some guilt hidden deep in my heart. He had been lingering on the sickbed for the past 2 days and had never seen his son come to see him. He had some suspicions in his heart, but he never asked them out. In addition, the uncomfortable expression on his daughter-in-law's face when he pretended to mention it occasionally, with his son's admiration and yearning for his uncle, G's father became more and more sure of his thoughts. G's father knows better than anyone what a child who has been raised by his own children is like, especially his son's attitude towards Mr. G. G's father can see clearly. But in the past, what he thought about was that the child was young and had been spoiled since he was a child. He didn't know anything. Later, he saw clearly what his biological son looked like over there, and knew that he didn't care about him at all. He should have known what was going on, but he didn't expect this disaster to happen suddenly. G's father guessed that Ji Chang's went to see his eldest brother, and he was still a little disappointed. He knew that it was normal for children to have admiration for their biological parents, but now was the most difficult time for the Ji family, and he was still bedridden. Madam has just given birth to a son and has raised Nagasawa for 18 years. Can't she let him take care of and comfort them at this time? Ji's father suffered in his heart for 2 days by himself. His illness, which was originally controllable, got a little worse. He was so depressed that he couldn't even get out of bed. As a result, his son came back and told him that he went to see his uncle, but not to ask for recognition, but to ask for help from his uncle. The anger that had been stuck in his heart for the past 2 days suddenly dissipated. Especially when he saw Ji Chang's looking lost and disappointed in his eyes, he whispered to him that he had heard that his uncle was a brilliant man and a serious government official serving the country. He didn't know how much he admired his uncle in his heart. He didn't expect that. This time, when something happened at home, I discovered that my uncle was not even willing to help his brother when something happened to him. Damn it, my eldest brother is probably responsible for what happened this time. If others don't know about Ji Feng Jiu, don't Ji Fu know about it? Although the two are brothers from the same father and mother, in Mr. Ji's heart, the younger brother is not there for brotherly love, but to share the family property with him. Looking back, the age difference between the two is more than 10 years. The teenage Master Ji has long been accustomed to having only one young master in his house. He also naturally believes that the family property, parents' love and affection belong to him alone. As a result, Ji's father was born. He is not the kind of concubine who can be dismissed casually, but a serious second son who can divide the family property and the love of his parents. No one knows when Mr. Ji became crooked. Anyway, Ji's father liked to be close to this brother when he was a child. He expected his brother to take him to play, and worshipped his brother who was more capable than him. He only grew cold after suffering a few losses. He is different from Mr. Ji. Mr. Ji never worries about whether his parents will be sad when he attacks his younger brother. But Ji's father is worried that his parents will not be able to bear the brothers killing each other when they are old. In addition, he is not as ruthless as Mr. Ji. He was very interested in literature, so he developed into literature, and only started to engage in business after the separation of the family. As a result, he finally managed to build the current family property, but a disaster happened from the sky, and the property went bankrupt all of a sudden. Ji's father has a clear heart, so he came here specifically for him. Although his previous family property attracted people's attention, who else but Mr. Ji would have such a reason to take action? It's not just because he wants to make money. No matter how good-tempered a person is, he will be offended if he does this, but now he feels quite happy in his heart. Although most of it is bad news, isn't there also good news? Look, the child he raised with his own hands has finally seen the ugly face of Mr. Ji, and he will no longer be as envious as before. And Nagasawa knelt at the door and said something like that before. In addition, He also said that there were many people watching the excitement around. It is estimated that today, Mr. G watched his brother die and his nephew knelt in front of him. The news spread throughout the city that he refused to help after 2 days of begging at the door. He had never beaten his elder brother in a fight before, but he didn't expect that Nagasawa, who he had raised by himself, would let him fall into the trap today. Cool. So cool. G's father glanced at his son who was kneeling in front of his bed with a look of loss and remorse, and coughed. He felt a little better after getting the good news, and actually let him sit up halfway with his body propped up. He sat down and reached out to help Ji Changs. Good boy, get up quickly. Now that something is happening in our family, you went there because you wanted to help. I can't blame you. Seeing that Ji Chang's face was still full of pain and anger, he sighed again. Actually, Dad didn't explain many things clearly to you before. Your uncle, There was a bit of sadness on his face, but he showed no mercy at all. He told all the things Mr. G had done before, of course, in a more tactful way. For example, your uncle had just gotten married and your father and I were still a child. Maybe it was because your grandparents looked at me because I was young and loved me. He was unhappy and was not very friendly to your father and me. He even pushed me on purpose on a rainy day. I almost disfigured me, and then went to your grandparents to bite me back. I was young and didn't know how to defend myself at the time. Looking back later, I'm afraid your uncle has never taken me seriously since then. Brother watched. After finishing speaking, I would like to add one sentence, but it may be that your uncle was young and did not know the importance of things. Time has passed, and I don't want to blame him, etc. No matter how young you can be, you were already married at that time. A married brother actually deliberately pushed his biological brother who was still a child. This shows his character and character. G's father's words not only revealed Mr. G's trashy character, but also created a great image for himself as a glorious person who didn't care about his brother. Otherwise, it is said that the literati can talk. As soon as he talked like this, the eldest brother who couldn't play with him before turned into a man who cared about the fraternal relationship and was unwilling to make an enemy. Anyway, he just said how pitiful and pathetic he wanted to be. After saying this, Ji Chang's face showed a bit of indignation. He said angrily, "Thankfully, I secretly admire you. It turns out that your uncle is such a person. Dad, why didn't you tell your son earlier? If you had known that he had been like that, I will definitely not give him a good look towards you." Father G was happy. He had wanted to use eye drops for a long time, but after all, the other person was Nagasawa's biological father. When his adoptive father said such things, it seemed as if he was jealous of his biological father and son and said bad things behind his back. And applying eye drops behind his back is not something a gentleman would do, but this time he was seriously ill, and many things were different in G's father's heart. In addition, looking at his son's aggrieved and lost look now, he would be in trouble if he didn't strike while the iron was hot. Too stupid. Ze has witnessed with his own eyes what kind of person his eldest brother is. Shouldn't he seize the opportunity to take eye drops? Otherwise, such a good opportunity would be wasted. Opportunities are fleeting, so grab them if you can. He said very helplessly, "After all, he is your biological father. Although he wanted to send you away because of a monk's comment, you admire him so much, how could you have the heart to say it as a father?" Yes, that's right, that's it, to tell the truth about the eldest brother not wanting Nagasawa in such a subtle way. Sure enough, Ji Changs looked greatly shocked and asked in disbelief, "Uncle ever wanted to send his son away?" This reaction suited Ji's father exactly. He was excited and tried hard to show a bit of regret on his face, with an expression of, "Hey, why did I just say this? I shouldn't tell you this." Ji Changs was indeed anxious and kept asking what was going on. Ji's father couldn't shirk, so he utterly helpless told what had happened. Of course, it has undergone some polishing and processing. For example, Mr. G first started thinking about it after hearing the words of his beloved concubine. In G's father's words, he immediately worried about Ji Chang's himself, and at that time, he planned to throw Ji Chang's into the Zhuangzi and be killed. The old lady stopped her and went to Jifu, which turned into your mother, and I heard about this, and thought about how a child like you could survive being thrown outside in such a chaotic situation, so we went to find it your grandma. He also described very emphatically how cold-blooded and ruthless Mr. G was when Ji Chang's was taken away by them. He didn't even look at him. How Ji Chang's cried loudly when he was still a baby. His cries made people cry. But in the end, Mr. G did not come to see off his son who would become his nephew in the future. Father G still has integrity. Although there is a little artistic processing, most of it is the truth. It is just that through his own description, he vividly portrays the cruelty and ruthlessness of Master G. Ji Chang's cooperated and showed an even more disappointed look. Then he said the words that Ji's father wanted to hear most: I didn't expect that my uncle was such a person. If I had known it earlier, my son would not ask for him. Father, you are so kind to take care of your illness. I will never ask for him again. He will not worth. Hey, mother, these words made Father G feel as comfortable as taking a sip of ice water in the middle of summer. Although the family has fallen into decline, now the whole family is united, and that is stronger than anything else. My heart felt comfortable, and my body felt much better than before. Especially Ji Chang's opened the window to let the room have some ventilation. He no longer had the arrogance that he had been used to, and instead spoke with a little calmness about the future at home. With him, Ji's father will be better off if he lets his father take good care of his illness and not worry about it. When he saw Ji Chang's go out, he was still thinking in his heart. Although Chang's was a little naive and had no worries about food, clothing, and care since he was a child, it was not without its benefits. Look, he won his son back in just a few words. Alas, he is still a sword. But Nagasawa is still too coaxable. As soon as Ji Chang's went out, Chiao Yuan Huan came up to him and asked nervously, Brother Zi, how is Dad? You won't be offended by your uncle's disapproval of his popularity. Dad is fine. I chatted with him and he seems to be in much better spirits now than before. Ji Chang's really didn't expect that the old man would be settled by him in just a few words. This old man is quite easy to coax. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tan Zhong Mao. Chapter 257. Before Ji Chang's could check his memory, a man with complete equipment and an agent-like appearance came over holding Mukang in his arms and complained, these weird things have been happening more and more recently, and we have to come out to work in the middle of the night. Boss, do you think the people above us really think we are an impenetrable wall? Ji Chang's moved his eyebrows slightly but said nothing. This person just couldn't help but complain a few words. Seeing that he didn't say anything, he went to find someone else to complain to. Only then did he start checking his memories. Looking at it, I really see something interesting. This world was originally just an ordinary modern world. Suddenly, from unknown day, it began to merge with another world. After the fusion, the spiritual power belonging to that world was transmitted to the modern world, which was originally just an ordinary technological world, and some people with talents gained supernatural powers. People with superpowers have different abilities. There are good and bad people with superpowers. Some people with superpowers hide their abilities and continue to live peacefully. Some people with superpowers start to use their abilities to help others. There are also a smaller number of people with superpowers. Those who use their abilities to commit illegal crimes. With superpowers, there will naturally be people who try to restrain superpowers. The original owner was the boss of the department responsible for dealing with the mess caused by superpowers. He is not old, he is only 25 years old this year. The reason why he can become the boss is partly because of his outstanding marksmanship, but also because he does whatever it takes to get the upper hand and uses unfair means to trip up several people. Competitors. On the other hand, the higher UPS also took into account the original owner's hatred of superpowers and could better restrain this group of lawless superpowers. Why the hatred? To make a long story short, when the original owner was 15 years old, he offended a superpower. The superpower was good at cursing and cursed the original owner to be unable to grow up for the rest of his life. So, when his peers grew up, married, and had children, the original owner, to always maintain the same appearance of 15 years old. The National Department at that time took him back and tried to help him break the curse, but no matter how hard he tried, it was to no avail. The original owner was angry and asked to join the National Department. It was also because he had talent and was actually a good youngster. In addition, he was an orphan and had no relatives. And now his appearance will never change and he is no longer suitable to live with ordinary people. In the end, the superiors agreed to let him become a member of those who restrain superpowers. From the age of 15 to 25, the only thing that remained unchanged in the original owner's heart was hatred. He hates that beings with supernatural powers prevent him from ever being able to become a normal man. I hate why the country has to clean up the mess left by these superpowers again and again. According to him, creatures with superpowers should not exist in this world. They should kill everyone they see, whether they are good or bad. They have powers beyond ordinary people, so they should not live. As for the statement that there are good and bad powers, the original owner also scoffed. There are good and bad. You can ensure that a bad person will not come out to cause trouble again after he dies, but can you ensure that a good person will not become a bad person in the future? If you are a good person at this moment, will you definitely keep your original intention unchanged in this life? Their abilities are far beyond ordinary people, and even if the country wants to deal with them, it will have to spend a lot of energy. This is their original sin. If one day those so-called superpowers who side with ordinary people rebel, who can stop them? These are the original owner's thoughts. He firmly believes that the best way to deal with people with supernatural powers is to kill them all without leaving anyone behind. Even if the person with superpowers is a baby, the elderly, or a pregnant woman. As long as they are superpowers, they should not exist in the world. He worked hard to climb to the top position just to achieve the goal of killing all the superpowers. If this were a novel, his thoughts would be a typical villain. Everyone knew that the original owner hated superpowers and their fancy tricks, but no one thought that this was what the original owner had in mind. After that, the original owner kept dormant until the creatures in the two worlds that just leak spiritual energy began to pop up. All kinds of monsters were rampant. The country wanted to destroy the monsters, and worked hard to hide it in front of ordinary people in order not to cause panic. But the original owner glimpsed the image of the world next door from the captured monster. There is a world of cultivation over there. Compared with modern superpowers, most of the Aboriginal residents there are cultivators. The system is similar to that in Chinese fairy tales. There are cultivators who are dedicated to cultivating immortals and want to improve their cultivation, and there are also some who are vicious and will not a demon cultivator who takes human life seriously. What is even more tragic is that their world was discovered by demon cultivators first. Billions of ordinary people without cultivation equals practice materials / furnaces / objects for fun. As a result, the demonic cultivators began to destroy the modern world in a planned and large-scale manner. With a common enemy, the national teams and superpowers who were originally wary of each other immediately united their front to fight against the demonic cultivators from the next world. This is not a small fight like before. People in their own world just fight and kill people. It has nothing to do with your world. Want to destroy our world and make our entire planet slaves? You are making such a fuss. Even the most noisy superpowers in the past are no longer making trouble now. No one is a fool. They just want a higher status in modern times. If they are really stabbed in the waist during internal fighting, they will all finished. No one would have thought there was a traitor in this situation. The original owner is the traitor. When everyone was fighting with the demon cultivators, he successfully connected with the demon cultivators over there and asked the other party to promise to kill all superpowers, thus revealing the layout of their world. The original owner has gone completely crazy, and he doesn't care what will happen to his world after the death of these superpowers, who are the only ones who can fight against the demon cultivators. Didn't he work hard for so many years just to be able to stand in a high position and kill these people with superpowers? As a result, it was just a matter of killing a demon cultivator, but the country actually stood on a united front with the superpowers. He, who wanted to kill all the superpowers in the world, was forced to be brothers with these superpowers. Listening to the country's wishes, it actually plans to commend these superpowers. When the battle is over, it will recognize the existence of superpowers to the whole world, let them have the same rights as ordinary citizens, and encourage other citizens to also strive to become superpowers. How about playing? The original owner endured it until he became a pervert. In the final battle, he betrayed the superpowers who were fighting for his world and watched them die on the battlefield one by one. He smiled with satisfaction under the eyes of his teammates in disbelief. Then his heart was ripped out by a demonic cultivator. This ends the original protagonist's perspective, and there are a few short sentences to follow. Without the superpowers who can fight against the demonic cultivators, even if all countries try to fight together, they will eventually be defeated by the demonic cultivators. The entire modern world has become a material library for the demonic cultivators. Countless people are killed every day so that the demonic cultivators can extracted their souls and used them as vaginas, and the young and beautiful girls were also reduced to furnaces. Not only did they have to be humiliated, but they also had to be sucked and hummed. After the demonic cultivators wreaked havoc in this world for more than 30 years, the world has become more integrated. The righteous monks next door discovered that something was wrong, and used secret methods to maintain the consciousness of the soul in a yin vessel. Only then did they realize that the demonic cultivators actually captured the entire world of ordinary people. When the righteous monks were fighting against the demonic cultivators, the superpowers who had grown up over the past 30 years in the modern world took the opportunity to join the battlefield and join the righteous monks in destroying the demonic cultivators. In the end they won, but the world that originally had a population of several billion was now devastated, with less than 300 million people surviving in the end. Their world has been harmed by demonic cultivators and is no longer suitable for survival. Under the leadership of the leading superpower, the entire world moved to the immortal cultivating world next door. Not only did they lose their families and friends, they also lost their own world. And all this could have been avoided. After checking, Ji Chang's pulled out his consciousness and rubbed his eyebrows. The original owner's life was at least several billion, and he might not have thought of the consequences before doing it. He never thought that he was cursed by the superpower because he offended the superpower first, nor did he think that the country had trained him and given him everything for so many years, but he had pushed the whole country and even the whole world into the abyss. In the eyes of the original owner, everyone in the world owes him. He offended the superpower and bullied the other party because he was older than him. After being cursed by the other party, he blamed the superpower for everything. Even countries that did not kill people with supernatural powers were also marked down by him. When he usually goes on missions, although he cannot kill people with superpowers, he will be cruel to them within the limits of what he can do. His teammates can't stand it, so he relied on his high strength value during training to win the name of his teammates. Practice, but actually fight. Everyone knows that the original owner doesn't like people with superpowers, and even has an irritable attitude towards his teammates, but who allows him to fight? Even if he thinks that the original owner is too violent and has prejudice against people with superpowers, there is still no one. Dare you say something to him? After figuring out the outline of the previous situation, Ji Changs began to determine the timeline. The time now is that the two worlds have gradually begun to merge. The demon cultivators have discovered the modern world, but out of caution, they are only preparing to send some of their men to test. No matter how big the country's imagination is, they never expected that there could be someone next door. This world of cultivating immortals wants to merge with theirs, and they are still trying to restrain these naughty children. That's right, to the country, people with special abilities are just naughty children. I don't know if it's because the younger you are, the easier it is to activate your powers, or because you're younger, so you're not as cautious as adult people with powers. 80% of the incidents involving people with powers that the country handles are caused by younger people with powers. Even the superpower whose original owner was permanently fixed at the age of 15 was only 8 years old at the time. Because the original owner laughed at her for being short and ruined her skirt, she was cursed by this little girl to never grow up. The original owner did not focus on this is a child and I provoked the other person first, but on this is a person with superpowers and she hurt an ordinary person, so why didn't I kill her? Because of the shadow brought by that little girl, the original owner was even more disgusted with the naughty children with superpowers. This time it wasn't some naughty child who caused trouble, but because it looked like a supernatural incident and ordinary people couldn't get close to it, they sent out their entire team. After figuring out the timeline, Ji Changs closed his eyes and felt the aura contained in the air. This familiar, thick breath slowly drifted into his body along with the changes in his breathing. After breathing for a while, Ji Changs felt his body relaxed a lot. I can't blame the two worlds for merging. This modern world has too little spiritual energy. If we don't get more spiritual energy, all of them will be exhausted in tens of millions of years. However, the spiritual energy floating over from the next door is too strong and too explosive. In tens of millions of years, either everyone next door will ascend, or everyone will explode together. If one of them is too full and the other is not full, if they bump into each other by chance, they will fuse together. The car was driving slowly to the place where the supernatural incident happened. Ji Changs closed his eyes to rest, but he was actually sucking in spiritual power. The spiritual power entered his body and circulated in his body. And he adopted it for his own use. By the time the car stopped, Ji Changs had already figured out why the spiritual power that allowed people to cultivate immortality next door became superpowers when they traveled to modern times. To put it bluntly, the body systems of people in the two worlds are different. It's like using the same noodles for cooking, but someone makes steamed buns and someone makes noodles. The world of cultivating immortals has probably always had a tradition of cultivating immortals. Spiritual power enters the body and starts practicing step by step, with the goal of ascending. But things are different here in the modern world. Although there are novels about cultivating immortals, no one thinks that it is really possible to become an immortal. Even if one obtains spiritual power, the spiritual power will go in the direction the master wishes. As a result, abilities that are more suitable for the laws of this world appeared. What Hercules, what curses, what can go up to the sky, there are all kinds of things, they can do anything. As far as Ji Changs knows, a 5-year-old girl's awakened power is to conjure a lot of marshmallows, and her attack technique is to use marshmallows. People wrap up. But now, Ji Changs, who knew the laws of the world, thought about it and guided the spiritual power in his body to make a few more turns. The system who is used to pretending to be dead pretends to be dead. Host, this kind of world has never been here before. Do you need to exchange your powers for me? There are also props in the system mall that can allow people to absorb spiritual power crazily and quickly increase the level of their abilities. Would the host want to use it? It's very cheap, you just need. After discovering that Ji Changs was frantically absorbing spiritual power and rapidly increasing his power level, it silently shut up. After a while, he came out unwillingly. Host, you are cheating. Ji Changs, if I don't cheat, then what I learned in the previous world will be meaningless. Do you think there is anything wrong with this passage? System, no. But host, when did you learn this? It stands to reason that only props from the system Mal can have this effect. Ji Chang's thought for a while. The 32nd world, you also said this when I was studying. System. It silently pretended to be dead again. Boss, we're here, let's get out of the car. Hey, I don't know which naughty kid is causing trouble this time. Can't these kids watch less cartoons? Coming. Ji Chang's agreed, jumped out of the car lightly, and looked into the distance with squinted eyes. It was late at night, but the front was blindingly bright. It was really blinding. Because it happened to be on the road, there was a traffic jam here. At this moment, everything was in chaos. The driver who was blocked got out of the car and was looking over here. There are traffic police trying to maintain order. The policemen in front were wearing welding masks and trying to look into the bright light. The teammates next to them could not help but cover their eyes. Is this caused by a person with superpowers? Or is it some new attack method? Ji Chang's did not answer his words, and strode forward directly. When the police came to stop him, he took out his ID and showed it to the police. After seeing him being released smoothly, his teammates also hurriedly stepped forward. Still being stopped, the teammates quickly took out their IDs to show the police. However, the policeman looked at them for a few seconds and then looked at them several times with a slightly complicated expression. I have never heard of this department. Teammates. They pointed at Ji Chang's, who was walking towards the bright spot in front of him. Then how can he get there? He is also a policeman, so of course he can go there. Teammates. Boss, did you secretly give a false witness? Ji Chang's, on the other hand, had already relied on the false evidence he had created with his supernatural powers to get through all the way and reached the bright place smoothly. The staff member who was trying to look inside saw him coming and quickly handed him a mask. Put it on this, otherwise you will go blind. Okay, thanks. Although he didn't need it, Ji Chang's took it and politely thanked him, and then jumped down when the other party didn't react. Jump, 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 jump. Finally, the soles of his shoes touched the floor of the huge pit. There was a shiny humanoid object lying on the ground. He went up and kicked it. When he didn't get a response, he took out his mobile phone and dialed his teammates. Teammate, boss, you finally answered the phone. How are you inside? Are you a superpower? Do you need our support? Ji Chang's, the initial guess is that he is a person with supernatural powers. I kicked him and there was no response. He is probably dead and buried directly on the spot. Humanoid object lying on the ground. Seeing Ji Chang's actually hung up the phone, picked up a small shovel hanging on his waist and started digging soil and spreading it on him. He was clever and jumped up quickly to avoid being buried alive. Me, I'm still alive. I know. Ji Chang's answered calmly while digging the hole, it doesn't matter, he will die in a while. This person. His shining face showed an expression of disbelief. Aren't you from the alien security team? Why do you want to kill people as soon as you come up? Shouldn't we first ask him what happened, why he was in such a big pit, why he was glowing, and why he fell here motionless? As soon as they come up, they want to kill people and bury their bodies. You disrupt public order and waste social resources. Isn't it normal for me to kill you? Ji Chang's was fast and strong. He dug out a hole in a short time, pointed inside, and said to the superhuman who was still saying I don't believe it on his face, okay, don't waste time. Go in yourself. The superpower took a step back silently. I don't, you are deliberately committing murder, and I want to report you. Ji Chang's didn't say anything nonsense, he took out the wooden warehouse and pointed it at his forehead, go in by yourself, or should I beat you to death and put you in again? Stranger. He sat tremblingly in the pit, tears streaming down his miserable face. "Are you really going to bury me alive?" Ji Chang's thought the same thing. "You're right, it's not humane to bury you alive." Seeing the light of hope burst out from the superpower's face like a glowing egg, he continued, "Then beat him to death and bury him." Without waiting for the superhuman to react, Mukang aimed at his forehead. The person with the superpower was so frightened that the hair on his body stood up, and the light on his body was frightened away. Without the light, the cave immediately became pitch black, and no one could see anyone. The person above noticed that the light was gone and shouted, "What's going on down there? Are the colleagues who just went down there still? Call me back." Tisk. In the darkness, the superpower heard the man making an impatient noise, and then he seemed to turn on the flashlight on his mobile phone, and the cave lit up again. The superpower who had been blinded by the light source on his body could not see the other person's face clearly. Only then did I realize that this man looked to be only a teenager. Ji Chang's, who was still a teenager but wanted to bury him alive, stretched out his leg and kicked him. "Get up and tell me why you are disturbing public order here." Seeing him take out a familiar small notebook, bite open the pen holder, lower his head and start recording with an impatient expression, the superpower breathed a sigh of relief. This is the familiar way to open it. Every time you are caught by the alien insurance team, you must first explain your identity and then explain the reasons why you did what you did. After that, the sentence will be announced based on the severity of the circumstances. He is already familiar with the ways. "My name is Wan Kan. I was born in a cold winter." Ji Chang's interrupted directly, "Talk about superpowers." "Wan Kan, my power is to emit intense light, sometimes accompanied by the ability to dissolve all objects. Today I fell in love with my girlfriend." Ji Chang's interrupted again, "Superpower, glowing light bulb, occasionally used as sulfuric acid. Tell me, this is the first time I've caused trouble." Wan Kan, who was about to sadly talk about his tragic love, "I can't remember clearly, but there was a reason before. The first time was because..." Ji Chang's raised his eyes coldly and glanced at him under the light of the mobile phone's flashlight. "Wan Kan. 3 times, just 3 times. Ji Chang's, do you know that if you do this, ordinary people will know the existence of superpowers? Didn't our team make it clear when we first met that every superpower must ensure that their identity cannot be leaked to anyone, ordinary people?" "Wan Kan, I know, but..." Ji Chang's wrote directly in his notebook, "Know the law and break the law." Wan Kan. "No, sir, I didn't break the law, I just fell out of love today, and then I..." Ji Chang's raised his eyes and asked him, "Do you know that people with superpowers can't do things that will reveal their identity?" Wan Kan, "No." Ji Chang's, "Then do you think it won't make news if you create such a big hole on the road and then lie in the hole like a light bulb causing a huge traffic jam?" Wan Kan's voice gradually weakened, but I have a reason." Ji Chang's continued to write, "Knowing the law and breaking the law but refusing to plead guilty, the crime will be increased to the next level, and it is recommended to be shot directly." Wan Kan. "You can't write like that, that's not what I said. You are twisting my meaning, I want to report you." Ji Chang sneered. In the dim environment, the sound of Mukang loading the gun accurately fell into Wan Kan's ears. "Wan Kan, sir, you are right. I was really too ignorant before. How could I influence the public because of my personal emotional problems? I really feel my mistake deeply and promise that I will never make it again in the future." Ji Chang's, pleaded guilty. "Plead guilty. I admit it." Wan Kan carefully looked at the small notebook. "Sir, can you cross out the one that refused to plead guilty and the one that follows?" Ji Chang's glanced at him, "What benefit can you give me if I cross it out?" Grass. The people in this heterosexual insurance group are so good. She actually wanted benefits from him, which really ruined this young and handsome face. Wan Kan cursed in his heart, reluctantly took out his wallet and handed it forward. There are 10,000 yuan in it, all for you. Ah! In the dim pit, a sneer that made Wang Can's hair bristle came again. Ji Chang's, bringing a staff member is an additional crime. Wang Can, isn't this what you asked me for just now? Freely slander and accuse staff members, and then do it one more time. Wang Can shut up decisively. But just because he shut up didn't mean Ji Chang's would let him go. He took off the backpack he was carrying and pretended to dig something out of it. In fact, he used his superpower to condense a light bulb. After taking out the light bulb, he patted Wang Can on the face and said, "Open your mouth." Wang Can was afraid that he would do something wrong again, so he could only grit his teeth and open his mouth. Then Ji Chang stuffed the light bulb into his mouth. Wang Can. He frantically tried to take out the light bulb, but it turned out that the light bulb, which was easy to get in, couldn't be taken out. He could only whine and worry. While he was anxious, Ji Chang's directly hung wires on him, and then patted his head. "Adjust your brightness to the light bulb. It must be the brightest, and it can only be on the light bulb." Wang Can. He won't. He is the most useless superpower, and he has never thought about practicing his superpower. Every time he gets into trouble, it is because he fails to control the brightness in his body. Moreover, even if he really practices, he concentrates the brightness on a light bulb. It's too difficult to get on. However, he whined and couldn't tell that he wouldn't come. He could only watch Ji Chang's face full of "How dare you not cooperate with me," and his expression gradually turned cold. Ji Chang's, "Okay, count to 10. If you can't do it, you will die." Mu Kangkao touched Wang Can's forehead again. Ji Chang's didn't talk nonsense at all and started counting directly. 19,87654. Wang Can, damn, you are counting so fast. I suspect you just want to kill me. He didn't know if his desire for life was too strong. He gritted his teeth and his mind was confused, and he actually managed to make the light bulb gradually turn on. It would be fine if we just cooperated earlier. The cruel and ruthless Demon King is still complaining that Wang Can is wasting too much time. Wang Can was almost scared to death. Wang Can, who had never tried to control his own powers before, said, "What the hell do you know? I didn't know how to do anything before, but now I can do it because I was scared, okay." However, there was still a light bulb in his mouth, and he couldn't speak at all. He could only watch with grief and anger as Ji Chang's took out his backpack and poured out a pile of broken mirrors on the ground. "Wait, why do you have so many mirrors in your bag? Forget about those that are palm-sized, this mirror is almost half the size of a person. How the hell did you take it out of your backpack?" He almost stared his eyes out, but it was useless. Ji Chang's didn't even look at him, let alone answer his questions. After finishing all the mirrors he took out of his backpack, he shouted to the top, "It's okay down there, please pull us up." Above, the teammates who finally sneaked in heard Ji Chang's voice and quickly threw down a rope. Ji Chang's took the rope off. "Teammates. Boss, what's wrong? What happened down there?" "It's okay," Ji Chang's shouted to the top while busy tying up people, "this kid is dishonest, I will tie him up." Wang Can, who was so frightened that he didn't dare to move a step, for fear that he would accidentally anger Ji Chang's and be fooled by Wang Can. The person whose mouth was gagged by the light bulb had no right to speak. He could only let Ji Chang's tie him up in grief and anger, and then tied him to another rope thrown down from above. When he was lifted up, Wang Can almost thought he was a rice dumpling, spinning in circles in the air and being lifted up bit by bit. When he was lifting it up, he could still hear the people in the heterosexual team complaining about his weight. "This guy needs to lose weight. Why is he so heavy? Damn it, why is there a light bulb in his mouth? It's so flashy. Brother, why are you eating light bulbs like this? You can't think about it? Wankan, Oh, I just said a few words and why did I cry? It's not like that. People, who doesn't have a special hobby? If you like to eat light bulbs, just eat them. Don't worry, we people have seen the storms and waves. No, I'll look at you in a strange way. Wankan, woo-oh. Ha 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 ha, it's okay, no need to express gratitude, we are all Chinese, it's okay. Wankan. He gave up the struggle. When Ji Chang's came up, he saw this guy standing there with a lifeless expression, as straight as a zombie. His teammates saw him coming up and quickly gathered around him. Boss, what's going on? Is this the person who just showed light? Ji Chang's, after this person fell in love, he suffered mental disorder due to the severe shock. In the state of dementia, he mistakenly thought that he was a big shining light bulb, so he secretly dug a hole, hid in it and bit the light bulb. Through the principle of mirror reflection, the light was focused together, and finally it emitted such a dazzling light. Wankan. Teammates. Everyone was dumbfounded. One of the teammates glanced at Wankan secretly, then quietly ran to Ji Chang's and whispered, "Boss, in this case, this person is an ordinary person? Then do we have to leave quickly and leave him to the local police?" Cha. Ji Chang's looked at him as if he were a fool, raised his hand and slapped him on the head. "Are you stupid? The version I just said is for you to say to ordinary people, you. When? Have you seen it before? A light bulb. It shines so brightly. Every exclamation is a slap in the face." Wankan, who was still sighing that he was so miserable after being broken up in love, met such a demon. When he saw the demon, no, Ji Chang's was so cruel to his own people, he felt a strange sense of comfort in his heart. But soon he could no longer be comforted. Balabala, a member of the alien security team, told the police what Ji Chang's had just said, and the policemen suddenly looked strangely in their eyes when they looked at Wankan, who was tied up by Wu Huida. They took a flashlight and looked down. This time there was no strong light blocking them, and they were able to spot the broken mirrors and shovels at the bottom of the pit very smoothly. There were so many mirrors, and it seemed that they had been planning for a long time. Although this statement is nonsense, in this magical world where the news looks like a movie, no weird things seem to be so unbelievable. So, Wankan, who still had a shining light bulb in his mouth, was just like this. Definition: a psychopath who has just lost his love and is deeply affected by his mental disorder. He treats himself as a light bulb. The car owners who were stuck here, and the reporters who came here after hearing that there was a big traffic jam due to an unknown luminous object, witnessed the scene of the mentally ill being put into the police car. The policeman kindly stood in front of the reporter and asked the reporters not to turn on the flashlight. "The patient's mood is very unstable. Please don't turn on the flashlight to stimulate him. Thank you for your cooperation." Wankan looked numb. "Thank you. Now reporters know that I am a mental patient and very emotionally unstable." The first thing on the local news homepage the next day was this incident. The comments below were full of ha ha ha, and some people formed a team to try to check in the big hole that was dug. Ha 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 ha, I was laughing so hard. Although this guy is very sympathetic, I really can't help it, ha 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 ha. No, what kind of operation is it to treat yourself as a light bulb when you are broken in love? This is too ha 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 ha. Facts have proven that if you learn mathematics, physics, and chemistry well, you are not afraid of becoming a mental patient. You can use the various refraction of the mirror and the size of the hole to brighten the light of the light bulb to that level. The minimum is 211. I experimented in my yard last night, and the light was not very big. I want to ask the master, did I dig the hole too shallow? Ha 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 ha, buddy, now the whole world knows that you are lovelorn, it's so miserable. Wankan, Do you have to humiliate me by reading these comments with an expressionless face and no emotion? Ji Chang's took off his phone with a cold look on his face. I'm not interested in humiliating you. I'm just kindly letting you see how others view you. Don't you think you should thank me? Wan Ken gritted his teeth. I really thank you. You're welcome. Ji Chang's, since you can still be grateful to me, it seems that you are not hopeless. You can still be saved. I can remove your third felony. Wan Ken, aren't you from the alien protection team? Isn't your mission to protect us? Ji Chang's, it seems that you are mistaken. The mission of the Special Protection Team has never been to protect people with special abilities like you. We just ensure that the existence of superpowers will not be revealed to ordinary people. Don't worry, with our paranormal protection team handling the aftermath, no one will ever think that you are a superpower. Wan Ken. No one thought of it, and now everyone thinks he is a mentally ill patient who suffered a broken love. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, Tan Zhong Mao. Chapter 258. Perhaps because he was angry at the demon cultivator's provocation, or perhaps because he knew that this was not his world and people were merciless, Ji Chang struck harder this time than every time. The demon cultivator collapsed on the ground, like a blood bag, vomiting blood. After a while, the ground where he lay was covered with blood. Ji Chang's began to fall, and landed on the demon cultivator's back very accurately. Even though he was fixed at 15 years old, he was still a big boy. This weight dropped from the sky on the demon cultivator, which made the other person's throat feel sweet and he vomited blood even more violently. Ji Chang's, the culprit, showed no guilt. He took off the blindfold from his eyes and looked at the demon cultivator he was stepping on with an unkind expression. It's not just that you can fly. What's so great about it? You can't fight at all and you still have the nerve to force yourself in front of me. It's really shameful for you. You're not a Chinese, but you still want me to tolerate you. After saying that, maybe he still felt uncomfortable, so he suddenly raised his foot and stepped on it hard. Puff. The demon cultivator spat out another large mouthful of blood, his legs twitched and he rolled his eyes, looking pitiful as if he was about to die soon. Unfortunately, he had just revealed his identity, he was not one of his own, and he still wanted to invade their world. No one present sympathized with him. Boss, you, how can you fly, are you a superpower? Why haven't you told us? You. The team members were just looking for weapons that could shoot into the sky, but when they were looking for them here, their leader went up to the sky. After a few moments of confusion, the demon cultivator above was forcefully knocked down. How many times have I told you that these superpowers are not a long-term solution at all? To deal with the enemy, you still have to use scientific methods. Didn't you see that I just used science to defeat him? Team Member 1. Team Member 2. The superpowers who are still in a stunned state. The third member of the team who was most affected, poisoned, had his eyes lit up and suddenly realized, I understand, boss, you mean that you fell on him on purpose. When you fall from a height, you are in free fall due to the influence of gravity. Potential energy is converted into kinetic energy, and the faster it falls, the greater the impact when it lands. In this way, as long as you find the right position and land on the demon cultivator, you can crush him to death. Oh. So that's it? Everyone nodded in confusion and immediately said, we understand, too. Then he was sprayed by Ji Chang's. You understand, big-headed ghost. The reason why I landed on him is because I was wearing slippers when this guy was making trouble. When someone came up, my shoes couldn't keep up. If I didn't fall on top of him, why would I have to step on the ground? Team members. They looked down and saw that Ji Chang's was barefoot. Turning around again, the pair of slippers actually stayed at the door. Because the boss actually has superpowers thing was so shocking, a group of people ran out in a swarm, and no one noticed that they were left alone at the door. A pair of slippers. One team member quickly ran back to the door to get the shoes back and carefully placed them at Ji Chang's feet. Funny, boss, put on your shoes, put on your shoes. Seeing their irritable leader taking his feet off the demon cultivator and putting on his slippers with an impatient expression on his face, and looking less angry, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, put this person up for me. I want to ask him how many people like him are there in our world now. Heh, he looks like the second and third child of the world, but he is still so timid. Rats, if you want to invade our world, you don't fight first but act like rats and hide in the dark to spy on us. It's really embarrassing for the demon cultivator. The demon cultivators on the ground were beaten half to death and still had to endure Ji Chang's verbal attacks. He was so angry that he kept twitching and wanted to refute, but he couldn't move at all because of the serious injury. He could only try to open his eyes wide and glare at Ji Chang's. What are you looking at? I'm not talking about you. You have a sinister eyebrow and a pair of eyes no bigger than a mosquito's. Your face is sloppy and your clothes are in tatters. Some people believe you when they say you are a beggar. You are a demon cultivator, if you are really like this, then no wonder you come to our world and start shouting and killing. Isn't it because you don't have the resources and are greedy for our resources? You are so arrogant, bah. Take a look at yourself. There is mud between your fingernails and your body is so dirty. Even the beggars here are cleaner than you. Wait a minute. The leader of the alien team, who was furiously criticizing the demon cultivator, suddenly realized something while he was talking. He stopped suddenly and lowered his head to look at his feet. Damn, why are you so dirty? I might as well have stepped on the ground when I stepped on you. Holy shit, it's so disgusting. You two, hurry up and find me a new pair of shoes. I'm going to take a shower. He ran away in a hurry. As he ran, he was cursing, you, who are these people? You are so dirty at such an old age. You can't blame me for crying out loud all the time. You are so ugly and dirty. You must be a girlfriend. No, vomit, I'm going to vomit. Xiao Qi, go get the disinfectant spray from the office and spray it everywhere. This person doesn't have any germs on him, it's so disgusting. The demon cultivator, who was forcibly knocked down from the air and used as a human mat, and then was criticized for being disgusting and dirty, was so angry that his eyes turned black. Blood spewed out again, and he tried to shout incoherently, "You, mortals, I have passed the news to, Lord Demon, you, will all die." Unfortunately, his voice was too low and the members of the alien team couldn't hear him clearly. One of them leaned forward to listen, but was stung by his bad breath and came back. Ugh, it stinks so quickly. Disinfect him quickly. We'll attract those flies again in a while. Even now, the demon cultivator still refuses to abandon or give up, and tries his best to amplify his voice. You, will all die, you. Zit sai zai zi. Xiao Qi took a large spray bottle and sprayed him from head to toe very professionally. Cough cough cough. What is this? You want to poison me, you can't. I tell you, I am a master of poison making. I. Oh my god. There are so many bugs crawling out of his ears. Hurry up, insecticide, insecticide. The demon cultivator watched helplessly as the goo worms he had worked so hard to cultivate crawled out of his body due to the disinfectant. He was anxious and angry, and his eyes were splitting. My goo worm, what have you done to it? However, his voice was too low and did not attract anyone else's attention. Some of the superpowers were afraid of bugs and were so frightened that they jumped 3 feet high. Fortunately, the insecticide was quickly brought out and sprayed on the bugs by members of the superpower team. The bugs tried to struggle at first, but unfortunately they couldn't resist the chemical composition, and their hair became warped after just 2 bounces. Demon cultivator. His distressed voice changed its tone, my Chong Chong. The team members worked like tigers. When Ji Changs came out from the shower, they not only completed the disinfection, but also took Mo Shiu to give him a cold shower in the yard, and used insecticide to disinfect his whole body. Every time, the only king goo insect that had not crawled out before was also forced out, and finally died under the pesticide. The demon cultivator watched helplessly as the goo worm he had worked so hard to cultivate from the corpse died, and he almost didn't follow him. When Ji Changs arrived, his eyes were dull and he already looked like a zombie. What happened to him? Did you hit him? When Ji Changs asked, the team members all said, how is this possible? Our country, China, has always been kind and righteous in treating prisoners well. Not only did we not beat him, we also gave him a shower and caught bugs. Look how clean he is now. Ji Changs listened carefully and saw that the magician was muttering blankly, my Chong Chong. He glanced at the team members with a subtle expression, and for a moment he felt a little sympathetic to the demon cultivator. Okay, if you don't get down to business, what's the use of getting into these minutiae? Ask questions. He leaned back comfortably on the recliner, picked up the melon seeds, and placed the coke next to him. Ji Changs raised his chin and said, let's get started. It's like a scene of a landlord and a wealthy man commanding people to torture. However, the demon cultivator refused to cooperate at all. No matter what the team members asked him, he clenched his teeth and stared at them fiercely. Whether you say it or not, we should all get off work. You can't even hope to get any information from me. I want you to die. All of you die. The team members were quite helpless at his lack of cooperation. Are everyone in their world so rude? It's so uncivilized to open your mouth and shut up to kill people. Fortunately, we helped him bathe and deworm him before, but his attitude is still so bad. Really, why is this person like this? The demon cultivator, who was looked at with condemnation by everyone. You mortals who killed the goo bugs I worked so hard to cultivate and washed me down with cold water are telling me to be polite and civilized. So terrible. The people in this world are really terrible. Now he even began to doubt whether he had done the right thing or wrong by coming here to try to get the head diving skills after passing the news to Lord Demon Lord. Although there are all mortals in this world and they seem to be powerless, they can actually fly into the sky and can easily kill his goo insects that even nascent soul stage monks are helpless in the world of cultivation. Even when killing them, these people did not even touch them. How on earth is it done? What secret did they use? If they use this kind of magic to deal with the demon lord. Mo Shiu squirmed hard and shed tears of regret. Why did he tell the demon lord and then run over on his own? He should tell the demon lord and hide in the dark to watch the demon lord fight with these people. If the demon lord is defeated by these mortals, and the mortals don't know how to use magical weapons, wouldn't he be able to inherit the demon lord's magical weapons and spiritual treasures? Regret. I'm so sorry. The superpowers were also invited to the special protection team to watch. Seeing that the demon cultivator was half dead, they all came forward curiously. This is a demon cultivator. It looks similar to us. It's much worse. The teacher said that demon cultivators look at ordinary people as if they are just reading materials. They kill people without blinking an eye, and they kill people without any reason at all. Anyway, as far as I know, there are quite a lot of demonic cultivators in the world over there. I don't know if we can handle them. If you can bear it, carry it. If you can't bear it, I would rather die in battle than become a useless material for these demon cultivators. With their dirty looks, they still have the nerve to use us as materials to let them step in for the discipline team too dirty. So the focus is on demonic cultivation of the dirty? The members of the alien team who were watching were a little amused. After all, these children were too young to see the seriousness of the matter. There were several little girls surrounding Wankan and laughing. Wankan, What did you promise to say before? If the discipline team has superpowers, what will happen to your head? Quick, quick, let me touch your head. I won't see you again for a while. Wan Can. Listen to what I'm telling you, the fact that Captain G has superpowers is really a big upset. After all, think about it, he has never told anyone that he is a superpower, and he always shows that he hates superpowers. If it were you, you wouldn't think Captain G is a superpower, right? Then we don't care, you said it yourself, hurry up, head. Being surrounded for his head, Wan Can felt miserable and quickly winked at the flying superpower, brother, save me. In the eyes of those with flying powers, Wan Can was surrounded by several beautiful young sisters laughing and joking. In this scene, he still had the nerve to wink at him and show off his popularity with women. Pooh! King Dog! I knew you didn't regard me as a true friend. Asking for help from his brother, Wan Can got an angry eye roll. Maybe it's because he can make any part of his body shine. Think about a person smiling at you, and suddenly one of his teeth starts to sparkle. How can he not attract other people's attention? Some female superpowers came up with a new idea. How to play: set the glass on the ring, and then ask Wan Can to make the glass shine. This is how to create a ring that is brighter than a diamond. As soon as this method came out, Wan Can immediately became the favorite of female superpowers. Earrings, necklaces, etc., as long as they pass through Wan Can's hands, they look much better than before. He has even practiced a move that can make emeralds greener because of the light. As a result, he became the most envied existence among male supernatural beings. The girls even took Wan Can with them when they went shopping, and never left him behind even for dinner parties and the like. Wan Can himself knew that they simply regarded him as their best friend, but others didn't think so. The eyes of a group of young men who just wanted to attract the attention of girls of the same age were almost green with envy. At this moment, everyone saw him waving at them like Tang Monk being entangled by female goblins, and everyone turned their faces angrily. Pooh! King Dog! Wan Can! There was really no other way, so he could only save himself. Okay, otherwise, how about I let my hair shine for you to see? A shining head appeared among the girls. Awesome! Can you control the glow of your scalp now? Quick, I want to record it. I want to take a group photo together, so I don't even need to light it. Yes, there is another reason why girls like to call Wan Can when they have dinner. His light is very bright, and it also has a lighting effect on the people around him. Every time everyone takes a photo after dinner, as long as Wan Can is there, the photo will be taken. The effect is more powerful than beauty. This is going downhill, right? Also, don't focus on Team G's superpowers. Now that this demonic cultivator has appeared again, it means that more and more demonic cultivators will come to our world in the future. Even if Team G, if he has superpowers, then he is just one person. No matter how powerful he is, he can't beat 1,000 people, right? So everyone, don't forget the purpose of our coming here. We are here to help you practice more. Come on. Don't take pictures. While Team G is in a good mood after taking a bath, hurry up and beg for mercy. This way, we will be really good in the future. We are about to go to the battlefield, so you can use some means to save your life. Thanks to Wan Can, who never forgets the purpose of pulling people into trouble, he turns to business in a few words. The flying superpower, who was still secretly jealous of him, couldn't care less about his jealousy when he heard it, and quickly smiled. No, we are here to practice with the GG team. Why are we here chatting? A psychic carefully poked the half-dead demon cultivator. I'm a little curious. Like in novels and TV shows, the demon cultivators all have a boss. What kind of demon king, demon emperor, etc.? What do you think? Do they have it over there? If there is one, a boss of this level should be very powerful. What will we do then? Wan Ken sneered after hearing this. Do you really think you are filming a TV series? Why did the Demon Lord bring his shrimp soldiers and crab generals with him as soon as he heard that there was a new world here? Oh, no, he flew over with his men to start a war. Wake up, TV dramas are just made like that, reality can't be that fantasy. The flying superpower looked at the familiar and confident Wan Ken in front of him, and suddenly felt that the scene seemed familiar. Where have you seen it? It's strange, I feel it all in my head, but I just can't remember it. A person with superpowers objected to Wan Ken. What is unrealistic? A few years ago, would you have believed that there were people with superpowers in reality? There was a world of cultivators next door, as well as demon cultivators and all kinds of strange things. Are creatures coming to our world and trying to invade it? Our world has already become magical. Magic is magic, you have to follow some logic. How can anyone come to the door after hearing the news? Even if they really want to fight, they still have to study the tactics, right? Even if the Demon Lord comes to fight, this sentence sounds just right. Funny, even if our two worlds really go to war, it will take more than 10 years or decades. If the war breaks out, I estimate that it will last for more than 10 years. Imagine the news page writing the Demon Lord of the cultivation world next door soldiers attacking Blue Star. Really, this is impossible, I guess it won't happen even if I lose all my hair. As soon as he finished speaking, the pagers on the superpowers suddenly started beeping. The flying psychic, who was rubbing his chin and wondering why the scene seemed familiar, finally remembered. Didn't Wan Ken also swear so confidently before that Team G couldn't possibly be a superpower? Then he was brutally slapped in the face. He looked down at the pager on his body. Isn't it? It's true. The foreign insurance team held an emergency meeting. Everyone sat in the conference room and watched the picture on the big screen. Obviously in mid-air, densely packed magic cultivators wearing black clothes, maybe not black, but they look like black because they don't like hygiene and are too dirty, are suspended above the center of the city, as if they are hitting some barrier. Generally, all kinds of weird weapons are flying here. In broad daylight, they were dressed in black and flying in the sky. It would be strange if no one noticed them. Countless ordinary people raised their heads and looked at them in shock and curiosity. What's going on? Filming a TV series? Where's Wea? Damn it, Daddy Cow's gravity has been eaten. No, let's not talk about why those people flew away. How do I see their expressions, as if they came with bad intentions? They seem to be hitting something? No, can anyone explain it? What is going on? What new holographic technology is it? Everyone in the alien protection team looked solemn. A team member quickly reported information. They suddenly appeared there, and they have been there for about 5 minutes. According to facial expression experts, these people should not be able to see the situation on our side at the moment, and detectors have been sent to detect it. I feel abnormal energy fluctuations in the area where they hit, and the fluctuations are continuing to increase. Preliminary speculation is that what they hit is probably the barrier between the two worlds. The screen zoomed in, and it was fixed on the face of a person sitting on a sedan chair being carried by several people, looking over here comfortably. We believe that this is the Demon Lord mentioned by the previous demon cultivator, who is the most powerful among all demon cultivators. His cultivation is in the Mahayana stage and is about to pass the tribulation. According to the demon cultivator, although he has never seen the Demon Lord, but he has heard that even the only Sangxian from the upright sect can only compete with this Demon Lord. So once they are really hitting the barrier between the two worlds, then we must pay attention to this demon. Because he happened to be here, a supernatural being who was pulled over to join the meeting raised his hand cautiously. Are you sure this is the Demon Lord? What is the basis for the determination? The members of the alien protection team looked serious and spoke seriously. The lower the status of the demon cultivators, the less hygienic they are. The higher the status, the more they care about cleanliness. Look at the person sitting in the sedan. His face is clean, and his clothes are not stained at all. In addition to the demon lord, the demon cultivators can also who is it? Stranger. He wanted to laugh, but found that everyone was serious and no one was laughing, so he could only answer dryly, it sounds reasonable. Ji Chang's face remained as dark as water and he said nothing. After all the information was gathered, he asked, what is the plan from above for the people? Have you thought of a way to get around it? People are here, and so many people are watching. I'm afraid it won't be able to get through. What it means is that it seems that a war is about to start. They are all fighting. Do you want to hide this matter or not? It doesn't make any sense anymore. Even though the team member said it politely, the face of the leader of the alien team gradually turned ugly. Boss, don't be angry. There's nothing we can do about it. It's not that we can't do our job well. With so many demonic cultivators standing in the sky, we can't get through no matter how hard we try. Yes, boss, why don't we think about how to deal with the demon cultivators now? The higher UPS were very happy when they found out that you have special powers, boss. By the way, boss, I didn't even ask before, what is your superpower? Yes. Flying type. No. Anyone could tell that Ji Chang's was trying hard to speak with anger, and every word he spoke was full of uncontrollable anger and irritability. My powers are similar to creation. Whatever I want, I can create it out of thin air as long as I know its structure. Wang Can carefully looked at his face secretly and quickly blew a rainbow fart. So that's it? No wonder you took out such a big mirror from such a small backpack when you arrested me. I thought I saw it wrong at the time. Son, you are so awesome. Yes, I'm telling you why you have all the props prepared every time you go to catch the superpower leader. It turns out it's because you have superpowers. You are worthy of being the leader. All those props can be made with superpowers. Because it was obvious that Ji Chang's couldn't accept that he had worked so hard to hide it from the public for so long, but in the end he still couldn't hide it, so everyone didn't even dare to flatter him too loudly. However, even if they flattered him, they couldn't make the leader of the alien group, who looked like a 15-year-old boy, any happier. The look on his face was frighteningly cold, and his whole body was filled with terrifying anger. When he stood up suddenly, everyone was startled. Wang Can, who was used to being beaten, even subconsciously held his head. Crouching under the table, boss, don't hit me. Don't hit me. I don't dare talk nonsense anymore. Ji Chang's didn't even look at him. He looked at the team member with a computer to take notes with a cold face. Lend me the computer for a while. The team members were so frightened by the majestic and terrifying aura on his body that their hands kept shaking. When they heard that he was actually talking to them, their legs began to shake. Trembling, he pushed the computer toward Ji Chang's with shaking hands. Boss, you can use it as you like. Ji Chang's picked up the computer expressionlessly, turned around and left. It wasn't until he went out that everyone in the room took a deep breath and started breathing heavily, covering their beating hearts, as if they had escaped from death. Wang Can climbed up with difficulty holding the chair. I told you before that the boss's terrifying aura is a bit abnormal, but you still don't believe it. Now it seems that this may be the high-level superpower that the teacher said may appear. The aura. The flying superpower was so frightened that his body was floating upwards. After hearing this, he quickly came down and retorted, "You have to do it? You were the last person who didn't believe that the leader was a superpower before. Now it's an afterthought. Oh no, I almost scared myself out of my wits just now. This is the first time I've seen him so angry. Even when he was woken up in the middle of the night to work overtime, he didn't act like this." Just now I thought the boss was going to kill the whole house. It's all exploded. Oh my legs, please help me, I was so scared that I almost peed my pants, I have to go to the toilet. Don't pull at me. My legs are weak too. Hey, why do you think the boss needs a computer? Is he unable to accept the fact that the truth is exposed, and is he reading online information? Wang Ken panted for a while before he managed to recover. Then, why doesn't the boss accept that ordinary people know the truth? One of the team members sighed with vicissitudes of life. He has always hated the existence of superpowers. He thinks that our world only needs science and technology. I think it is better to get into trouble. He was particularly irritable towards people with superpowers before, but because of his superpowers as a member of the family, we can only endure it. Later, things from the next world came to us. The boss gradually stopped holding back on these things from other worlds. I guess if he hadn't been fixed at the age of 15, he would have wanted to live an ordinary life. If he couldn't live it himself, he would have hoped that the lives of other ordinary people would not be changed. As a result, now, he has worked so hard to maintain such a stable life. The long-standing scientific worldview is about to be shattered, and it would be great if the boss is not angry to death. The young psychics who had been listening quietly on the side suddenly caught the important point. Exceptionally irritable towards people with superpowers. You too. What did you say to us before? Liars. Wang Ken and the flying superpower. At this critical moment of life and death, let's not worry about these trivial matters. Go back and get your weapons quickly. Those demon cultivators don't know when they will break through the barrier. We are the ones who are going to the battlefield. Time is running out. Wang Ken. I treat you like a good sister. You actually lied to us, you went too far. Sisters. Is this what you think of me? Damn it, why should I be a brother? You lied to us and still wanted to be a brother, just go ahead and dream. The supernatural beings, mostly in their teens, left noisily. The members of the alien protection team looked at them with emotion. You are still young and energetic. When the war starts, such good days will be rare. Hey, let them make trouble, they are just children. What do you think the boss is doing with his computer? He doesn't really read online information, does he? Will the boss cry? What are you thinking? I really thought that the boss is 15 years old. He won't cry even if you cry. But the things you have been insisting on are suddenly declared invalid. Maybe he will really cry. Hey, who of you will take a peek? Look. In the end, no one dared to peek to see if Ji Chang's was crying. When the order came from above, indicating that the energy fluctuations over there had reached a terrifying level, it was estimated that the world barrier was really going to break, and they were told to gather in the main square to prepare for the battle. He just walked out of his room. Several people took a sneak peek and saw that there were no tears on their faces and their eyes were not red. However, murderous intent was written all over his body, and he still remained silent. He didn't speak, and no one dared to say a word. It was so silent that when they went there, ordinary people had already been cleared away. This is really confusing to say. Everyone was happily shopping when suddenly a bunch of people dressed in weird clothes appeared above them. Then everyone's cell phones rang with messages. The content was probably, Chinese people, please stop wandering outside. There is a group of demon cultivators living in the cultivator next door to us. Now the demon cultivators are trying to take over our world. Ordinary people should prepare their weapons. Hiding at home, the military and police departments hurriedly gathered to prepare for the war. It's no joke. Today's battle may determine the fate of our planet in the future, so please cooperate. Everyone. Mischief. But soon, the big screen in the square and the planes flying in the sky began to play this passage in a loop. Finally, air defense sirens sounded all around, and the soldiers arrived quickly. All weapons and equipment were there. Everyone looked determined, shouldered their guns, and pointed at the group of people in the sky. Everyone went home in a daze, and then turned on the internet in a daze. There was almost an uproar online. Am I dreaming? What's going on? I also had a bowl of rice porridge and 2 eggs in the morning, and I was preparing to eat a weight loss meal at noon. Did the cultivator world next door come to take over our world? I'm so confused. Are we going to perish? Has anyone seen a middle-aged woman in her 40s or 50s who is wearing glasses and wearing floral clothes and walking with a slight limp? Here in the XX area, there are photos here. She is my mother. She went out to buy groceries today without her mobile phone and she hasn't come back yet. Has anyone seen her? Upstairs, there should be soldiers in your community. Go report the situation and Brother June will help you find them. Quick, everyone, watch TV. CCTV is actually broadcasting live footage of XX Square. On this day, CCTV's ratings reached a record high. But no one was happy because of this. The host looked solemn and stared closely at the sky that was gradually beginning to crack. Click. Finally, the demon cultivators stepped into their world with an unceremonious aggressive attitude. The host tried hard to keep his voice calm. The news coming from the scene is that the demonic cultivators have broken through the world barrier. We will fight with them next. Please hide at home, grab your weapons, and protect the people around you. Boom. There was a huge roar in the video. It was the demon cultivator known as the Demon Lord who hit the ground with a move. The ground that was flat just now turned into a big pit. At the scene, there was a scene of the soldier who had just been standing there rolling away in embarrassment, holding his injured arm and being carried away. This is the power of demonic cultivation. The host's voice stopped for a moment, and his eyes couldn't help but turn red. He choked back his sobs and said, "No matter what happens today, please take care of yourself. I hope that after this battle, the mountains and rivers will still be there, and the country will be peaceful and the people will be safe." At this moment, even the naive children were too nervous to make a sound. No one expected that war would come so quickly. In the picture, the Demon Lord did not pay much attention to these ant-like mortals below, nor did he think about negotiating. He only raised his hand slightly and gave the order. Kill. Actually, he didn't take them seriously. A voice suddenly rang out, "I will kill your uncle." A voice rose into the air and stood right opposite the demon cultivators. There was a trace of interest in Demon Lord's eyes. "Mortal? Who are you?" "I am your father." Mortals, open your mouth and shut up, mortals. Do you think you are cool and domineering? Ji Changs didn't say much nonsense. He waved his hand in the air with a curse, and an object quickly condensed in the void. The people below were stunned. Cannon. Ji Changs aimed the cannon at the demon cultivator and fired directly in that direction. Boom. The magic cultivator exploded. The Demon Lord waved his sleeves to block it and smiled disdainfully. "I really thought this mortal thing could." Boom. A huge bomb flew towards him and exploded directly in front of him. The Demon King didn't expect the power of this thing to be so powerful, so he didn't try to block it. As a result, he put down his ripped sleeves that were blown up, and his face was completely black. He touched his face, and his aloofness disappeared, and he said angrily, "How dare you blow me up? How come I don't dare to blow you up. Call me immortal." Immortal, right? Why the hell don't you call me daddy? No matter how mortal you are immortal. While Ji Changs was cursing, he quickly condensed various thermal weapons and fired at the Demon Lord with a clear target. These weapons would not really kill the Demon Lord, but it would not necessarily be the case for other demonic cultivators. He could only block it in a bit of embarrassment while getting angry. "Stop wasting your time. Do you really think you mortals can resist? Am I waiting for the demon cultivator? He. Your uncle is the Demon Lord just by washing his face. I take a shower every day and I still don't scream. You keep screaming. Scream. I can't kill you. Even though the demon lord has great magic power, he still had to quickly resist these weapons that somehow possessed huge energy. He couldn't help but grit his teeth and flicked back his sleeves, pretending as if these things couldn't hurt him at all. Enough. Do you think these things can hurt me? Can't hurt you, right? Ji Chang's opened his arms, and a huge object gradually took shape in the air. He sneered at the demon cultivator. Sir, times have changed. You, an old antique like you who is a mere mortal, just lie down in the coffin for me. Everyone below. Viewers watching the live broadcast. Nuclear bomb. Is that a nuclear bomb? Ji Chang's, do you really think? Are we ordinary people easy to bully? He threw it in that direction. Demon Lord's pupils shrank and he stopped dangerously. This, what on earth is this? He can feel that if he is hit, he will be injured even if he is not dead. Fortunately, he still stopped him. Just as he was rejoicing, the next second, another one was thrown over. This time the demon lord failed to stop it, and it was thrown into the middle of the demon cultivators. Boom! Even with the cultivation base to protect their bodies, the demon cultivators still suffered numerous casualties. Even the demon lord who was not too close was nearly chased down from the air by the impact of this huge energy. And the mortal in front was still making a steady stream of objects that could hurt him. Although Ji Chang's had no trouble condensing such a big thing, he threw them away one after another while cursing, I work so hard to maintain the situation of an ordinary person. Everyone believes that there are no supernatural powers in this world. Damn it! You bastard! Do you know what scientific development is? Do you know optics? Do you know mechanics? Do you know how much care we put into science and technology in our world? You fairy, what are you trying to do? Seeing that the situation was not good, Demon Lord hurriedly blocked the huge object thrown from the opposite side, and quickly gave in. Wait, we won't capture you, let's make peace, okay. However, Ji Chang's was scolding so vigorously that he didn't listen at all. What the hell? I'll kill you. Look how you come out to engage in feudal superstition. Look how you keep forcing me to do anything. Demon Lord, I said make peace. Make peace. Obviously the person on the other end didn't hear clearly and got even more excited. How dare you yell at me, it's you who messed up our world, you still yell at me, you, just wait. Demon Lord. You are deaf, I told you to make peace. The next second, he didn't have the energy to make peace, but Ji Chang's actually said. The energy condensed into 10 huge objects, facing his side of the world with a furious expression. You bunch of feudal and superstitious bastards who mess around with other world systems will die for me. Boom. Demon cultivators, die. Cause of death, enemy deafness. You are listening to novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. Everyone knows I'm a good man. Author, CleverProtagonist. Chapter 259. Why are you back so soon, miss? When the girl in the yard saw LuLePing coming back, she hurriedly welcomed her into the house. LuLePing found that his mother and MRSG, who were talking in the house, both shut up when they saw her coming in. What was the conversation between mother and MRSG that she didn't want her to hear? LuLePing had doubts in his heart but did not show it on his face. He bowed to the two elders and sat down. MRSG smiled and asked her, why did you come back so quickly? Have you visited the Fuzhong garden? LuLePing replied, I met Uncle G on the road. Uncle gave me a gift and came back directly. It was normal for them to give gifts when meeting elders, but after she finished speaking, she found that both her mother and MRSG's expression suddenly changed. Her mother, who had always been calm, actually stood up. "What are you talking about? Did you meet Mr. G, Mr. G? I just met an elder, not to mention it was in his house. Isn't it normal to meet him?" Lu Leping didn't know why, so he told the truth about the accidental encounter just now. After saying that, she looked at her mother's complicated expression and asked with some worry, "But what did my daughter do wrong?" Before her mother could speak, MRSG spoke first. She smiled, but Lu Leping could tell that her smile was very forced. "Nothing, you are hungry too, Dehua, let the kitchen bring the food." The two elders had to act like nothing happened. Even though Lu Leping was curious, he was too sensible and didn't ask any more questions. After eating the meal, she felt very good. MRSG was the most gentle and talkative of all the ladies she had ever met. Perhaps because she and her mother were handkerchiefs, she was also full of love towards her. She frequently added food to her during meals. Occasionally she raised her eyes and saw all of them are MRSG's smiling face. It seems that MRSG really likes this junior. After a dinner party, the guests and hosts enjoyed themselves and chatted for more than an hour. MRS Lu got up to say goodbye and went back. When Aunt Sue sent mother and daughter to the gate of the courtyard, Lu Leping saw Mr. G again. He was standing outside the door, talking to the girl guarding the door. Seeing the two of them, he bowed his hands. Before Lu Leping could return the gift, his mother's face changed drastically and she stood in front of her. She was surprised in her heart. How could her mother, who had always been dignified, do such a rude thing in front of outsiders? Before she could figure it out, Master G smiled reluctantly. "Why are you doing this, sister-in-law? My husband is just a low-ranking official of the 5th rank. He is not your sister-in-law. Please give way and don't block the way." The smile on Ji Chang's lips became more and more forced. He opened his mouth to say something, but in the end he said no more. He only saluted again and turned to leave. A gust of cold wind blew up, and Mr. G's large sleeves were blown up, making his figure look slightly bleak and thin. Lu Leping didn't understand why his mother hated Master G so much. She obviously had a good relationship with MRSG. MRS Lu didn't notice the confusion in her daughter's eyes. She just turned around and asked Nanny Sue, "How can he still have the nerve to come here?" Aunt Sue knew that MRS Lu was worried that Ji Chang's was coming for Lu Leping, so she quickly explained. "I come here every day, but I don't come into the hospital. I just come to ask if Madam has eaten and what kind of food she used." A cat cries and a mouse pretends to be compassionate. I betrayed Sissy back then, and now I'm pretending to be a good person. MRS Lu cursed angrily. Aunt Sue knew that she was complaining about her wife, so she just lowered her head and pretended not to hear. As she was escorting them out of the house, she took advantage of Lu Leping being helped by the maid to get into the sedan, and whispered to MRS Lu, "Our wife's it means, don't bring Miss Leping here in the future." MRS Lu was a little startled. "Is Sissy afraid?" Aunt Sue knew what she was talking about and nodded, although after the death of Po Wen who delivered the baby, you, my wife and the old slave were the only 3 people who knew about it, but what kind of temper is my master? I also know that there are very few things that can be hidden from him. If Miss Leping comes here too many times, I'm sure the master will be able to figure out something. MRS Lu understood. She sighed. It's just going to be painful for Sissy. His biological daughter is in Beijing but he dare not meet her. Although he likes to look forward to it so much, he has to personally decide not to see this child again in the future. It's all Ji Chang's fault. If it weren't for him, how could Sissy do this? On the other side, they really deserved to be a couple, and Lu Shenjun was also yelling at Ji Chang's. The sinful Ji Chang's. He had already had a difficult walk along the way, and now he had to take a long detour to deliver the message. It was rainy and cold here, and the ground was still muddy. If someone walked in it, he could get sunken to the top of his thigh if he was not careful. Lu Shenjun did not. The frail scholar felt like he was going to freeze to death after walking for less than an hour. I can't blame this place for being a place of exile, it's too bad. After complaining all the way, he still didn't give up. When it was almost dark, Lu Shenjun found the place where he could redeem his people. This group of exiled people came here to do hard labor, and they had to pay 300 gold to redeem each person. The rule of ransoming a person for 300 gold was naturally set by the emperor. Anyway, as an emperor who needs money to eat, drink and have fun, he will never let go of even a little opportunity to make money. 300 gold, let alone the small officials who were exiled here, even those who have savings at home will have a hard time coming up with it. For families with money to redeem their children were redeemed on the first day they were sent here. The rest are naturally those whose families have no money and will stay here for at least 20 or 30 years. As soon as the Redeemer came in, most of the prisoners who were working in the distance quietly looked over, guessing which one was being redeemed this time. No new people have come recently. Could it be that someone has collected enough money? While people were working, they were discussing whose family members might come to redeem him. Some were interested in this, while others were not interested and just kept busy working. One of the middle-aged men was uninterested. He was lame on one leg and was limping when he was working. He didn't respond to other people's discussions and just worked on his own. It's not that he doesn't want to go out, but he knows what the situation is like in his family. He only has an old mother who has difficulty walking. Although his wife is good at embroidery and can make a few bucks from her embroidery on weekdays, to collect 300 gold is simply a fantasy. Therefore, he can only leave after working here for 20 years. While he was busy working, the junior official who was looking after them suddenly walked towards him. He was startled and hurriedly worked harder for fear of being beaten again. Unexpectedly, the junior official walked up to him and just asked him, "Who are you? It's called yellow ginseng, right?" He was stunned. "Yes, I am Huang Ginseng." "Okay, go away, someone is here to redeem you." Huang Ginseng was stunned. How could someone come to redeem him? His family's situation was such that even if the whole family was sold, they wouldn't be able to raise the money. But looking at the surrounding environment, the calluses and blisters in his hands, he breathed a sigh of relief. He was finally out of here. Huang Ginseng limped towards the door under the envious and jealous eyes of others. The officials confirmed his identity and let him go. Outside, there was a man sitting on a stone shaking pebbles from his boots waiting. Huang Ginseng looked at him. It looked familiar to him, and he stared at it for several seconds before pulling it out of his memory. "Lu, Mr. Lu." Lu Shenjun put on his boots and stood up to greet him. "Master Huang, I haven't seen you for a long time." Huang Ginseng smiled bitterly. "I have been demoted, so you should stop calling me sir." Seeing that it was Lu Shenjun, his doubts became more serious. The situation in Lu Shenjian's family was not much better than his. The two of them were evenly matched, so where would they get the money to redeem him? The two of them had no friendship, so why did they come to redeem him? When they arrived at the inn, they finally no longer had to step on the muddy ground. Lu Shenjun breathed a sigh of relief and then got down to business. "I came to redeem you because I was entrusted by others." Huang Ginseng was even more confused. "Who is it?" Lu Shenjun stared at the expression on his face. "Mr. Ji Chang's Ji." Huang Ginseng was stunned. This. Lu Shenjun hurriedly asked, "What happened at that time? Does Mr. Huang know the inside story?" He was working hard to find out what Ji Chang's was selling. "Then ask the victim, Mr. Huang, and you will know best. After all, it was Ji Chang's who tripped him up and he was sent here." Huang Ginseng's expression was complicated, and he opened his mouth hesitantly, not knowing what to say, but looking at his expression, he did know something. "There's drama." Lu Shenjun quickly took out the letter from his bag and handed it to Huang Jinseng. Master Ji asked me to give this letter to you. Please read it quickly. After saying that, seeing Huang Jinseng starting to open the letter, he quickly moved the stool to that side and followed it with a very natural and upright look. Holding this letter along the way, Lu Shenjun was extremely curious, but it happened that it was a letter from Ji Chang's to someone else and he couldn't take a peek. Now I can watch it? After reading the letter, it was better not to read it? Lu Shenjun only had 3 question marks in his mind before reading the letter. After reading the letter, it turned into 18. The letter stated that he hoped that Mr. Huang could lend a helping hand to Lu Shenjun, help him quell the refugee problem, appease the people, and complete the disaster relief smoothly. Lu Shenjun could still understand this. He also wrote to reassure Mr. Huang that his family was living as usual, and his 2 children also went to school. They had good talents and studied very hard. Lu Shenjun could also understand this. But what does it mean at the beginning of the letter, I helped you as you wished, and now it's time for you to shine and help me? When did Ji Chang's help Huang Jinseng? Hasn't he been harming Yellow Ginseng in various ways? Isn't it because of Ji Chang's that Huang Jinseng was reduced to this place of exile? However, after reading it, Huang Jinseng had tears in his eyes, his face was full of gratitude, and he looked like he wanted to enshrine Ji Chang's. Master Ji is such a good person. Lu Shenjun. Wait, please understand, isn't it Ji Chang's who brought you here? This is what Yellow Ginseng is talking about. He was extremely grateful to Ji Chang's and told the truth in a confusing manner. At that time, I saw that your majesty was going to take action on me and other former ministers of the former eldest prince. At that time, 3 of the eldest prince's former ministers had already been subjected to various crimes. Not only did they lose their lives, but their families were also implicated and sold. Huang Jinseng's eyes were red and he said seriously, my official position is low and I can't save myself. What's more, it's your majesty who wants our lives. Who in the world can compete with your majesty? So I thought, it's just death anyway. Instead of the whole family suffering, it would be better for me to die alone. Lu Shenjun finally understood. So you entrusted Ji Chang's to pretend to hate you and find a crime for you to be sent to this remote place. Although you were exiled, your family escaped. No. Huang Jinseng shook his head and sounded ashamed. At that time, I also believed that Mr. Ji was a villain who was bound to take revenge. He was a scheming villain who acted viciously, so I stepped on the master directly and was successfully exiled. I only thought that I had guessed the reaction of the master. I didn't expect that Mr. Ji actually knew everything. He just didn't tell me and deliberately cooperated with me. I also thought Lord Ji was a sycophant. It turned out that this was not the result of my calculation, but that Lord Ji deliberately helped me. I still misunderstood him like that. I really feel sorry for your hard work. Lu Shenjun thought about it. He clearly saw it but didn't say anything. He just silently helped Huang Renchen according to his plan. It sounded familiar. Come to think of it, isn't this what Ji Chang's had been helping him silently for more than 10 years, but never revealed anything to him? Hey, Nagasawa. Why do you want to do this? Why? He patted Huang Jinseng on the shoulder. I understand you, don't worry. Ji Chang's is not that kind of narrow-minded person. I was just like you before. He helped me behind the scenes for more than 10 years. I scolded him for more than 10 years, but he never did anything complain with me. Hey, I'm sorry for you. For the sake of your family, you have to seek punishment on your own. If you hadn't met Nagasawa, but someone who really wanted revenge, you would have lost your head. Huang Jinseng wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes and said in a low voice, what can I do? In that situation, instead of wiping out the whole army, it would be better to sacrifice just me. In order to save my family, I am willing to do anything. No, if it were me, I'd probably do the same thing, for the sake of my family. As Lu Shenjun was talking, he suddenly paused. For family. Back then, the Li family was in a situation like that. If Mr. Li hadn't been killed in the court, and Ji Chang's had quickly admitted Mr. Li's crime, with today's consistent practice, the Li family would have been unable to survive. Nowadays, we have always cut off the grass without leaving any roots, unless the roots left behind are stamped with genuine guilt. He has never been able to figure out why Ji Chang suddenly changed back then. From a disciple who admired his master, a husband who was in love with his wife, and a friend who was cheerful and tolerant to him, he turned into a man who framed his master, flattered the present, and stood up to others. A sycophantic villain who looks down on you. Why, it changed so suddenly. Was it all a disguise before? Is he just pretending? But now, after knowing part of what Ji Chang's did silently, an idea suddenly came to his mind. Perhaps Ji Chang's has never changed. But if he didn't do this, the next one to die in front of him would be the female family members of the Li family. Lu Shenjun asked Huang Jinseng, "Let me ask you, if your wife, children, and mother are in danger, and you want to save their lives, you must insult your dead father, act like a shameless villain, and be insulted by everyone in the world, what will you do?" Do this. Huang Jinseng nodded firmly, "Yes, I can. My father died early. Before he left, he asked me to take good care of my mother. If he were alive, he would definitely support me in doing this. No matter how my reputation is damaged, I will definitely keep my mother, wife, and children." Mr. Lu, why are you crying? Why are you laughing again? What did I say wrong? Lu Shenjun waved his hands while crying and laughing, "That's right, that's right. It turns out that this is the case. Everyone knows I'm a good man." Author, HandsomeMaleLead. Chapter 260. In the distant capital, it was estimated that Lu Shenjun would meet Huang Jinseng. After Ji Chang's finished drawing a picture, he straightened up and took a look. This picture is none other than a map of the capital. Naturally, this is not a memory retrieved from the original owner's mind, but a map that Ji Chang's drew after walking around the capital in the past few days, going up and down both inside and outside. Because of this matter, he recently took a few days off and did not go to court. No one impeached him. Although being a villain has a bad reputation, it also has advantages. That is, everyone knows that Ji Chang's is not easy to mess with, such as some officials with good reputations in the court, such as Hu Fang's grandfather, Mr. Hu, who is among the literati. He is highly praised and is a very respected old man in the court. But it is precisely because of this that if a political opponent points his finger at him and scolds him, the most he can do is scold him back in a more elegant way. It's impossible to hit someone with your hands, and it's even more impossible to retaliate afterwards. Ji Chang's is different. He has a reputation for being retributive, petty, and vicious. If someone accidentally steps on his shoe, he will send someone to exile. Over the years, Ji Chang's has demonstrated to his colleagues in the DPRK and China what it means: if you pluck a hair from me, I will break your wings. Except for a lucky guy like Lu Shenjun, no one would impeach Ji Chang's over such a trivial matter. They are quite good at comforting themselves. It's a good thing that Ji Chang's doesn't go to court. Traitors like him, who only bring trouble to the court, would be better off never going to court and not bringing trouble to others. The emperor didn't care much, he was furious in Longyan. Because he had just visited his personal barracks, and the picture he saw was not satisfactory. The cause of the matter was that Zhou Quanxiao was killed by him last time. The emperor was wondering who should be in charge of the 70,000 soldiers in the imperial city. The foundation of the Wen dynasty was very good. The emperor's father, the emperor's father's father, and a series of ancestors all did a good job, worked hard and worked hard. Otherwise, the emperor would not have been so powerful in seeking death, and the Wen dynasty could have lasted for so long. The reason why no one dared to invade the Wen dynasty is because it has attached great importance to military power since the founding of the People's Republic of China. Of course, this emphasis on military force does not mean that military generals can keep their word in the court, but that the military power that represents the value of force must be held in their hands. In the hands of someone the emperor trusted. The people the emperors trusted in the past had this style of painting, they were loyal, and they bowed to His Majesty and the Wen dynasty before dying. To their generation of emperors, the style of painting is quite different. Whoever is weak will get it, and whoever is least capable will have the best chance. The reason is, even if the military power is in the opponent's hands, he will not have the courage to rebel. It sounds reasonable at first, but when you think about it more carefully, it turns out to be completely unreasonable. As a confidant of the emperor, you can be a waste, but as the leader of so many soldiers, you are a waste who can do nothing but eat, drink, have fun and line your own pockets. What will happen to the soldiers underneath? But the emperor would not think of this level. Anyway, no one from the Wen dynasty came to fight. These soldiers were only raised because of the rules set by the ancestors. If this rule could not be broken, the emperor would not want to waste money on so many people. Emperors of all dynasties have been very gentle towards the 70,000 soldiers guarding the imperial city. After all, they are their last city wall. This generation of emperors with genetic mutations is rather strange. He looked down upon these soldiers so much that he had a headache just thinking about so many of them eating and drinking. He wished he could find an opportunity to let them all die on the battlefield instead of eating so much money every day. Therefore, as the stepfather, there is also a Shangguan above who does everything possible to enrich his own pockets. You can imagine how these soldiers live their lives. They didn't want to go on like this, but deserting was a capital crime, so they could only live the most difficult days in this most prosperous capital city, waiting for the day when they would starve to death or freeze to death. The emperor didn't want to see them in the first place. This time, in order to find a new person to control 70,000 soldiers, he got a little ambitious and went to the camp to see these soldiers. Then I saw a bunch of listless, skinny people with no energy at all, who couldn't even hold a knife. He almost had disgust written all over his face. Do you expect people like this to protect me? If there really was anything going on, he might as well commit suicide sooner. But unfortunately, not only could he not disband these people on the spot, he also had to continue to allocate military pay to support them, and he also had to find a suitable leader for them, and this person had to rely on him extremely, just like Zhou Quanxiao. Just the same, you can't do it without him, you can only rely on his cronies. Who else? The emperor thought about it, and Ji Chang's face flashed first in his mind. But soon, he quickly removed the face. Ji Chang's can't. Zhou Quanxiao was a complete idiot, but Ji Chang's was a smart man. Handing over military power to smart people was the last thing the emperor wanted to do. But besides Ji Chang's, who else can reassure him? Otherwise, let Ji Chang's work for a few years, and then kill him if he shows any disobedience. Ji Chang's has been in power in the court for many years, and he should have a lot of family assets in the mansion. When the time comes, he can make a fortune like Zhou Quanxiao. But, he still doesn't want to hand over military power to someone who is too smart. Ji Chang's knew exactly what the emperor was thinking. Their emperor is both incompetent and overjoyed. It's not that he doesn't know what's right or wrong, but he knows it but doesn't care. Of course, he also knows that people in the world care about this, so he will skillfully shift the blame after doing something wrong. It can be said that he is a very rational scumbag. If there were no emergencies, the emperor would not hand over military power to Ji Chang's, a man with greater power in the court. Ji Chang's was not anxious at all. As the saying goes, Go for it if you have the chance, and go for it even if you don't have the chance to create opportunities. He lowered his head, looked at the map of the capital on the table, reached out and tapped the location of the imperial city, and smiled. Fuquan, go and invite Mr. Hu to come. Tell him that I have something to discuss with him, and then call over some of the adults who are good friends with me. Fuquan agreed and immediately drove to Hu's house. As the only Meow Meow of this generation in the Hu family, Hu Hufang has a huge courtyard and countless servants who care about him. He has always been more comfortable than anyone else at home, but today, he has been huddled in bed and refused to come out. The servants gathered around the bed and coaxed him to come out with gentle voices. Master, please come out. I have handed over Master Ji's post. Yes, young master, now that you are awake, don't stay in bed. Husband Fang wrapped himself into a thick cocoon, buried his head in the quilt, and said in a muffled voice, if I don't go, just say I'm sick. I'm too sick to get out of bed. How can you curse yourself like this? Master, please get up quickly. If you don't go, I'm afraid Master Ji will come to find you in person just like last time. Then you will regret it even more. Bearded Fang in the quilt. He clenched the corners of the quilt and burst into tears. I don't know what's wrong with Ji Chang's. Ever since he accidentally heard the other party threatening the eunuch in charge last time, this guy has announced that they are good friends. Not only is he just a superficial person, but when we get along with him on weekdays, it seems like we really treat him as a good friend. We would go with him in the next court, and we would go with him when we met in the previous court. Occasionally we would go out for a few meals, and even Ji Chang's would drag him along to listen in on whatever plots and intrigues Ji Chang's discussed with other members of the discipline party. His father in the mansion was very angry about this and felt that he was clinging to a villain. The last time he heard that Ji Chang's was coming, he came to drive him away angrily. He was quietly encouraging his father when he heard Ji Chang's few words and scared his father away. Grandpa may have been able to avoid being disappointed when he met Ji Chang's, but he had always been a Buddhist and had no reaction after hearing this. The second uncle in the mansion, who had never been interested in court affairs and only enjoyed eating, drinking, and having fun every day, was very happy to hear this. He said that although Ji Chang's had a bad reputation in the court, he was so powerful that who could become friends with him, at least in the short term. There are indispensable benefits. Bearded Fang did feel the benefits. Ever since Ji Chang's introduced him to the disciplinarians, many people in the court would nod their heads when they saw him from a distance. Several shops under his name were also given the green light, and many officials even asked their servants to stay away when buying things. Came to his shop on the way to buy some. While out and about, many people came up to chat with me. Even his cousin, many good people have come to inquire recently. Bearded Fang. He originally thought that after he and Ji Chang's developed such a good relationship, everyone would yell at him when he went out. As a result, not only did I not experience any disadvantages, I also experienced so many benefits. I can't blame so many officials throughout the ages for losing themselves in money. It feels good to be sought after wherever you go. But he must not fall. He is Grandpa's grandson. The eldest grandson of the Hu family. How could you give up on yourself just because of this sugar-coated idea, indulge in it, and discuss matters with those from the discipline party? Can't. Absolutely not. Not to mention that Ji Chang's sent someone to call him today. Even if Ji Chang's came in person to chop him to death and looked at him with sinister eyes, he would never compromise. We must fight to the end. The servant came to report again. Master, the person sent by the Ji mansion said that Master Ji said that if the young master is unwilling to go, he will come to invite the young master himself. Bearded Fang. It doesn't matter if he comes, how can I still be afraid of him? How can I be afraid of him? Half an hour later, Beard Fang knelt down on his mat with a numb face, surrounded by a circle of people, listening quietly and sadly to their talk. "You've been so arrogant with your sharp tongue recently. My lord, you've only been here for a few days, but you look so proud and arrogant all day long." He even insulted a small official in public. "It's simply too much." Suddenly I heard such righteous words, and after watching so many times, I could only hear, "Sir, who are we going to do this time? Sir, you see this is the filial piety of the people below. That XXX last time was really hard to watch. It's pleasing to the eye, my lord, why don't we give him a stumbling block?" Beard Fang suddenly became energetic. "I don't know how Ji Chang's recruited these people. They were good court officials and they were just like the students in the school." He still remembers that when he went to the Imperial College, there were many students there who formed groups, and this was what they would discuss together all day long. As for why the bearded party knew, because his grandfather was a great scholar and came from a family of officials, those people felt that he was one of their own, and they would not shy away from bringing him in to watch every time. Husband Fang, who didn't want to hear these nonsense at all, burst into tears. What kind of evil had he committed? How come this happened to him every time? But people who discipline the party are arrogant and tyrannical, and privately they will fight for innocent officials, which is unexpected. That sharp mouth is really disgusting, sir. We must teach him a lesson. Well, that's good. Unexpectedly, the people who disciplined the party could not stand such a big thing bullying the small. Hu Huifang felt that he had a slight change in his view of the people who disciplined the party. He changed his mind, and felt a little guilty for his behavior of listening quietly on the surface but actually complaining crazily in his heart. He coughed sheepishly and joined in. "I also feel that the sharp-tongued behavior is really inappropriate. How can he humiliate a junior official in public? Who gave him the right?" The members of the first discipline party immediately nodded in praise. "That's right. Brother, who is right? In our Wen dynasty, apart from His Majesty, only our Lord Ji can do this." Bearded Fang, "Yeah, so, no. Co-author, you are not unhappy that someone is humiliating a junior official? Are you unhappy that it's not Ji Chang's who humiliates a junior official? What kind of real den of traitors is this?" He was simply dumbfounded as he watched the remaining members of the discipline party quickly reach a consensus, and each one expressed their opinions with great indignation. Who does he think he is? He is just a second-class junior with no ability at all. If it weren't for your Majesty, would he be able to sit in his current position? After a few days of glory, he doesn't know who he is, and he dares to rob us adults. Right. For more than 10 years, only Mr. G in the court can humiliate people in public. Where did he borrow a dog to dare to do this? Bah! Sir! We must teach him a lesson. Otherwise, others will think we are afraid of him. Huizifang sat blankly in the crowd, feeling like he had passed away. The excitement today is really too much. Ji Chang's was not surprised that his subordinates had this reaction. As a sycophant who doesn't have to do any serious work and only needs some obedient subordinates to help him with some inconvenient things, the original owner knew that he was not irreplaceable by the emperor's side. Just like Zhou Quanxiao, he looked at the glory, but in fact the emperor turned his back. Faster than anyone else. He doesn't want to be replaced by others, so when looking for subordinates, he naturally won't look for those who follow the same path as him. But he is not someone who is deeply scheming, and he must be loyal to him so that he can tell the truth. In the end, the subordinates of the original owner are just such a group of yes men. They only need to be the cheerleaders behind the original owner. If they want to be promoted, they don't need to use their brains. If they want to sit in a high position, they don't need to run the business themselves. The original owner will naturally make arrangements for them. Of course, he definitely didn't help arrange positions for his subordinates out of kindness just to have a harmonious relationship with them. He is not an octopus. There is no way he can occupy more than a dozen positions in the court, so naturally he needs someone to sit in the position he wants to control. He is said to be a subordinate, but in fact he is just a puppet. If he says one, they will never say two. Whichever direction he wants them to develop, they will be obedient and develop in that direction, even more obedient than a baby. Now, after Ji Chang showed in advance his dissatisfaction with Jianzui for showing off his power in his absence, his subordinates immediately stood on the boss's united front and began to condemn their hatred of Jianzui. "Sir, please say something. As long as you say a word, we will definitely charge into the battle for you and teach this sharp-tongued man a lesson." Hu Zifang felt that the person who said this was still thinking in the imperial college period. They were officials of the central government, and Ji Chang's was a second-rank minister. How could he think that his political opponent was provoking his own authority just because his political opponent humiliated an unknown junior official, and he was not a 7 or 8-year-old child? He shook his head and was about to lower his head to drink tea, but he just picked up the teacup. Boom! The violent sound of banging the table made husband Fang tremble in fright. He subconsciously shivered and looked at the person who banged the table, Ji Chang's. No. Is Ji Chang's really angry? Ji Chang's did look angry. His face was dark and his eyes were full of displeasure, as if he really felt that his authority was being challenged by this sharp mouth. Sharp mouth. The name came out of his mouth several times, each time getting colder. Master Ji showed a bottomless villain's standard sneer. "I just haven't gone to court for a few days, but he doesn't miss any time. He has been provoking me for these days." Beard Fang. If you don't wait, when did someone provoke you? Didn't he just humiliate a minor official? You don't know that junior official. However, Ji Chang's couldn't hear what he was thinking. Master Ji just stood up expressionlessly, grabbed the table with both hands, and threw it outside as if he was angry. The sound of hitting the table and throwing the table are still different. In particular, this table was thrown directly to the door. It can be seen with the naked eye that after the table was thrown out, the servants who were cleaning outside worked much faster. Bearded Fang. Wait, you guys don't even close the door when discussing this kind of thing. There are still so many servants cleaning outside. Moreover, Ji Chang's also threw a table out, so who wouldn't be curious about the content? But fortunately, they didn't say much. It was nothing shameful. Just as husband Fang finished thinking this, he saw Ji Chang say this with a gloomy face. It seems that we should really teach him some lessons to let him know clearly what he should do and what he shouldn't do. Then, he said, if you listen to what I'm going to say next, just do it as I tell you and keep your mouth shut. Don't spread it before the big thing is accomplished. The members of the discipline party all looked solemn and nodded very seriously to show their understanding. Beard Fang. Master Ji, why don't we close the door first? Ji Chang's glanced at him and said very unconcernedly, after closing the door, if someone comes to eavesdrop, we won't be able to see it. It's better to leave the door open and we can see clearly who is outside. Beard Fang. It made sense, but he was speechless. Ji Chang's began to talk about his big plan. You know that after Zhou Guangxiao's death, the 70,000 soldiers were left unattended. If we want to deal with Jianzui, we can start with these 70,000 soldiers. These 70,000 soldiers were originally in Zhou Guangxiao's hands. They had no salary, no food, or clothing. They were so weak. Private soldiers, even if the number is 70,000, it is intimidating, but it cannot bear any heavy responsibility. From my point of view, whoever accepts these 70,000 people will suffer a loss. How can it be so simple for 70,000 people to eat, drink and have diarrhea? When the time comes, we will. Bearded Fang listened to the conspiracy in his ears, but his eyes stared blankly at the door. Master Ji. Ji Chang's, who was talking vigorously, was interrupted, but he was not angry and asked in a friendly voice, "What's wrong, Zifang, do you have anything to say?" "It's nothing else. Just look at the window outside. Is that a figure?" Ji Chang's glanced at it. "That's the shadow of a tree, it must be the evergreen tree outside. Come on, let's continue talking. When the time comes, we will send people to spread rumors, saying that Jianzui is a wizard in military training. Let the word go, if these 70,000 soldiers are handed over to him, he will not spend any money from the court. Can also strengthen the soldiers and horses trained by these 70,000 people. When the time comes, the spread will spread more and more." Bearded Fang stared blankly at the shadow outside. "Sir, that shadow is moving." "Ji Chang's, it must have been blown by the wind." Bearded Fang, "But, if the wind blows, it won't blow out my hands." Ji Chang's waved his hand. "The shadows of the trees are all kinds of strange. Let alone the hands, it's normal to blow them out." He then asked the disciplinary party members, "Do you think what I said is correct?" The yes men nodded one after another. "That's what my lord said. My lord is wise, mighty, and knowledgeable." Your Excellency continued, "Please write it down." Ji Chang's, "Okay, let me continue, where did I just say?" A yes man who listened carefully said immediately, "It's getting more and more widespread." Yes, the news is spreading more and more. When it spreads more and more, we will explain the matter to His Majesty together in court. What worries Your Majesty the most is the military pay. If you hear that you can train soldiers well without spending a penny. If you have a strong army and a strong horse, you will definitely agree. When the time comes, even if he has 8 mouths, he will not be able to evade it." As he spoke, Ji Chang's raised his eyebrows slightly, raised a corner of his right lip, and showed a typical evil smile. "How can Jianzi support 70,000 soldiers without spending the court's money? It will be a mess by then. He has carried out the errand entrusted to him by His Majesty, His Majesty will certainly punish him. Your Excellency is wise. What a plan! As expected of an adult." Just as the yes men were surrounding Ji Chang's and patting him on the rainbow, Hu Zifang had already seen a figure outside walking up to the tree shadow and shouted, "You Bao, what are you doing squatting here?" "Beard Fang." He immediately stood up and walked out quickly. "When I walked outside, the place where someone should have been squatting was no longer there." "Sir, someone just eavesdropped." "Huh? Where is there anyone?" Ji Chang's heard him shouting and walked out unhurriedly to look outside. He smiled at the emptiness and said, "Did Zifang not have a good rest last night? Why do you always say something today, weird words?" Bearded Fang was so anxious that he pointed to the place where the man was squatting and tried to explain, "I just heard someone talking to here. It was clear that someone was squatting here just now and eavesdropping on our conversation. Who knows? I just told you it was the shadow of a tree. But, my lord, come with me." Hu Zifang was so angry that he no longer cared about being afraid of Ji Chang's. He grabbed his arm and walked inside again, pointing to the place where the black shadow originally was. "Look! Look! There was a black shadow just now, but now it's gone." It was the eavesdropper who realized that he was exposed and ran away. If not, why was there a black shadow just now and not now? Ji Chang smiled and said, "What's strange about this? The shadows of trees exist with the change of the sun's rays. Just now the sun was shining on the trees, and the shadows of the trees were there. Now that the sun is not shining, the shadows of the trees are gone. Zifang, you should read more books and learn more about the principles of nature, so that you can use them in daily life." Beard Fang. He's going to be so angry. I'm so angry. There is really someone. Really. Believe me, that is definitely not a tree shadow. Ji Chang said, "If you don't believe it, asked these colleagues. Huizifang looked at the members of the discipline party. Yes, man number 1, brother Hu, you are too nervous. You are clearly just a tree shadow. Yes, man number 2, yes, brother Hu, don't worry. Your Excellency is always powerful. If someone is really eavesdropping, he will definitely find out. Yes, man number 3, how about you go home and rest first? Bearded Fang. He almost spit out a mouthful of blood. I, forget it if you don't believe it. When the plan is revealed, you will naturally know who is right. He left angrily and was speechless all the way. How could someone like Ji Chang still be a traitor? Are the standards for traitors now so low? When I got home, I was so angry that I didn't eat at night. I was very hungry and couldn't eat, and I suddenly thought about it. He listened for a while about the hatred and anger of the disciplinarians towards Jianzy, and also heard a complete plot against Jianzy. As a result, until now, he didn't even know who Jianzy was. He knew that Sharp Mouth was definitely a nickname given by members of the discipline party to a political opponent, but no one told him who the nickname was given to. Too bad. Too bad. The garbage discipline party. If you still want to start a court battle with this idea, go home and drink milk. After everyone in the Ji family and the discipline party resigned and left, Ji Chang stopped laughing and called Fu Quan. How about it? Did Yu Bao go to Zhao's house? Fu Quan replied, I have been sending people to follow Yu Bao since he left the house, and watched him enter the Zhao family all the way to make sure that the news has been passed on to Mr. Zhao. Well, you did a good job in this matter, but it was a little too obvious. Yu Bao was originally a sweeper in the outer courtyard, but he was suddenly transferred in and asked to approach the inner room. If he was suspicious, today would not go so smoothly. Next time when this happens, just ask someone to clean here. Even if you don't arrange a place for him close to the study, if he wants to find out the news, he will naturally do everything possible to get closer. This kind of ability to get close to the core by yourself, the news that comes will be more credible. Fu Quan hurriedly agreed, yes, I have made a note of it. If I encounter something similar next time, I will do it beautifully so that the spies can smoothly pass on the news that I want to spread to their master. Speaking of this, Ji Chang smiled, I just hope that Zhao Jianzui won't disappoint me. Mr. Zhao, who was named Jianzui, did not disappoint Ji Chang's. Within almost 3 days, Master Ji Changziji was familiar with military literature and spread the word that if all the 70,000 soldiers were given to him to take care of, the rumor that he would be able to raise strong soldiers and horses without spending a penny from the court spread throughout the world. The whole capital. Everyone from the imperial officials to ordinary people knew about this matter. Soon, someone from Mr. Zhao's party directly disclosed the matter in the court hall and expressed the hope that the emperor could satisfy Mr. Ji. Ji Chang's acted very angry, and his face showed anger, disbelief and other emotions very appropriately. He excitedly said to the emperor, Your Majesty, I am just a civil servant. I am not sure that I can take care of 70,000 soldiers. Your Majesty, please think again. Seeing how anxious he was, Mr. Zhao was so convinced that he couldn't hide the proud look on his face. He stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, I believe Mr. Ji. Mr. Ji will definitely be able to get these 7 items without spending a penny. 10,000 soldiers have been trained to form the highest city wall around His Majesty. Zhao Ziwajian. You. Ji Chang's, this is a great thing to share His Majesty's worries. You should be grateful that His Majesty is willing to use you. Why are you still so angry? Is it possible that you are not willing to serve His Majesty loyally? The emperor listened to the quarrel between the 2 cronies below and was making calculations in his heart. He naturally knew that no one could take care of 70,000 people without spending a penny from the court. But, he couldn't bear to spend the money. Since this matter happened by chance, Let's borrow Poxy a donkey and leave this matter to Ji Chang's care as a matter of course. If the care is good, everyone will be happy. If the care is not good, can't Ji Chang's be pushed out and take the blame? The plan goes through. In the end, Mr. Zhao prevailed, and the emperor agreed to hand over the 70,000 people to Ji Chang's. Master Ji was obviously severely hit, and his expression became quite gloomy. His eyes were filled with prayers when he looked at the emperor above. The emperor felt a little guilty and quickly ran away after going to court. It was time to go to court, but the ministers did not dare to talk together in twos and threes like before. They even walked lightly. They all knew that Ji Chang's had suffered a big loss today and must be in a bad mood. They did not dare to get into trouble at this time. Bearded Fang looked at Ji Chang's, who stood silently with his head lowered in front of him, allowing Mr. Zhao to ridicule him, and felt inexplicably unhappy in his heart. Although Ji Chang's was a bit intimidating, he never did anything wrong to him. Instead, he always regarded him as a friend and even held small meetings with him. If he just sits idly by and ignores her, is that too unkind? Everyone had almost left, and in the end only Ji Chang's was left standing there. Mr. Zhao finally got the upper hand and seized the opportunity to chatter. Bearded Fang hesitated and hesitated, but finally couldn't hold it back and tentatively walked over there. Master Ji, don't be sad, otherwise you can ask His Majesty for mercy, and maybe His Majesty will just agree to take back the order. Your Majesty is true to his word, how could he take back his life just because you begged for mercy? Master Zhao laughed even harder after hearing this. Master Ji, I didn't expect that there are still people I sent in your house. Ji Chang's, who had always lowered his head, suddenly said. Yes, why haven't I dealt with the Yubao you sent in April a year ago? After he finished speaking, he slowly raised his head. There was no trace of frustration on his face, and he even smiled happily. Master Zhao, you are as useful as ever. The smile on Master Zhao's face froze. What do you mean? Don't be pretentious. Every time I want to do something, but I can't bring it up personally, I just act like I can't do it. Mr. Zhao, you work very hard and kindly to push me forward. Ji Chang smiled very kindly, his eyes narrowed in laughter, and he looked more and more like an old fox. It's a pity that I won't need you next time. Hey, I don't have a handy tool. I really regret it. Let Mr. Zhao disappear directly this time. Mr. Zhao's face already showed fear, but he still managed to hold on. What are you talking nonsense about? I have never made any mistakes. Even if you give advice to His Majesty, what can you do to me? Oh? Didn't you make a mistake? Mr. Zhao must have spent a lot of effort to find people to spread rumors all over the capital this time. But Mr. Zhao has never thought about it. Even if the 70,000 personal soldiers are ineffective, do they still have military power? Even if His Majesty looks down on them, he will never allow anyone to treat them as their own property without his consent, to dictate who to assign to. Otherwise, I want these 70,000 UN soldier. Just do it yourself, there is no need to beat around the bush. Please ask for your help. Master Zhao's face has turned pale. No, Your Majesty will not punish me. I am loyal to Your Majesty. I have served Your Majesty for so many years. If I tell Your Majesty what you said to me, Your Majesty will definitely listen to me. Ji Chang's laughed even harder. He stared at Master Zhao and asked with a smile, Master Zhao has been with His Majesty for so many years. When did he ever see His Majesty want the other party to die? The other party could see him before he died. Sir, thank you very much. I just let you laugh at me so well. I can say thank you and say goodbye. I will remember to spend money on you during the holidays. After Ji Chang's finished speaking, he turned around and left, not forgetting to call out Hu Zifang, who was already dumbfounded. Zifang, let's go. Don't talk to people who are dying. It's bad luck. Bearded Fang. His face was almost filled with big question marks. He followed Ji Chang's out of the palace gate in a daze. Before he got on the carriage, a young eunuch trotted over and whispered to the two of them. Master Ji, when Master Zhao went down the steps just now, he may not have stepped on it properly and fell down. He has already passed away. His Majesty said, let him be carried back and buried properly. Beard Fang. Ji Chang smiled, why are you so shocked? I would be surprised if your Majesty didn't kill Master Zhao in cold blood. Hey, it's a pity that Zhao Jianzui has such a useful knife. It's a pity that he is so stupid. I wanted to use him a few more times. Okay, let's go back. I've got these 70,000 soldiers. I'll return them tomorrow. There are a lot of things I need your help with. Ji Chang's greeted the people from the Ji party who were waiting for him outside the palace gate, and took the lead to leave in a sedan chair. Bearded Fang stood there blankly, looking at the party members who were gathering together to discuss where to eat and drink in the evening. It turns out, it wasn't that Mr. Ji didn't know someone was eavesdropping before, but that he did it on purpose. Is this the court? So these people, these silly-looking members of the discipline party are just like Lord Ji, they have a clear conscience and are deliberately putting on a show? The disciplinary party yes-men over there also saw the square beards. They were worried about not having money for a big meal, and they suddenly felt happy and gathered around happily. Master Hu, what are you doing standing there in a daze? Master Ji said he has something to do tomorrow. Let's relax today. We plan to have a good meal, let's come together. Yes, Mr. Hu, but you're new here, so you're in for a treat. Yes, Mr. Hu, please, I just bought a birthday gift for my wife at home, and I am short of money. Me too. My little daughter has just been born. I have to save money for the dowry. Mr. Hu, you have to work hard. Husband Fang was surrounded by them, and for a moment he couldn't tell the difference between illusion and reality, disguise and truth. He looked at the smiling faces in front of him, his body trembled slightly, and he felt great fear. The disciplinary party members secretly glanced at the bearded Fang who kept staring at them for no apparent reason. He walked to the side and whispered, what does he mean by looking at us like this? Does he not want to treat us? Why don't you lie to him that every newcomer is treated as a guest? This is a good idea, but the Lord seems to value him very much. Will he reprimand us if he finds out? Eating is more important. It's worth eating first and then being punished. Okay, let's unify our voices. Bearded Fang naturally discovered that they were whispering. He ensured that these people must be talking about something that he didn't know. However, they had no intention of hiding it at all. Instead, they did it quietly, openly, which made him it's not easy to ask. They were looking at him, and there was a consensus in their eyes that he couldn't understand. Could it be that they realized that his scheming was far inferior to theirs? Husband Fang was thinking all over the place, but when the disciplinary party members came to him, they all laughed. Brother Hu, actually we have a tradition. When a newcomer comes, he wants to treat him. Yes, that's right, this is tradition. So natural, so playful, as if they were really just discussing a treat. Beard Fang felt trembling. That's all, Mr. Ji. How do these members of the discipline party manage to have such innate acting skills that they can act so silly, dumbfounded and naive? Like. So terrifying.